revealed just how close the Germans were to creating nuclear weapons. Because
Oh
there's
yeah.
been that whole thing of like, no, Germany wasn't close at all. It was ludicrous. Like, no, they had heavy water production facilities up and running in multiple countries. They were rapidly approaching nuclear weaponry themselves, and it was only through some crazy commando raids. The Norwegian commandos, fucking legendary raid on the heavy water plant in Norway. And then they found out that they had actually managed to get some of the heavy water out of the facility and were taking on a ferry. So they actually had to attack a ferry afterwards. Um, yeah, and then once Germany fell and they found I want to say I think it was in Munich, up in Munich, they found the heavy water storage facilities and the testing they had for nuclear materials. It was like, yeah, they were pretty damn close to the weapon.
Yeah, it didn't. I don't remember the exact specifics, but weren't some of the scientists on the Manhattan Project weren't they from Germany and weren't some of them didn't some of them escape the what would eventually become the Nazi regime?
Yes. And then afterwards, of course, Operation Paperclip. Then almost everybody on the U.S. and British side of engineering were Nazis.
That's a hell of a way to start an episode. Hey, everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Though I do want to clear up one thing. This is one of my things I hate the most. Is like when you bring up Operation Paperclip, it's like, oh, they only took scientists and engineers. Right. Only scientists and engineers. Right. It just so happened that all those SS officers and everything like that just happened to mysteriously find their way into all of our special forces and train everything. Woo! Yeah. That was completely unrelated to Operation Paperclip though.
Yeah, it's it's a very it's such a messed up portion of history because like they like all the research that was done in the camps and things like that. It's stuff you could never ever morally do again. But oh my
Yep.
God, is that a valuable research? Like it's
Yes.
something you could never. It's so unconscionable you could never ever do again. But oh my God, would you want to know what that does to people or what those scientists figured out? Like
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
such a weird portion of history, and I could see how there would definitely be the tough question: do you punish these people for being part of one of the most evil organizations ever known to humankind, or do you use their some of the most skilled and intelligent people in the world to do good after what they've done? It's a really tough
Yes.
decision.
Exactly. And again, that's the problem. Is that's why I kind of like alternate history ones where Germany wins or the war goes on, or some other external threats like alien forces everybody to work together,
Yeah.
because then you see Germany like ludicrously advancing faster than everyone else because they have no ethics in their science whatsoever.
And
So
before the world wars, they were actually the best engineers in the world. They
yes,
actually were slowed down by the 30s and the economy crashing and the wars. But had they not been slowed down, they probably would have surpassed the rest of the West easily.
easily. I mean, and their engineering in World War II was fucking amazing. The problem was that it was over engineered, like
Yeah.
ludicrously over engineered. We make reference to it a lot here, but like the Tiger tank, it is so stupidly over engineered that one small part goes wrong and you're spending months trying to fix it. Like if the engine goes out on the engine deck, or sorry, if a fan to keep the engine cool goes out on your engine deck, that shit is going to require you to disassemble like 600 parts just to get to the fans to replace them. Now,
Yeah.
the fans were really fucking good. So if you ever look at like a German tank versus an American tank versus a British tank or a Soviet tank, you'll notice that the American, British, and Soviet tanks have heat warping near the engines because they had the fans that were good enough. The German stuff looks all pristine because they had such over-engineered fans. These things were keeping their damn tanks cool as fucking could be. They don't have that heat warping. Like, you want a really good example, the Patton tank has some of the most famous examples. The fins on the back of them are always warped and bent out of shape.
Yeah, and then they try to make like they kind of like you said they kind of over engineered instead of figuring out the right size, the right scope, the right model, and the right amount of complexity versus simplicity. They just went bigger, bigger, crazier, and I don't think they ever built it, but they a lot of research and design went into the Land Cruiser.
Yes, the Rata,
Yeah, which
the,
is like
the X
what was it? What
1000 tanks.
Yeah, 1,000 tons.
Yep,
It
two railway guns as its main cannons. Two railway guns, 150 millimeter anti-aircraft batteries all over it. It was literally a land battleship.
Holy shit! It was a Daimler Benz engine. I didn't realize they went. That's awkward. The Daimler is the company that owns Mercedes, and they're very successful today. But yeah, that eight Daimler Benz engine, 20-cylinder marine diesel engines, and yeah, 14 feet wide, 35 feet long, 11 feet high, and as many as 41 people in a single tank. Like this is basically a land destroyer.
Yes, there is enormous, enormous fucking vehicle. And it's ludicrously impractical. I mean, again, the mouse in and of itself was stupid. They should have learned from the elephant because the elephant, aka the Ferdinand, always broke down and it was a nightmare to repair. They should have learned from that, but no, they didn't. But again, I make fun of Hitler's ambitions all the time with his the Doom bunker. Not the bunker in the end of Berlin. I understand having a super fortified position in your capital city. I understand that. I understand the flak towers. Those actually were pretty damn effective, honestly, at keeping Berlin from getting bombed constantly. But no, when all of his generals came to him and said, "Hey, we have this V2 rocket program, and we've got an idea. If we put them on mobile trucks, and we just basically have mobile facilities, we can launch them from all over France. They can't be targeted by partisans, the resistance, commandos, bombing raids, nothing. So we can just launch them with impunity." And Hitler's like, "Nine, Doom bunker. I want mountain an entire mountain carved out and built into a facility with railways. It will have all of our production and engineering and welding, and there'll be a launch platform that the trains will bring the V2 rockets out, and we will launch V2 rockets every single hour. We will launch a V2 rocket at all hours of the day. Britain will surrender." That facility got bombed.
As a player of Command and Conquer Red Alert, I will vouch that V2 rockets are very effective. So
Yes. And
made
they
their own
were.
decision.
They are ludicrously effective. And again, that's why we wanted all the German scientists in paperclip because, oh my god, these rockets are fucking amazing. But no, yeah, he built a giant doom bunker, tons of resources and manpower and everything, and completely pointless because the Allies heard about it and they bombed it instantly, and it didn't get to do shit. If I was the Allies, I actually said, wait, how long is it going to take them to finish building it? It's going to take them a couple months? Okay. We're going to do it one day before they finish building. We're going to bomb it. So that way they have sunk as many resources as possible
Oh
into
yeah,
this stupid fucking idea.
yeah. That's amazing. I never knew about that. There's so many amazing stories. You always hear about D-Day and everything like that, but you never hear about all these other random stories that are arguably way more interesting.
Yes. There are just tons of fascinating stories. Like honestly, the Volksturm weapons, the People's Storm, the Volksturm weapons for the last ditch effort of the war, the fighting in the streets of Berlin, are genuinely fascinating. Some of the ideas they came up with like how to keep our machine gunners safe, so they made a bent pipe that would shoot the bullets around the corner. Like, there's some crazy stuff.
Yeah. It's also amazing how many modern, like successful companies today, how many modern companies worked for that regime.
Yeah,
anything from IBM to Hugo Boss to Daimler, Mercedes to what is Krupp, like all these modern companies that are still doing big things today, all were kind of working into that. It's kind of amazing because it's so long ago, but at the same time, the world hasn't changed as much as you think it has.
yeah.
It's something to think about.
Well, it's when you have such good product. Again, Krupp steel is super high quality steel, so of course they were
Yeah.
going to survive.
And
Here I
I
finally
was
found it.
anecdote, but I was working for an automotive marketing company a few years ago, and during that time we were working with Volkswagen, and Volkswagen had this huge scandal where during a time where they had private parties with like famous rappers and stuff for their staff and executives, they also were discovered to have had a completely secret system that not even the dealerships knew about in some of the Volkswagen cars, which during emissions testing, you would test to see how much bad emissions the car would output, and the Volkswagen cars would actually go into a secret mode that would automatically detect a test, emit less emissions, so as to pass these emissions testing. These are done in some states, right? And I was like, wow, that's horrible. That's quite possibly the second worst thing Volkswagen ever did.
Yes.
The second worst thing.
I don't
That's
know
hilarious.
those commercials though. I can't get those commercials out of my head. Stormare starred in them. Yo, VW in the house. German engineering, yeah. And it's like,
Amazing.
yo, if you want us to pimp us out, you say what? And he's like, what? And they shoot his car with a trebuchet and destroy it. Like, oh snap! Like, what the fuck? Those commercials were so goofy as shit, and I can't get them out of my head.
Amazing.
I love how I just look over at chat and I just see curse shit. VTuber rockets?
Yes, I saw that.
V2 rockets. More deadly than the V2 rocket.
Yeah, absolutely. We were bad, but now we're good.
Just some patricians like anime girl going like konnichiwa.
Oh god.
So, welcome to episode 52.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jawohl, mein Kamerad.
Starting off with a tangent.
You're sure on episode 1942?
Oh
Yeah,
no.
absolutely. Yeah, we gotta go to Tunisia. We got problems.
It's very fitting though for the video today.
It's fitting for basically the entire thing, except for maybe the last tangent we want to get onto. But yeah,
Well, actually, I thought
Yeah.
we'd try and get that out of the way first, but we could do that at any point. Depends on what you guys prefer.
no, that's true. I suppose. Yeah, well, we can just rip that Band-Aid off right now. Let's just go into it.
All right, so you're talking about the pagan thing, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about Pagan being a dirty, dirty pagan. There you go.
So I've been thinking about Game of Thrones a lot more recently, and I've been wanting to do a video on it for a while. No one get your hopes up. It is a long, long, long way out. I am just starting to watch through the show again. And I was like, me and Setch have talked about it a lot. But Pagan, every time we talk about it, he just goes silent. He hasn't watched the show or read the books. So I was like, Pagan, I'm going to start watching through Game of Thrones. Fucking join me. And he's like, okay. We're currently 6 episodes in, which is Ned Stark has been stabbed through the leg, and he has sent men out to go kill the Mountain. Viserys Targaryen has been crowned, and I believe that's it. So far, really, like, the big things that are going on right now. Benjen Stark is missing, of course. Yeah, so with 6 episodes in, what do you think so far, Pagan?
Oh, I'm loving it so far. Every day we go without an episode, I get withdrawal.
Love him or hate him, you gotta say that Viserys definitely had drip.
Oh yeah, a fucking so Cree was dying because the moment they introduced him, I was just like, God, I can't wait for this fucker to die. Fuck, I hate him. And he was just like, I can't say anything right now. And I'm like, fuck, I hope he dies. And then we finally got to yesterday's episode before I went to sleep. And
just to make things clear for everyone, we were 3 episodes in, and I was like, okay, Pagan, you want to watch an episode or another episode or 2? And he's like, yeah, let's watch 2 more. So we got through episodes 4 and 5, and he's like, I want to watch 1 more. I'm like, okay.
yeah, because I was very curious. I was like, okay, so they just stabbed the king's hand through the leg. So he's dead, right? Like, there's just no way. And they
Jamie,
worked their way around that.
You mean Jamie Lannister? He should be dead after attacking the king's hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, they are looking for him. He did flee. They are looking for him, to be fair. And yeah, and then it just kind of randomly cuts to Cersei, or no, oh fuck, I can never remember her name. The dragon girl. Why can I?
Daenerys.
Daenerys. Yeah. God, I
She's
can
got,
never
like, 5
remember her
names.
name.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
Well, see,
I can never remember her name.
Don't you mean 30? Jeez.
Yeah,
that's the
true.
thing. She doesn't have all those titles yet. She's just Daenerys.
Yeah, she's just Daenerys, and I keep forgetting her name for some reason.
Wait until
But
wait until half the episode time just goes to fucking saying her titles.
Yeah.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Or of course you get the fucking weirdo Sims. Yas, queen.
Yeah. But it just like randomly cuts to them. And, you know, we see her like, you know, hit him with a fucking necklace or whatever and cut him because he's, you know, hitting her and she's getting tired of it. And I'm like, God, I hope you fucking die. I hate you so much. And then we finally get to the scene where he gets drunk and comes into the festivities and draws a sword on her and then says he's going to cut out the baby. And then the guy's just like, oh, yeah, I'll give you a crown that people will shudder to behold and stuff like that. And I'm just like, oh, no, what does that mean? And then as soon as he starts putting the gold in the fucking cauldron, I'm just like, oh, no, I know exactly what's about to happen. And yeah, exactly what I thought was going to happen happened. Oh boy, that was a very satisfying death, though. I was very happy. I was like, oh, thank God. Thank God. Now I just need the fucking blonde-haired fucking kid to die.
Just before anyone says anything, Pagan is aware of some stuff that happens later on due to me and such talking about it, but I'm trying to keep this as spoiler-free for him as possible from this point forward.
Yeah, there's very little I know. I only know like some of the big plot points from like seasons 8, and that's almost it.
Yeah, I tried to go in as blind as possible, but the ads for season 2 spoiled major season 2 spoilers for me before I even started watching the show. So yeah, as blind as you can be, even though spoilers are everywhere for that damn show.
Yeah.
Good show though.
Yeah. Yeah, I know a few things, but like, I know Daenerys is going to get dragons. Like, I know that the eggs are going to hatch or something. So, like, I know that happens. But yeah, there's a lot I like about the show. Yeah, when they killed the dog, I was just like, fucking hell. I already hated Joffrey and his stupid bitch mother, but now I really hope they fucking die.
So she's not mother of dragons yet, but she is sister of perverts. So.
Yeah.
She's building up.
Well, not anymore. She's a widow of the pervert now.
There you go.
Because for anyone that doesn't know, the Targaryens, big on keeping the bloodline pure.
Yeah, that fucking bit where he pushes the kid out the window, and I'm just like,
oh, that's the Lannisters.
That's the Lannisters, yeah.
Yeah, and I was just like, because I don't know why I didn't immediately, like, I knew when they introduced them that they were brothers and stuff, or that they were, or, you know, brothers and sisters. And then we saw the scene of him fucking the one, and I was just like, I'm trying to think, I was like, wait, did they actually say they were sisters and brothers, or did I just imagine that? And then, like, it went a little bit further, and I was like, hold on, Cree, did they say that he was like their brother and stuff? Because like they stated that, right? And he was like, yes, they are brother and sister. I was like, fucking hell. I was like, okay, so they actually were.
It's one of the things that really annoys me. It's a change they made. I understand why they made the change, but I think you're past it enough. Wait, you're at episode. What episode are you guys at now?
We just finished episode 6 last night.
Okay, so that's when Eddard is already doing his investigation, right?
He's well into the investigation, and he's we got the scene where he went through the book, and he's like, such and such Baratheon, black of hair, such and such Baratheon, black of hair, Robert Baratheon, black of hair, Joffrey Baratheon, gold of hair. So he's realizing what's going on.
Yeah, there's okay. So this is a change from the books to the TV show. I understand why they did it, but Stannis originally did the investigation. Stannis was already planting the seeds.
Well, I think they imply in the show that that's already happened. They just maybe don't imply it as much as they should have, because the reason Ned is even able to find all this stuff is because Jon Arryn is looking into this stuff. Which is what happened in the books as well. It was Jon Arryn and Stannis who was going around asking questions.
There's a reason why. Yeah, once it happened, and once Robert got sick from his injury, and it was clear that he wasn't long for this world. That's why Stannis left King's Landing and began fortifying his position, because he knew what he was about to do. He knew what Joffrey was. So that plays more into the books and explains why he starts gathering up his fleet, why he has his own army so quickly in comparison to everyone else.
Yeah. I do notice there's a lot of little changes here and there, and season 1 of the show almost seems to be rushed in comparison to the book. But so far I haven't noticed any big changes that are really damaging. It's more a shuffling of things to either make it easier for TV production or telling the story. Because, for example,
or to cut some of the chaff away. Which makes sense.
Because, for example,
there are a boatload of characters.
Yeah. There's a scene in both the book and the show where Bran is off on his horse, and he gets caught by some wildlings. Some wildlings and a couple deserters of the Night's Watch. Now, in the books, that scene was a lot bigger. There's a bit of a bigger battle between them and Robb Stark, and both the direwolves come in and tear out the throats of a couple guys. In the show, it's much more cut down, where it's like, it's only 4 people, and they're dealt with pretty quickly.
Yeah, there's... As the story goes on, obviously there's some bigger and bigger and more damaging changes from the books, but for the most part, they did cut out a lot of the I don't know, I haven't read all the books, but from what I've heard from secondhand accounts from my friends, that I think some characters were kind of combined, or some subplots that didn't really matter to the overall plot that kind of cut out because it was just extra characters, extra story, extra unnecessary stuff that if you remove it, it doesn't change the end result really.
Yeah.
But some people obviously wish that certain plots that George R.R. Martin came up with were in the later parts of the story. But
yeah, I can agree with that.
I have no problem because there's just so much to keep track of, and unlike a book where you're constantly getting the names and references, written to you in every sentence, it's really hard to keep track of that many characters in a visual format.
Yeah, there's also a big difference with the loss of the internal monologue of every character, because you get that constantly in the books, and then when it comes over to the show, there's a lot that just kind of gets lost, I guess, in translation, because the whole thing with Tyrion being brought to the Vale of Arryn, there's a whole lot of what he's thinking, what's going to happen to him, his planning to get out of it. In the show, it just kind of happens. he has sort of a plan. Like, he doesn't know for sure that Braun is going to step up for him and fight for the trial by combat, but it's implied in the book that he was hoping that would happen, whereas in the show
Yeah.
we don't get any of that. He just demands a trial by combat, and no one steps forward at first, and then Braun
Because
does.
they want that reveal. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a different format, so they tell you less up front and give you a surprise reveal. And, you could call it cheap. I don't know. It does make it more impactful, but yeah, it's I guess you could say the books are less likely to pull the rug under you because they kind of explain things better in more
yeah,
detail. Whereas movies and shows, they're always trying to create that impact, and the impact is lessened when you foreshadow too hard. So it's different medium, different things work better in different mediums. Like that's probably the biggest problem you'd have when you had to adapt something like you know, Death Note or whatever, is that if you took the entire Death Note original anime run and cut out all the inner monologue, it'd probably be about an hour long. So so like turning that into a live action, that'd be super awkward.
yeah.
So it's tough to do that.
One thing that did get lost from the books for season one that I think is not so great for the show is Bran's dreams when he's unconscious. Um, Not gonna spoil too much of that for Pagan, but yeah, there's some stuff there that could have been done sooner, I think.
Yeah, I will say that not to name any names, but there it is weird how some characters will be completely absent from a long stretch of the show, and you kind of wish they weren't. And there's some characters that are present through long stretches of the show who didn't really need to be in it. But that's usually later on. But yeah, the first couple of seasons are really solid. I love those first couple of seasons for sure. Through
Yeah,
season four is pretty good, but you know, definitely tapers off after that.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I kind of am jealous. I kind of wish I could watch those again for the first time. Those are season one, just especially was just a fantastic ride.
Yeah, yeah. I kind of wish I could watch it for the first time again too, but with a good ending instead of what we got. Because
Yeah,
that's part of the thing I'm interested in is how is Pagan's reaction going into this, knowing that it goes downhill, knowing that it crashes and fucking burns.
yeah. I
Yeah.
can't really think of many shows that I'm completely pleased with the ending. It's tough. Like even some of the best endings were extreme cliffhangers to me. Like any ending of a show that has like pretty good that has like closure is usually disappointing to me. I don't know why. I guess because it's never quite what you think it, never quite what you hope it'd be. I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Star Trek: Next Generation had a fantastic finale, though. It was really good.
Yeah, I'll have to power through those. I've watched episodes here and there, but I will say that I think Battlestar Galactica reboot went through a rough patch during the writers' strike, got better, and actually I'd say the ending was not bad. I'd say it was probably one of the better long show run endings I've seen. But some
I
are
We didn't
Welcome
even know
back.
you left.
I
oh,
did.
I sent the message in Discord.
Yeah.
It was IBS. I hate IBS.
Ah,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, it's tough. Like I'd say the original ending to the first run of Twin Peaks, season two, that had a really rough patch because of studio intervention. But that ending was fantastic, although there was basically no closure. So it's almost difficult to please an audience because by closing things, you're not necessarily going to give them the answers they want.
Well, not only that, but I assume you're talking about Game of Thrones endings, like
Yeah,
vaguely, right?
sure.
Um, Not only that, but they had the problem where they cut out like a book and a half of material
yeah, that.
so they could speed run to get to tell their own story. So, man, oh man, and again, I know it had a big effect on George R. R. Martin's morale with how bad the later seasons were received. And he's said a few times that the blowback and everything that Dan and Dave rightly deserved has been affecting him more. And he even will talk about it like constantly. Like this easily could have been a 15 season show, easy peasy. They were just so eager to get me out of the way.
Yeah, if you thought season one was breakneck speed, yeah, it gets a
Yeah.
lot worse toward the end.
Oh
Yeah.
god, when they start teleporting, like Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
that's the unfortunate fact is that the last season is the most rushed. It's also the shortest, and that
Yeah.
so yeah, it seemed not to get into any story spoilers, but the creators ran out of written material and were only basing their stories on notes from George R. R. Martin because he hadn't finished his books yet.
Mhm.
And they also were sandwiched between getting a huge, I think they're basically going to do like a trilogy of movies, I think, based on the Old Republic for Disney for Star Wars,
Mhm.
and they were getting like $150 million deal with Netflix at the same time. So
Yep.
their eyes were just big ass dollar signs looking at their
It's
future and less involved in their present and finishing what made them famous in the first place.
it's that meme of the guy and the girl walking down the street, and the guy looks over at a girl in red and is like, "Ooh,
Yeah, only there's two girls in red. There's
yeah,
Disney's big ass pocketbooks, and for a Star Wars trilogy,
yep,
for and then basically a blank check from Netflix saying you can do whatever you want, just make content.
yeah." You're the
So
people that made the literally the most popular show in the entire world. Absolutely, you can do whatever the
yeah,
fuck you want.
which is astounding to me considering that it was such a closed off and subscriber only medium. Like
Yeah.
I don't know the actual numbers, but it was extremely popular considering it was an HBO exclusive.
Oh yeah, and it skyrocketed HBO as a company for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then HBO became known for like their super high budget series. So
Yeah, and they've been doing it for a while. Like I actually went back and watched. I've been kind of working through The Wire. I started that a while ago actually, and Wire's great. They made this one which was about like a somewhat supernatural tale about a carnival people called Carnivale. That's also really good. Like they've done some really good like serial TV shows for a long time, but Game of Thrones was really kind of like their breaking into mainstream moment, I guess.
yeah, they had a Roman series that was
Oh,
pretty good,
Rome, yeah, I
but
think. Yeah.
yeah, but it started like jumping around like crazy near the end. So I think they kind of knew that that was the end for them. I enjoyed that show a lot, and then I just started doing the teleporting thing everywhere. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is one thing that really frustrates me about Game of Thrones is the teleporting, because both the books and the show make a big deal of, yeah, traveling from these places takes a lot of fucking time. It takes like a month to travel from King's Landing to Winterfell in this big like procession that the king comes in on.
Mhm.
So it's like, yeah, that's a lot of land to go through.
Oh, Band of Brothers was another one. Fantastic series.
Heard good
Holy
things
shit.
about that. And my
Yeah,
personal recommendation, possibly the best detective show I've ever watched, True Detective. Season one, like for me, like 10 out of 10. Season two, 5 out of 10. Season
Oh.
three, 7 out of 10. I finally finished season three. It's not bad, but if you're gonna watch one, just watch season one. A completely different cast and characters and story for each season.
Mm,
It's like an anthology, but easily one of the best, if not the best, detective show I've ever seen. Really good stuff.
nice. So they actually like treat it intelligently. They don't do the weird bullshit like CSI Cyber nonsense.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I can't speak intelligently. I've never been a police officer, but yeah, CSI Cyber is absolute garbage. This is
Yes. Thank you.
oh yeah, no, it's
So,
like the
so
worst
you've
thing
had to
ever.
watch it. So you've watched it too.
Yeah,
Uh,
hacking light traffic lights with Bluetooth and shit. Yeah, no.
no,
Um,
the very first episode. You knew from the very first episode things were fucked. They broke into this jewelry store, but none of the jewelry was taken. They didn't take the jewelry. They took their Bitcoin wallet from their vault. Whoa, 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 whoa! I was like, what the fuck? What?
Oh my god, what the fuck? Is this the same one you've been talking about where like they try to hack something and like there's both of them on one keyboard
No,
trying to
that's NCIS.
Okay, I was about to say
The two hackers, one keyboard. But and again, that part is stupid. But I love the fact that the one guy who isn't a hacker comes up with the obvious solution. He unplugs the fucking computer. It's like, Jesus, yeah, God, you could have taken that.
I don't know. I keep on getting CSI Cyber mixed up with NCIS, but one of them had like the double hacking where they were both typing on the same keyboard.
Yeah, that's what I was just talking about.
Yeah, and then there was one, I think it might have been NCIS as well, where they were showing a website code, and then underneath the green code, there was red code. And the red code is bad.
oh no, it gets so much funnier when they start talking about the dark web and everything like that. And then they'll show like the dark web websites, and they're these GeoCities looking piece of shit websites.
You remember when CSI New York had its fucking Second Life episode?
Oh
my God.
I remember. I can't remember what one it was. I think it was Special Victims Unit had their furry episode though, and oh my God, that was.
Yeah, I was just about to say, didn't they have like a fucking furry episode where like they try to pass off like all furries as being like degenerate rapists or something?
Yes, every single one of them in their cuddle piles.
Oh,
there's that famous Law and Order SVU episode about gamers being evil terrorists and stuff like that.
Wow,
that's always good, but not. But like elevator pitch.
Go ahead.
Oh no, not related to that, but just to put a cap on the True Detective elevator pitch. One writer who spent 3 years coming up with the series. One director, one writer through the entire first season. No guest writers, no guest directors. One concise vision. I think it's 8 episodes. Amazing cast. Probably the best acting I've ever seen from Matt McConaughey. And it's based on a true story, roughly based on a true story, and it spans like 20 years. Same detectives trying to figure out the same detective case over about 20 years, and you see 3 distinct points in time throughout their lives, and like the age and makeup kind of and acting reflects that. And they change obviously some details and stuff from the real story, but one thing that I think kind of puts like the icing on the cake, the original story had to do with like a Satanist cult. They changed Satanist to the Yellow King. I'll just say that. If that intrigues you, what True Detective. Yeah. So I love that show so much, the first season.
All right, yep. Okay, that already hooked. Just that at the very end, it was enough by itself.
Yeah, I recommend it.
But you know what? This reminds me of a fascinating thing. Have you ever watched BBC's Sherlock?
Yep.
Oh no, not this again.
I can't fucking stand BBC's Sherlock because it's ludicrous leaps of logic and magic is what it is. But then in comparison, did you ever watch Elementary?
I didn't. I've heard it's good. I didn't really like the casting, but I heard it was good.
It is. It actually has deductive reasoning in it. Unlike BBC's Sherlock, you can actually follow and understand the logic. Fucking Sherlock, deducing all this bullshit, and Moriarty and his sister came up with this entire plan 10 years ago, and only 5 minutes of seeing each other. Woo! They're so smart. Oh,
that was a bad habit. Like there were some good moments, I think, in the BBC Sherlock, but they got into a really bad habit where they hid half of everything from the viewer.
Yes. And then they had to reveal it, and he's like, "Oh, isn't Sherlock so smart?" Yeah,
like actually, it's amazing because like that attitude got really bad toward the end, where like the viewer was almost given practically nothing to work off of, and at the end, the super smart detectives would spill the whole plot. You know, they tell you everything, right? That probably the polar opposite of that. I've been kind of obsessed with it last few months as kind of like a comfort food while I'm working. Is Columbo. Old show, yeah, I'm a boomer, whatever. But super interesting. You know who did it at the very beginning of every episode of Columbo. It's never a mystery who did it. It's only a mystery of how they or what they did and why they did it, or like kind of like some details of how or why they did it. And the real drama comes from you seeing the deductive reasoning of the detective figure it out and how to prove it. That's what engages you. You it's never a mystery of who did it and who they did it to. It's some of the details and how the detective figures it out. And it's still
Nice.
super, super interesting because, and I think because it's written that way, because they don't have a major mystery to write, they actually write it more logically because they can show you everything. There's less plot holes and less weird questions and less kind of like murder mystery magic kind of stuff because you see the person do the act, do the crime. He's a homicide detective, so it's always a murder basically. But
Yeah.
you see the suspect do it, and some details on how they do it, but some of it's left up for your interpretation or for you to be revealed later. But it's never a mystery of who did it, and I think because of that, they're able to write it more cohesively. Really
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah.
Um. Well, I have several things to say at this moment, but Luke brings up one of my most hated aspects in the show. Sherlock sees a butter knife with only one side that has butter. I assume it's what he meant to say, and knows exactly that the suicide was a murder because no one would ever use their non-dominant hand to kill themselves.
Oh my god, I remember this. Yeah, fucking. And then you mentioned like
You see in the
Watson.
very first episode, Watson uses his non-dominant
Yeah,
hand to protect his dominant hand from shooting. Yep.
so fucking stupid. God, what a
Oh,
dumb show.
fuck, I hate
Uh,
it so much. But to contrast then with Elementary, they're trying to figure out. They're like we know someone's been murdered here. We just have no idea where they were murdered because the guy called in a panic and he was dying, and we know he's still here in the building because all the surveillance, everything like that, outside, nobody's left, and he couldn't figure it out. And Sherlock walks in, and he's eccentric self. He's not really wanting to talk to anybody. He's very antisocial. But he starts like walking funny, and then he turns and looks, and he has this weird look on his face, and he doesn't say it to anybody. And he starts going over the walls and smacking on the walls and stuff like that. And everyone's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Didn't you notice that when you walked in this room that there was a slight tilt to this room? But there's nothing in here that would be heavy enough to do that, unless." And then he takes a ball and he puts the pool ball on the floor, and you see it roll towards a wall and hit the wall. So he immediately goes to that wall, starts knocking on it and looking for it, and he pulls up a painting, and it opens up where a secret panic room is, a massive steel reinforced panic room. And he's like, "Yep." It's like, "Yeah, so you understood the process of
Yeah,
how
it's
he
great.
worked through that." He walked in, he felt like someone was off, the room was tilted slightly, something wasn't right. So then he starts looking around. He grabs an object that rolls, puts on the floor. It rolls towards where the weight is. And then he looks in that area and finds the panic room.
Yeah, there's a nice balance where you can find where there's things to be solved, and but you're kind of discovering it along with the detective. The detective isn't leaving you in the dark,
Yes.
and Sherlock got really bad about that toward the end, especially where he'd completely leave you in the dark until the very end, where he would just say everything, and because none of it was revealed to the audience due to like selective editing and cutaways and stuff like that, it would never be shown to you directly.
Yeah.
You felt like, oh my god, he's so smart, even though the show just basically outsmarted you by just not showing you anything.
Yeah. And
So
even worse, Sherlock had a lot of stupid in it, like him explaining about the secret vault. It's all in his mind palace, and that's why Sherlock had to shoot that guy in the head. And it's so fucking stupid because it's like files can be lost, computers can be hacked. It's like, no, a computer that's not hooked up to anything cannot be fucking hacked, you idiot. I don't give a shit how great of a hacker you are. If the computer is not connected to the outside world, you aren't fucking hacking it. Jesus Christ. And his whole thing was like because he needed to do all this to get into the vault, the Applewood Vault or whatever he called it. Oh god, I fucking hate that show.
mm,
I hate that show so much.
I kind of want to go back to Indigo's thing where he was talking about how long running shows always have bad endings. Well, not always, but you get the point. Like, yeah, I agree with that. It's so frustrating that so much content almost always ends poorly.
Yeah.
It's weird how much it happens. Like, like me and Seth, we've talked about, the Last Airbender and how that ended. Great show,
Yeah.
ended terribly, and it's like, God damn it, why does that always happen? My own one of my own personal favorite shows, MLP, good show, ended terribly, had an awful ending, hated the ending. It's why I'm worried about what's going to happen with Berserk. Even before Kentaro died, I was worried, like, because if he was going to finish it, because I didn't know he was going to die, like nobody really did.
Yeah.
And, but I was like, oh man, I love this, but how is it going to end? Like, I can see so many ways they could fuck it up. And now that he's dead, but they're still going to continue it, it's like, oh man, it could still end so poorly. And I'm just like, please.
I'm actually kind of hopeful for Berserk because of Japan's cultural obsession with honoring the dead and perfection.
I do have more hope for
I think
Berserk.
him going into it, knowing that he has to live up to the legacy that was left before him to finish it, I think that will keep him from going crazy or doing something really stupid.
Yeah, I have a lot more faith in Berserk, and the guy working on it now and everything. Like, I don't know, there was just something about it where he seemed to understand what it is and how it's supposed to go, and he wants to respect it. So I'm totally fine with them continuing. I have no problem. I know I see a lot of people screaming and complaining, like, no, let it die, the author's dead, it was his child, let it go, and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, I'm fine with it continuing. In fact, I have a lot of faith in these people that they can do it good. I'm just worried of what the ending is going to be, because the guy even kind of knows. He mentioned, like, he knows what a lot of the plot points were going to be and potentially how it was supposed to end. It's not so much that I'm worried that they're going to fuck it up. It's just, but what if the ending Kentaro had in mind just isn't that good?
Yeah. And you can never know. We talked about it the other day when we were talking about Beastars and how much of a disaster that fucking show ended up being.
Yeah. Ugh.
Holy shit! What a god awful show. And manga. The manga was so bad.
Yeah, that shit went downhill fast. I don't want to go too much on a tangent with that again, but yeah, it went downhill very fast. You could tell
that the author got tired of it or got bored of it or wanted to move on to something else. You could tell.
Yeah,
it was totally
lost interest. It's just so annoying because there's just so many good shows that always end badly, and it's just like, but why does it always have to have such a shit or unsatisfying ending?
Babylon 5 ended incredibly well, though. I think Babylon 5 is still my high water mark for how to end a show. Babylon 5 in general, though, is a tough act to compete with. Deep Space Nine gets pretty close, but Deep Space Nine has some issues with its ending, for sure.
Yeah. Without spoiling anything, of course.
Yeah. We won't say anything about it, but it has some really rough spots.
I do think Breaking Bad had a pretty strong ending. My only issue was they didn't explain what happened to Jesse in the show, and they ended up coming back to it a few years later with the movie.
Yeah,
because
they
there's
want to make
no
it a
way.
Universe apparently now.
I hope they don't do that. But based on how the show ended, it's like there's no, like, sure, Jesse is driving off into the sunset. That's great. There's no fucking way that he's not gonna be arrested or dealing with shit or get killed, like, by someone else. Mm-hmm. He's just knows too much. He's too deep into it.
Yeah. And again, they already said they like this universe. They like this setting that they've created. So that's why Better Call Saul is in there. Better Call Saul is actually pretty good too, though. I am frustrated with a lot of people in that show, but it's that frustration you get because you realize that people can be that fucking pig-headed and stupid and set in their ways.
Not out of character, but it's still frustrating.
Yeah, his brother, James McGill's brother in particular, just, oh my god. I don't want to spoil anything because for anybody that hasn't actually watched that show, but the main character's brother is one of the most egotistical, self-obsessed pieces of shit. Oh, I can't stand people like that.
The only thing I know about Better Call Saul is the memes. That's the only thing I've ever seen from that show.
Yeah.
That fucking
Well, I still love, and they're so. It's so true though what Jesse said. He's like, no, you don't want a criminal lawyer. You want a criminal lawyer. I do love Saul Goodman as a character. I think he's a fantastic character. What about the Slip and Jimmy show? I don't want to go too much into it, but yeah, you're dripping, Jimmy.
Why can't Berserk get a good anime? Well, so people have talked about this a lot. It's just that it's such a very hard to adapt thing because you can't really cut anything out of it.
Mm.
It's one of those. Berserk is one of those stories where every element of it has a purpose. There's almost no filler, and if you cut it out, there's a lot of stuff where if you cut it out, a lot of stuff that comes later won't make any sense. So you have to leave it all, but that's a lot of content that you have to animate. So it makes it really difficult. That's why they tried to go so cheap with it with the 2016 one, where it was like that really god awful fucking CGI.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's bad. I hate that 2016 fucking show. It's so bad. They cut so much stuff. Like besides how it looks and sounds, it looks and sounds terrible. But also they straight up change plot points. They move stuff around. They cut stuff. And it's like, yeah, that made no fucking sense because since you cut that thing, this thing that happens a few episodes later makes absolutely no fucking sense. So if you want to adapt something like Berserk into an anime, you have to be very dedicated with it. Like you have to put in everything. Anything that's in the manga has to go in the show. It has to. And you have to be willing to animate all that. And that's a lot to animate. It's very difficult to adapt something like Berserk, which is why we'll probably never get a proper Berserk anime, as much as I wish we would. But I just don't really see it happening because the cost would just be too great.
Yeah. And it was the same
always
thing
have
with
Elden Ring. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, absolutely. I love Elden Ring. Holy
I
shit.
do too. It's so much fun.
But it's the same thing in Game of Thrones. Is there is so much stuff that you need to set up other things that cutting it out is going to hurt things way down the line, and it shows. It shows way more later in the show.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but
without spoiling anything for Pagan, two examples off the top of my head are Jane Poole being cut. Like she's in the show, but she just kind of drops out partway through. And Lady Stoneheart being another one, because that completely removing this one character completely changes the fuck. Why can't I say this word?
Trajectory?
Yes, of numerous characters as a result. Yep. Like it is so damaging that they didn't include her.
Yeah, and seriously, that is a major issue. And again, I don't want to say anything reasons why, but it is a huge fucking problem that kind of destroys and ruins a lot of plot lines. But again, you can understand the temptation. Game of Thrones is ludicrously expensive to make, as is. Just the fees to pay the actors, the ensemble cast alone would be exorbitant. Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
I don't think any shows could really get away with this and make it work. But not a great show, but an entertaining show from what I remember. It was a animated adaptation of the Clerks movies by Kevin Smith back when he had talent.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I actually liked the animated TV show better than the movies, I gotta say. But they did something awesome. They had this big dramatic like ending planned out. You know, it was like a court case or whatever, and it was like this big reveal, like what's the verdict and everything like that, and it was going to end. And they didn't. You could tell they probably didn't really know how to end the show, and so halfway between the I think right around the reveal of like what the final climax of the whole, season long plot was going to be, they have this like screen pop up and said, due to, budgetary and, financial and, production reasons, we had to lay off the entire animation staff, but we took the remainder of our budget and sent it to Korea. And so if you notice any visual discrepancies, it's because
Oh
of the
boy.
new Korean animation team. And then it becomes like right in the middle of a scene, it cuts to like kawaii and like, anime style, just
Yep.
absolute insanity for like 20 minutes. And it's the best
Yeah.
part of the show.
It's fucking insane. Yeah, I remember that show. I don't remember a whole lot from it because I was pretty young, but I do
Yeah.
remember it, and I'm just like, what a fucking ride that show was. What the
It was
fuck?
wild, yeah.
Yeah, it
weird.
was insane. Pagan, what do you think of Berserk 1997 animation? I actually got into Berserk because of that. That's how I got into Berserk in the first place, was the 1997 TV show. Well, I guess more of an OVA, but yeah, I loved it. I thought it looked so good, and I was really surprised to find out that the people who made it were the same ones who animated Pokemon. And it's like, oh boy, did they do a complete change? Because oh boy, that fucking Eclipse bit, oh man, in the 1997 looks, oh, it's insane. I fucking love the way Zod looks as well. They did such a good job of adapting Zod to anime. It looks so good. I love that show. I do dislike that they cut, like they straight up just don't show Skull Knight at all, even though he is supposed to appear at least a couple of times in Golden Age, but he just doesn't. He just doesn't in the show at all, which is not a good thing. The fact that they cut that means it's like, okay, well, that's not going to make a lot of sense later for a lot of stuff, unless they like flash back to that stuff. But then it's like, but he literally has a discussion with Guts in Golden Age, so it's like that would just be a weird flashback. You should have just showed that. Obviously, they never continued past the Eclipse for that one, which is a shame. But yeah, it's still like if they had, it would have been an issue.
Yeah.
Also, they straight up just cut Wylad, and yeah, that was also a bit of an issue. Although Wylad is kind of considered filler, I personally think his inclusion is kind of needed. He's a red herring, but it also explains a lot of stuff for later. So I think it still needs to be included, even if it could be considered slight filler. I still feel it's important to keep him in there. But overall, yeah, I really like the 1997 animation. And the movies weren't too bad either. The 3 movies by the other studio that had like the CGI mixed in and stuff, they actually did a pretty good job with that. It wasn't too bad. I did like it, but they cut out a lot more stuff, and they did change some things where it's like, okay, you shouldn't have changed that, and you are cutting out way too much stuff. Like they cut out some of the best stuff from the manga. Like some of the things that people like the most are the slow, dialogue scenes. Like the stuff of the characters talking is some of the most interesting stuff in the anime or in the manga, and they just straight up don't include any of it. And it's like, oh boy, like that, this is not going to go well. Fortunately, they didn't continue it either. They dropped it off slightly after the Eclipse. Basically up to the point where he would go into the Black Swordsman arc is where they cut it.
Yeah.
There, which, yeah, it's probably a good thing they did because they cut way too much stuff. Like they just weren't interested in adapting it properly. So yeah, not great. And then we got the 2016 show, which was fucking god awful. Some of the worst shit I've ever seen. It actually makes me want to vomit. I can barely watch 5 minutes of an episode before I want to just blow my fucking brains out. Oh, it's so fucking bad.
Yeah,
I hate
I saw a video a few years ago showing how bad some of the CG was. Like Guts is walking along, and instead of actually making it look like he's walking, he's just kind of bouncing slowly forward.
Yeah, it looks
I saw
so
that
bad.
too. Have you seen that video where they draw the rest of his body? And what the rest of his body was supposed to do?
Yeah, they give him like tiny little baby legs and stuff. Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. That show is terrible though. Oh,
I'm looking at the 1997 version. If that's the same studio as did Pokemon, I was watching Pokemon Indigo League last night with my wife, and holy shit, was Nintendo paying them like nickels? Because the Berserk 1997 looks great.
Yeah, it looks so fucking good. It looks
Yeah.
really good. I love how they did Zod. Like, one of the things I really didn't like about the movie versions was that Zod just looks so toned down and bland. I don't like what they did with him, but the anime did him so perfectly. Zod looked fucking perfect in the anime. It was so good. Oh, there was so much good about that. There was some parts where it's like, okay, yeah, they definitely had some budget issues here, where literally characters barely even have faces, and they just kind of slide along the background and stuff in like some shots. But for the most part, though, everything else looked fucking great. It was so good. It's that classic like early '90s style animation for it, but it just works so well for Berserk. And unfortunately, they cut too much. Well, they didn't cut anywhere near as much as the movies did, but they still cut enough where it would have been a problem. And like they were already having budget issues, so there's just no way they could have continued. I do like that they started with Golden Age, though. I actually prefer reading the manga starting from Golden Age and then going into Black Swordsman arc, even though Black Swordsman came out before that.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a better build up to the like supernatural elements and stuff in the story. It also gives context for for Guts being a complete fucking dickhead in Black Swordsman. Like you understand why, and then it leads up better into when he goes into the Lost Children arc of where he literally becomes a monster himself and then starts to realize, okay, I need to tone this back a bit.
Well,
God, fucking Berserk is such a
need to watch that. And kind of circling back, I've heard that was it Goblin Slayer is really good too. That's another really good fantasy anime. Is it?
I liked it. I watched it. I liked it,
honestly.
but there was definitely some stuff in there where it was like, you didn't have to do that.
They had smart use of magic and some of the stuff. Like there was a fascinating teleport scroll spell. So he had a teleport scroll, and everyone was like, okay, what the fuck are you gonna do with that? And so
yeah, that was cool. I fucking love that how that worked.
He's fighting this giant ogre, and the ogre's kicking his ass like badly. And then he pulls up a teleport scroll, and the ogre starts laughing that, oh look, your brave hero is about to run and leave you all to die to become part of my harem to be raped for the rest of your lives. He's like, what a loser. He activates the teleport scroll, and suddenly this massive geyser of water shoots out of the scroll, and it slices the ogre like just shook. And they asked him what he did, and he goes, I put the other end of the teleport scroll at the bottom of the ocean.
That's brilliant.
So yeah, all that pressure. All that pressure was forced through the teleport portal and just fucking slice this ogre in half. It's fucking great. I was like, that was fucking great. I love when they use magic like that. That is so fucking cool.
Yeah,
but there were a lot of other stuff though where it's like there were some stuff though where it's just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I think that's my big problem with it too, Noob, is that Goblin Slayer is too edgy. It's too obsessed with being edgy.
Yeah, that was my issue.
I like the main character is basically just a Dark Souls character.
Yeah. I like that he's like fucking super stoic, barely talks, but he does. You could still get everything you need to know about him through his actions and through the very little dialogue he gives. I love characters like that when they're pulled off well. I love those type of characters, and I think Goblin Slayer does him pretty well in that regard.
Nice.
I actually want to hang off on another thing you said about the best bits of Berserk are kind of the quiet moments when people are talking. My community, we just watched Godfather Part 1 together. And again, we had a discussion in the movie discussion thread and everything like that about how it's so crazy. There are a bunch of people that couldn't get through this movie. And it's like, but the most fascinating scenes are the scenes of people talking. You have the murders and everything, obviously, and they're incredibly well done, but they're done. Let's talk about this. They're done in a way that makes them feel more real, more grounded. There's that something off about them. There's that something not right about it. It's not as clean and beautiful and Hollywooded up as what you normally see in Hollywood. There's like people making mistakes or flubbing things here and there. And so it actually the all the violence feels more real, and that it makes it more like impactful when violence does happen. And it's the quiet parts when you understand the people, when you understand the game being played as these people are actually talking to each other, and you realize that the entire time they're setting each other, they're feeling each other out for traps and everything like that, and setting each other up to die and stuff. That's the stuff that really makes Godfather such a great movie. Also, yes, the mafia itself was involved in production of the Godfather movie, and was involved in the production of the book as well. So that's how they got everything so accurate, like because they had actual mafioso that were helping with it.
Awesome. I heard that they got some real Baltimore cops to advise on The Wire for HBO's The Wire as well. That's why that's so gritty and kind of grounded and realistic. And it isn't
Yeah,
all just stylized either. It's like a lot of it has to do with just uh, bureaucracy and red tape and getting, a judge to agree on tapping this particular phone because they're pursuing this criminal for these charges and stuff like that. A lot of it has to do with just logistics. Like The Wire
yep,
is the name of the show is literally about just wiretapping phones. Like that's their biggest and best tool to get evidence to actually put these guys away. So it's
yep.
really interesting in that how down to earth it is. It isn't like admit it, you were there, you murdered them, and you used this gun. Admit it. It isn't like just the kind of stylized detective crap. It's actually having to do the work to get enough evidence to that you could put in front of a jury to put this some person away, for
Yeah.
X number of years.
And,
Interesting stuff.
and that's the same thing with like I said, the violence in the Godfather movie is it's not over the top. It's stuff that's off about it. Like when when Michael executes the Turk and the corrupt police chief, he comes out. He was originally told, okay, here's all these things you got to do. It's gonna be loud to scare everybody away because you don't want people, interfering. You don't want people getting too close to you, and they're not gonna be paying attention to your face. They're gonna be paying attention to you overall as a threat. So drop it at your side when you go. It's got tape on it, so none of your fingerprints or anything like that are going to be on it. And they told him, come out blasting. Come out blast. The moment you get it in the bathroom, come out and start shooting. And don't stop shooting. You need 2 bullets in the head to each of them. But Michael doesn't do that. Instead, he walks back to the table with the gun and he sits down and he starts listening. And you hear a subway or one of they're the subway cars that they go above ground at times. They have the big rail like subways systems above the ground too. Um, the I can't remember what they're called. Doesn't fucking matter. But it's getting louder and louder, and you see Michael's eyes are just shifting around. And when he finally pulls out the gun, he stands up and he shoots the Turk in the head. The Turk tries to stand up as he gets shot, which makes him fall backwards. The police chief gets shot in the throat, so he immediately grabs at his throat, and but he can't get it right, like his hand motions because he had something in his hand, so his hand's like stuck under his chin. And then he gets shot in the head and he starts like gasping and he just falls forward, knocks the table over and all the food off the table. And it was just quick and violent and just done. And then Michael just walks out and drops the gun. And it's like, again, they didn't hyper stylize it or anything like that. They just made it as quick and dirty, and just the weirdness of the way the police chief reacts to being shot and then him hitting the table. And when you see the bodies afterwards, it literally looks like one of those perfect like mafioso pictures. If you've ever done any research into, you know, organized crime and the age of the gangster, the true like golden age of the gangster, all those shots of like a hit that's been done, all those pictures, it looks so accurate to what that looks like. Just the everything is perfectly clean here, here, and here, and then just here, this centralized, insane amount of violence. I just
Yeah,
I enjoy that so much.
yeah, that's a really good scene. I particularly like that scene. It's very unpretentious, I guess you could say. Just it is what it is. Violence is quick. It's very chaotic. It doesn't. There isn't a scene, a part where like he holds himself and he's like, "Why?" or some dramatic thing. It's just like
Yeah.
quick. It's dirty. People are confused. People are angry. They're in pain, and then it's done.
It's same thing with Fredo when the Godfather gets shot, Fredo, and he gets out of the car and he fumbles with the gun, and the gunmen see that he's got a piece, so they run, and he collapses, and he has that dramatic moment, but it makes sense. He literally saw his father get shot in front of him, and he loses it.
Yeah.
What a great scene with that too, where the Godfather realizes there are two men with guns running straight at him, so he starts to run back to the car and he gets tripped up on the fruit stand, so it knocks the fruit stand over and he's stumbling and he accidentally stumbles into the car, hits the car, tries to get off the car, but the two gunmen jump him at that point and shoot him. It's like, again, it's that it's not as clean as it is in Hollywood. It's more dirty, more realistic. The guy he realized the hit's coming. He knows he's panicking. He's trying to get back to the car. He's trying to get back to safety. And he stumbles and hits the fruit stand and knocks the fruit stand over. And he's stumbling and slams into the side of the car, trying to recatch his balance. And he gets shot.
Yeah, it very weird reference to weird time to reference Star Wars, but I think that's probably the counterpoint to why people had a sort of disagreement with the way that the Star Wars prequels were shot, and that it was very the violence and the action was very choreographed. It wasn't chaotic. It was very well done. A lot of training went into it to get it to be perfect. Every single hit on time. Click clack clack clack. You could see the behind the scenes. Everything was very well choreographed, but it was probably too well choreographed. There isn't any chaos. There isn't any sort of human element. Whereas I'm not going to say that the choreography was good in the original trilogy. It wasn't, but it did look like humans were fighting.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's something I like about the shows that pull off the combat very well, is when it looks very rough and very brutal and very real. I like that more than it like this like, oh, the characters are flowing like water and their motions that hit each other perfectly at all these times. It's like that stuff's it looks nice and all, but it doesn't convey like realism or weight to any of their attacks or anything. In fact, it does not feel impactful at all. I very much prefer when the like violence in any kind of media tends to be more rough and realistic.
Yeah.
It's always way more impactful that way. The only time I'd say that the clean motions and the sort of like a symphony of violence kind of thing works is in a way where where the action is almost on a spiritual level. Like I'd say good example would be Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, where they're not just fighting. It's like an art. It's like an art form, or even almost a spiritual experience of them. So I could see that a master of their craft, the best swordsman in the world, would treat it like he was painting calligraphy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that becomes an actual key point in that movie. That's one of my favorite scenes ever.
That movie,
the detective, she's trying to figure out who stole the sword, and she had to fight the thief. She had to fight the thief, and the thief was a really good swordsman. And there are allusions to really good swordsmen being really good at calligraphy because they know exactly how to move the brush and how much pressure to use and everything, like you would in the art of sword fighting. You know exactly how to manipulate and maneuver the blade as if it's connected to you. And so she's watching the daughter who says, I'm really good at calligraphy. I will write your name and stuff like that. So she's watching the daughter at first, and then her eyes slowly, again, without words, they don't say anything, her eyes slowly track down the daughter's chest, all the way down her arm, down to the brush, and she starts watching how perfect the motions of the brush are, how crisp and clean the calligraphy is. And then the detective, it just goes back to the detective's face, and she just looks straight back up at her. And in that moment, without any words whatsoever, the detective knows who the thief is. She knows who the swordsman is. It's
I need to
such
watch
a
that movie
great
again.
fucking.
It's such a great movie. Yeah, I love that.
Again, I love that shit too. Where again, modern day, they would have like added in things like she would have been having a banter back and forth with her, like you're very good at calligraphy. Have you ever thought about practicing the sword or anything like that? You know, she would have said bullshit like that. No, completely wordless. And the daughter isn't even paying attention to the detective. She's focusing entirely on the calligraphy. And it's only when they both connect eyes that there's this understanding that, I've been caught.
Yeah, it goes back to the whole show don't tell. Like there's sometimes we gotta tell, but if you can show it, it's usually a good opportunity to see if you can, because
Yes,
showing can be so much more impactful than telling.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But that's why I do like Crouch Tiger Hidden Dragon. It has the wire foo stuff, but again, it's more of a that is more the dance is the point. It's more
Yeah.
very much more spiritual
It's
and all
definitely
the
treating it
fighting.
more like an art. Yeah, it's more like an art or a spiritual session between them when they're fighting.
Yeah.
And I can the sort of sustained what is that, suspension of disbelief. I have a lot more for something like that. But then if you take that same sort of action choreographed stuff and then put it into like a gritty scene in a war movie, I don't really believe it.
Yeah. Like
Um,
imagine if we saw Batman dancing perfectly, no blow connecting whatsoever. He doesn't look like he's breaking a sweat. He's just perfectly fluidly moving. It just doesn't fit his character.
No, and a great example of just taking out of context how something doesn't work. You can basically do the same stuff in something like Crouching Tiger, and then bring it into the Mulan reboot, and it doesn't work at all in Mulan.
Oh God! Well, you didn't like the fact that they only. God, I want to go into the other thing, but I was gonna. The big problem is the running up walls and stuff like
Yeah,
that, and the oh, she jumps in the air and does a backflip, and she kicks the arrow back, and it goes way faster than firing it from the bow. Oh my God!
Oh yeah, I hate shit like that. That's so stupid.
Oh
yeah,
man, the
That's
Mulan
on
movie is
par.
super dog.
Yeah, that's on par with like, you know, flipping a coin into the air and kicking it so that it hits the guys with guns,
Ah,
and none of them shoot.
uh,
yeah.
possibly the worst example of that kind of thing was it's so badly visualized, probably because they had no time and it was typical movie production. Got to get the CG thing out tomorrow. We have no budget and no deadline. Just do it. But in the Wonder Woman sequel, where she grabs a bullet with the whip,
Oh my
Oh
god.
God, yeah.
yeah, she like whips a bullet out of the air and knocks it away, I think, or something. It looks so bad.
I was hoping to get a rise out of Cree, just so he'd be like, "Oh my god!" and just
I,
fucking
I think
get
I
going.
think I think Cree's just disbanded humanity at this point.
Yeah.
I've actually kind of zoned out because you guys were talking about a lot of stuff I can't really comment on, so my brain was like floating away.
I
Fair
tried
enough.
to give you an in.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Yeah, because we were talking about bebop flicks and the god awful
Ah!
fight choreography.
Oh god, I hate it so much. Fuck!
Yeah,
well, well,
I brought up the coin flip kick thing.
Yeah.
It's so
well,
stupid.
speaking of disappointment in humanity, should we talk about movie Bob, or we're covering the video first?
I was gonna wait for both you and Captain Dirk to be here to do the movie Bob quiz, and
Okay.
Captain Dirk said he would message when he thinks he's going to be available, and he hasn't done so yet. So, yeah, I was kind of looking for a point to come in to say we should maybe move on to the video.
Hey, we're
All
just
right.
trying to give Dirk more time to get here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's busy today, so it's understandable.
Yeah.
Anyways, are all of you ready?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's do this.
Alrighty then.
So
Oh,
I was gonna say, so apparently this guy, just so everybody knows on the ground level, apparently this guy thinks that ER is a racist Nazi and spreading propaganda.
oh, he
So.
gets that out of the way fucking immediately.
Oh, well, here's the thing I want to get out of the way immediately. He can't even spell propaganda right.
Propaganda.
propaganda.
This video has been up since 2019. Let me check exactly when it was uploaded quickly. June 18th, 2019. So yeah, it's been up for a little while.
And the funny thing is he's gonna use footage. As far as I know, he uses footage from ER's Mad Max Fury Road review, which ER's Mad Max Fury Road review it's not great. There's a lot of problems with it, but it was his first fucking, as far as I know, it was his first fucking review he ever did. So
Second,
It was his first
technically.
movie.
first movie review. Okay, there you
Yeah,
go.
first movie.
His 4-part Legend of Korra series had been out at that time, and this was just something extra I figure he felt like doing.
Yeah.
Obviously, ER is very passionate about Avatar The Last Airbender. He really likes it, so he's very familiar with Korra and was able to make a lot of comments on the show. But he admits in his Mad Max video that he hadn't seen the other movies, so there's definitely an information gap there.
Well,
Yeah.
there's also stuff where it's like he doesn't understand. It's like, why would these women leave? Oh, it's because female empowerment. They don't want to be objects. Like, no, it's there is a part to that, but it's because obviously Furiosa is feeding their head with all this propaganda about the green place.
How would she have the time to even talk to them, though, if they're locked away in a vault?
Because she's the Imperator.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I mean, she was intended to drive them away. Yeah. So.
Well, no. She's being the Imperator.
It was her job to drive them around, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah.
What that was the original task she was supposed to do, but they had ran away already, I think, right?
No,
or she took them away. Yeah, it's been a while. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she had driven them multiple times before. She had said that she had driven them around before, and she was trusted, and that's why it was so crazy. That's why he sent the entire Warboard party, because an Imperator went rogue. That's when they freak out about everything. Yeah, again, there's a lot of criticisms I do agree with in there. There's definitely a lot of criticisms I have for Mad Max Fury Road, but I genuinely just find it's one of those movies I enjoy. You don't have to think too much about it,
Yeah, the thing that really stuck out to me, and I think Cree as well, because he mentioned it as well, was the fact of where he tries to say, like, this movie tries to trick you into thinking it's a Mad Max film. And it's like, but you said you haven't even seen the other Mad Max films, so how would you even know that this isn't similar to the others?
Yeah, that's true. I assume what he was going for there was, this is a Mad Max movie, and it barely has anything to do with him. He's like a side character in his own movie, which is kind of true, but weren't the originals kind of... I haven't seen the original. I've seen
all of them, so I can speak to this. The only Mad Max movie that's about Mad Max is Mad Max. The rest of them are always about other people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only Mad Max I haven't seen was Thunderdome. That's the only one I haven't seen.
Basically, Mad Max is there as a grounding foundation for the audience who had seen previous iterations of them, so they know Max's, they know the foundation, and that's all these characters, how they deal with Max, how they deal with the situation and everything, and Max usually is the side character coming along.
Yeah.
He's basically like the wasteland protagonist in the true sense of the word, and that, like, he's your Luke Skywalker or your what's another good example, where a fish out of the water, where he gets thrust into somebody else's conflict, and he then becomes sort of like the arbiter of how that conflict resolves.
Yeah.
He gets put against opposing factions, and he's able to find his footing. He gets usually tossed and turned by these two factions usually, and at the end he's able to then figure out what he wants to do, and he ends up making the good guys win. Basically, that's the typical formula of Mad Max 2, aka The Road Warrior, Mad Max 3, aka Beyond Thunderdome, and Fury Road. Like, that's basically, he becomes the arbiter in somebody else's conflict.
Yes. Yeah. And ER makes a big point of like how, he's, they're just doing the easy shorthand that, look at him, he's so aggressive and hostile, and he's ugly and got pimples everywhere, so he's evil and must hate him immediately. It's like, It's like, no, again, a lot of this is to show that it's an act. It's putting on airs. Obviously, we realize that he isn't a fucking god. He's not going to be in Valhalla or any bullshit like that. We know that as reasonable people not set in this setting. But to the people around him, he looks like a god. To the people that he's giving water, to the war boys, he is a god. And it's showing all of these efforts he has to go through to put on this image. Like, oh my god, him, when you realize like he had to actually sculpt abs into his armor, his see-through armor, to just make himself look like he was muscular and fit when really he's disgusting.
So much great world building in that movie too. Like they never explain all this stuff, but there's a lot of unspoken world building. Just like how everybody has their religious icon is basically the wheel they stick into their cars, and their chant is V8, like the V8 engine. I love that shit. That's so good.
Yes. Oh god, I still love Witness Me as a thing. I know it got memed so much, so hard, but Witness Me, I still enjoy it as a thing of a character knowing that they are going to try to solidify their place in Valhalla, and they do something absurd. Basically, like they try to go above and beyond for their god.
Yeah.
Oh, and go ahead.
No, I was just backing up what you said.
No, that could work because I was going to go on to a different part because I remembered something the LCR said.
No, it's good because like I think at that point his belief in the whole Valhalla thing was kind of shaken a bit, but he wanted his life or what was left of it to mean something, and that's something anybody could relate to. I think that was very powerful.
Yes, the war. That's part ER said. He's like he doesn't understand. Oh, this war boy just joins Max and them because he met eyes with one of the supermodels and he wants to bang her or something. I was like, no. He literally had his god give him the god gun, literally pull the holster out, give him the god gun, spray chrome in his mouth, and say, if you pull this off, I will carry you through the gates of Valhalla myself on a chariot of fire and steel. And he goes to do it, and he fucks up in front of his god. Fucks up and sees a Morton Joe shake his head. Mediocre. Instantly, morale shattered in an instant. And then notice, he doesn't attack them. He doesn't try to talk with anybody. He's literally hiding, curled up and realizing that he's a failure at the back of the war rig. And it's only when they're looking around the war rig does the one girl find him. And she talks to him sweetly. She doesn't yell at him or scream at him or say, hey, we got a war boy on here, we got to kill him or anything. She just talks to him, and he's mumbling to himself about how he failed, how he's such a failure and a loser, and he's ruined any chance he had of going to Valhalla.
There's a lot you can read into it. Like I'd say Fury Road, you can read it as a stupid action film, but that movie had probably more pre-production go into it than any other movie ever made, pretty much. George Miller was that's his name, George Miller, I believe, right? He was storyboarding that movie back in the 90s. That movie took so long to put together. It was gonna happen in the 90s with Mel Gibson. It might have happened in the 2000s with Mel Gibson, and the whole Mel Gibson thing happened. He couldn't get funding. And eventually in 2015, it finally happens. Yep. It had like over 20 years of pre-production went into that thing, and it shows like just about every scene that's in there is well thought out, well shot. A lot of it is practical. A lot more CG than you'd think is in that movie, but it's pretty well done for the most part. The most offensive thing I'd say about Fury Road is the god awful Night for Day. Or
Yes.
Day for Night. Yeah.
ER brings that up as well.
Filter. Yeah, again, like I said, there's a lot of stuff I disagree with ER, but my god, the blue filter.
Yeah.
Oh.
That wasn't good.
Yeah.
And it's so much worse because they focus on like Max in a lot of the scenes with the blue filter, and he's sweating, and he's got this giant glow on his forehead. It's like, hey Max, how do you have that at night?
Yeah, they really should have tried to shoot it at night. I know it would have been very difficult. And they shot a lot of that in Namibia and other places, so they definitely weren't skimping out on the locations. I guess it just would have been too difficult to shoot it at night or whatever, but
Yeah,
that's my biggest complaint about it. But otherwise, I think it's a pretty solid film.
yeah. And again, I don't get his complaint about using the rickety tree. He's like, why do they use the rickety tree to pull the war rig out? It's like, what else are they gonna fucking use, my dude? They're gonna
Yeah, I
use the
didn't.
tree that's right there, and they don't need it to pull them all the way out. They just need it to get the tires rolling and get out of the current rut they're in.
Yeah, I thought that was a strange criticism too. I was just like, they're in a desert. What else are they going to use?
Yeah,
It was
well, a
very
swamp
odd.
technically, swamp desert.
Yeah, I just thought it was
I
so strange that he brought that up.
I went to a birthday party one time, and the guy that we're going to, his house was on a dirt road, and we got stuck in the sand for like 3 hours. I would have loved to have a chain and something to pull from, because when you're
Yes.
stuck in the sand, you can do nothing about it. You can dig, but if you don't have traction, you're fucked. You have like nothing to hold on to. It's really tough.
I just saw the stuff that Indigo posted in our
Yeah.
group chat. Me, an intellectual.
a real man's mouse pad. Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, I didn't mean to like go on a whole tangent before we even started the video, but
No, well, it was me too going on it because we were talking about ER's video. Because, like I said, I know he's gonna show some of that in this. I know that much. I'm pretty blind on this video, but I know he shows some of that in it, and it's like, okay, but you're holding ER the standard of his work to one of his first reviews, literally his first movie review ever. So it's just I hate when people do that. You should instead judge it by the current skill that they have at the time. Obviously, he's not going to be able to judge it by the 2020s, 2021, 2022 or anything. But you made this video in 2019, so judge it by the stuff you put out in 2019 instead.
Yeah, it's like that weirdo we covered last week who was like, oh yeah, the YMS's first review is fucking garbage. He's talking about stuff that actually is a problem with the movie. It was really weird.
and this production has gone way up since then. But I even had that point when we were covering went by Jingles at the time, but I think was that Source for Dave, I think. And we were covering like a 9-year-old movie or whatever, or a 9-year-old video.
Yeah.
And I even mentioned it's like, yeah, watch my 6-year-old videos, they're garbage. So like I wasn't gonna necessarily criticize his production value so much.
Yeah.
But more his points. Because everybody gets better over time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, assuming you're actually trying to get better, because we've seen the ones that are just doing it just to get money and they just shit things out. They never improve. Holy shit.
I think
movie Bob, and you stay exactly the same.
Yeah, I think his stuff has gotten a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
It was very rough at the start. I think he did a good job with the core stuff, but obviously he had a lot of passion for that. He understood the world and really cared. Whereas this just felt like he watched a movie, didn't really care for it, made some stuff, into a video about it, but didn't really fully understand the whole thing. And it's like, yeah, I get that. Not a great review, but the whole fucking racist thing. It's like, what the fuck? Why? It's like, what? Because he's an edgy boy. Like, get over it. Oh my fucking god! I'm still mad that fucking PewDiePie immediately, like, threw him under the bus. Like, he shouted him out as like liking his content, and then the moment he got some backlash of like, oh, you like a Nazi, and he like immediately threw him under the bus. And it's like, PewDiePie, you have made jokes worse than fucking ER has made. You don't get to fucking stand there on some high horse as if you're better than he is, or like, oh, I didn't know, I'm not like him. It's like, motherfucker, you make jokes that are more offensive than he does. Fuck off. I've seen your 2018 videos. You don't get to sit there and say fucking, oh, I'm not a Nazi, but he is. It's like, no, either neither of you are, or you both are. You don't get to fucking pick and choose.
Yeah.
So fucking annoying. I hated that shit, and I hate all these fucking idiots that are like, oh, ER's a Nazi because he he's edgy and fucking makes jokes that I find offensive. Like, get over your fucking self, you fucking pansy.
Yep.
Jesus. Although ER, for as edgy as he is, it's kind of cute seeing him. So I don't know if you've seen the EFAP with him in it.
He's been on
You
a
could
few
tell-
times.
You
The one where he
you can
speaks.
yeah, you could tell he's very like, I don't know, I guess because he's in a group, he's very like shy. Because whenever he's talking, like you can barely hear what he's saying because he's just like, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that's very not great. And stuff like that's how he talks. Like, you can barely hear what he's saying, and I'm just like, that's adorable. Yeah, I always thought that was funny because it's like he's nothing like that in his videos, but
Well,
when he's
yeah,
with
yeah.
other people,
Yeah, that's the thing is in the group dynamic on a live stream versus a a structured, organized video.
yeah,
He seems to me to be a nerd who likes nerd content, and he's leaned into the edgy in jokes. The more people get upset by them,
yeah,
like the more people react to his little kind of like 4chan memes and stuff like that he sneaks into his videos, the more he leans into them.
Yep.
And so it like basically the definition of a troll, I think he believes the stuff he says in his videos in terms of the criticism, but all the memes and all the edginess is just him just basically further kind of elbowing the people who react to his videos negatively.
yeah.
That's my entire I mean, I haven't sit down with him and gotten his real viewpoint or anything like that, but that's exactly what I get from his videos, is that he just, the more people freak out about his edgy jokes, the more he leans into it, basically.
Well,
Go ahead.
there was a really good one in his Mad Max video where he's talking about how it's easy to get people to hate someone who's abusive to women, children, and animals. And as he's saying this, a picture of a woman pops up for women, and when he says children, the same image of the woman pops up. And then obviously when animals comes up, he shows a picture of a dog.
Yeah.
There's
really got
some
me.
decent jokes. Yeah, there's some decent jokes in that one. There's some not so good ones either, but I also I don't know, the one kind of was just like I don't know, where he just like compares them to Muslims, but it I don't know, it doesn't really fit. It just felt weird. It was just like, okay, that was a weird inclusion. That just felt I don't know, it felt clumsy. It didn't really feel like it fit.
The review I've probably seen the least of his is probably his Mad Max review. I've seen his Star Wars ones. I've seen his Korra,
Yeah.
I love his Death Note one. His fucking Death Note
one is great. Yeah.
fucking hilarious. I love the Death Note. See that, and that's why this is so annoying. It's like, oh, I'm gonna bring up his fucking Mad Max thing. It's like, why don't you try and tear apart his Death Note review and tell me that's shit?
Yeah.
Go ahead, try and tell me that's a bad fucking video.
Yeah.
I
Again,
think probably. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I was gonna say again. That's what I had said earlier. Was it just feels like he's trying to do the straw man argument. So he wants to take older work that's not as high quality as the current batch of work that ER is putting out. And for him, it would be 2019. So he didn't want to take the 2019 batch of work. It's just really frustrating when people do that.
Yeah, it's one thing responding to an old video and pointing out the problems with it. It's another thing to say this person is a bad reviewer. Here's one of their oldest videos to prove it.
Yeah. It'd be like taking any of our first videos and saying how trash of a content creator we are. Like, yeah, that video isn't very good, but maybe review something in the last 5 years.
Yeah, you should steel man your opponent's argument, because if you have a well-rounded and robust argument and counter argument yourself, you want it to defeat the strongest argument you can possibly get from the opposing side, not their weakest, most pathetic, impotent one that nobody actually made.
Yeah. And when you do use their oldest video to say they're a bad reviewer, it just kind of makes you look like a disingenuous asshole. Which, judging from what I have seen of this video, it is a good description of this guy so far.
Yeah.
Well, at least for me. Chat hasn't seen this video yet. Well, some people in chat
Yeah.
haven't seen this video yet. Let's get into it, though.
Hey everybody. Whoa. Welcome back to Plague Island, y'all. It's good. We're all having a good time. We're all having a great time, you know? Hey, did you know that there are Nazis reviewing movies on this website? Now, film criticism, like any other medium, can be...
Okay, I just sort of, again, that's from 2019, but it's like, why the balloon stuff? Like,
Right.
what does that add to your whole thing? Are you just trying to be quirky and kind of goofy? Like, what are you going for here?
Just comes
Also,
off as a bit cringe.
It's cringe, and also like, is he genetically able to use a sombrero, or is that cultural appropriation?
Now, for my camp of the woods, I don't give a shit. And if
I
want
don't
to
care
dress
either.
Up, if I want to dress up in a sombrero and give myself a giant like waxed mustache and go hola, then yeah, I'm gonna fucking do it. I don't give a shit. But yeah, it's amazing that usually people in his camp are the ones that are screaming about that's cultural misappropriation. That's offensive. I'm offended.
Yeah, I fucking love that video of the guy with like in the full get up with like a taped on mustache, the sombrero,
Yeah.
the poncho, all that stuff, going up to white people and being like, "Does this offend you? Does like do you like my
And black
costume?"
people. And black.
Yeah, and black people, and they're all just like, and like the white people are all like, yeah, that offends me. That's cultural appropriation. You're not showing the respect it deserves, and blah blah blah. And then he starts going up to like a bunch of a bunch of Hispanic people, like with very heavy accents and everything. Like you could tell they're very deeply Hispanic. Like like that's their heritage and stuff, and they would obviously know and care about it. And he goes up to them and he's like, "Do you like my outfit?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, it looks really good." And he's like, "You don't find it offensive at all?" No, 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 no.
No,
And
yeah,
like,
they're like, I like it. It looks really good.
yeah,
It reminds me how Warner Brothers were going to remove Speedy Gonzalez because it was racist, and then
yeah,
actual Mexican people were like, "No, keep him. We love him."
yeah.
Yeah.
The actual Mexicans loved Speedy Gonzalez.
Yep.
There was also that thing of like I think it had something to do with Mulan or whatever, with some woman was wearing a red Chinese dress or whatever, and a bunch of people got like offended and were calling her out on Twitter and all this shit. And then a bunch of Chinese people were like, "The fuck you mean? Like we like that she's wearing it. Like we want more people to wear traditional Chinese gowns and stuff like that. Like shut the fuck up."
And genuinely, there is a beauty and elegance to them too. When you see one that's not really shitty, maybe you see one that genuinely looks like a lot of time and effort went into it. There's just something beautiful about them.
Yeah.
And what's interesting, like I can't get over how perfect this example is for that. I keep on going back to Ghost of Tsushima, where the people that were offended by it were collegiate Americans, and the actual island of Tsushima basically made the developers ambassadors or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like they loved it so much, and they
cultural ambassadors to Tsushima. It's like,
the
damn.
actual people living on the island with that history, that inspired the game, loved it. But
And they're even more heartfelt because it inspired a bunch of people to donate to save their shrine and everything like that. It was like, oh my god. And that's definitely a heartwarming moment. All those people that they didn't like know about this. They just saw that, hey, the shrine was damaged, and they put together a fund to repair it, and then they sent it over, and it was like, oh my god.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, I fucking hate these goddamn cultural appropriation idiots. They're so stupid. Like these people just don't have brain cells. Like, what do you think culture is? Do you not understand that it adapts? It's not this fucking perfect thing that just sits stagnantly forever, that's perfectly preserved in time forever. It's like, it's not what culture is, you fucking idiots. If that was still the case, we'd still have Vikings.
Yeah.
Well,
I do want to talk about this. Didn't Famitsu give Ghost of Tsushima one of their only 10 out of 10s? I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know. This is the weird thing where people hype up Famitsu giving stuff perfect scores way too much. They gave Yakuza 5 a perfect score. I love the Yakuza series, and I'm going to tell you right now, Yakuza 5 is not perfect by any means. Yakuza 5 outstays its welcome to a ludicrous degree, and I swear to God, if I hear another Yakuza game go, Yume, again, I'm going to lose my mind. It's just Yume, 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 Yume. The supercuts people make of Yakuza characters in Yakuza 5 saying the word dream, just back to back to back to back to back to back, it puts it in perspective of how ludicrously overplayed the theme in that game is.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold much stock in Famitsu. I mean, from what I get, they're basically Japan's IGN. So they're not like, probably a little bit better than that, but I
Yeah.
wouldn't hold that much stock in there. And not that you need permission from anybody to cover any part of history or to reflect any sort of culture or history. You may do it better or worse, and people may like it or not like it according to that. But it does show a lot when the actual residents of the island appreciated it that much. That was pretty heartwarming to see that. Like
Oh, absolutely.
the only regret that they had was that somebody living in Japan didn't make that game first. That was their only regret. They wish they had done it first, but it happened to be that these folks, I think they're English, right? The guys who made it in England or something like that. They made it first, but they did the research, and they obviously were heavily inspired by, Japanese director Kurosawa and those other kind of classic movies. Like,
you
it
could
was
tell they
definitely a
had
passion project.
respect. Yeah, you
Yeah.
could tell they had respect for what they were doing.
They even did a Kurosawa mode where it made it black and white, and they kind of mixed the sound differently to make it sound like, Seven Samurai and movies like that.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Anyway, we can continue with the cringe if you'd like.
Well, I wouldn't like, but yeah.
Forth any type of meaning, any form of point. It is a form of art, and I will defend it as art. However, art for the purpose of pushing a direct agenda, that is propaganda. Now, there is nothing intrinsically wrong with something being propaganda, but it should be labeled as such. During World War II, there were a bunch of pro-America cartoons fighting the Third Reich. I wouldn't necessarily say that those were evil in any sense, but
well, they kind of were. And again, because the problem was that they were painting everybody with one stroke brush, right? Everybody that was a German was a Nazi. Everybody, and according to the propaganda papers. So it made it really hard for the Americans to treat prisoners really well over there. And this is long before the concentration camps were found by the SS. Like, holy shit. When they found the concentration camps, you can bet your ass that went out the window. But there were a lot of the Geneva guidelines weren't followed very well, and a lot of it was because of the propaganda. When you're built up so much to hate your enemy, to view them as something other than human, it gets very hard to listen to them complain and moan when you take them prisoner, right? So, I don't have to deal with this. This puts a burden on me. I'm just going to execute all of them.
Yeah.
Which happened a lot.
Yeah, and look what it led to with like the Japanese Americans and stuff. Like we just started putting all Japanese people in concentration camps here.
Yeah. Which, yeah, real good, like, real good mark for Americans having morals, right? It's like, oof.
Yeah, it's like literally you're basically doing the same thing the Germans were doing, except with less execution.
Yeah.
But then trying to stand on some moral high ground as if we're better. And it's like, I don't think the Japanese would think so.
Yeah. I don't think the people currently being imprisoned for the crime of existing would agree with you right now.
Yeah.
But again, a lot of this also comes from Woodrow Wilson and Woodrow Wilson trying to make America the moral center of the universe. And oh my God. If there is one president that has damaged the United States more than Woodrow Wilson, Well,
Biden is trying
topical.
his best.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
he's trying his best.
Current aside, I don't think there's another one that has ever damaged America more than Woodrow Wilson's presidency. That is a disaster on every level, directly led to the rise of communism and the Nazis, and brought the KKK back, rewrote the history about the Civil War to make it the good old home underdog spirits of the Confederates. And oh, God.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you really fucked things up.
Yeah. That's and again, his whole thing of like America must be the moral center was the direct cause of creating the League of Nations, which was a disaster, and him acting smug and superior over all of Europe that just went through the bloodiest conflict ever, led to a lot of bad blood animosity, and then him setting up his Wilsonian ideals of America, which is America as the world police. Yeah, great. That was a real good thing for us. It
Yeah,
is
I mean,
it's genuinely, yeah, he's just oof.
and
Propaganda is not good.
and historically speaking, with little bias as possible, I would say that one of the most difficult things in winning a war is to get your people motivated enough to want to sign up to enlist, to stay through the rigorous training, to send their body out there and potentially get shot up in the name of your side. That's a very difficult thing to do. Recruitment's always been a difficult thing. So one of the best ways to do that is through propaganda. Get people to hate the other side so much and to be proud of your country so much. And it's really difficult to get people to be that excited about going marching off to war with the whole truth and nothing but the truth. That's
Yeah.
been that's been the real challenge. You tend to paint with really broad strokes. You don't want to be thinking about the innocent Japanese or the innocent Germans or the, you know, all
Yep.
the collateral damage or anything like that. You don't want to be thinking about that. You want to be thinking about how bad they are, those people all across the pond,
Mhm.
and how good you are, how righteous you
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
Like one of my favorite pieces of propaganda is just so ludicrous looking back at it now, but at the time I'm sure it was probably changing people's thoughts about the world. It's basically it's a carpooling ad. I think I might have mentioned this before. The carpooling ad, it says like, if you drive alone, you drive with Hitler. And it has like
Yes.
a little ghost of Hitler in your little riding shotgun with you. It's
That's
like,
hilarious.
And the reasoning behind it is even more fascinating because the logic was that there were shortages, right? You had to temper everything down because most of your materials need to go to the war effort. That included fuel and everything, fuel metals. So you needed to carpool everywhere. You weren't supposed to be driving by yourself ever,
yeah,
because you were
instead
wasting
of
fuel.
reasoning with people, say like, hey, we need the fuel for the war effort. There was a point in time where they gave out, I think, like wooden Oscars because metal was in such high demand they couldn't even afford to make metal Oscars that year for the Academy Awards and stuff like that. So it was like a real deal. But instead of saying, hey, do your part, help the country out, we need this to win the war against these bad guys, you're like, nope, you're riding with Hitler.
Yeah.
Well, remember the Disney stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah, that was wild.
Donald Duck. Woo!
Yeah, the fucking Donald Duck Hitler stuff. Like, oh my god, like that shit is hilarious.
Yep.
But also, I feel we should get this out of the way. Like at the start, like how would we define propaganda? Like, would we consider just somebody making a review with political jokes in it to be propaganda because it leans one way?
I would define it. I mean, I'm not an expert in social science or whatever, but I would define it as content specifically aimed to change your political views or to enforce or reinforce political views. I would say that's probably the most honest definition. But I guess you could probably expand that to any views. You could probably consider PSA as propaganda if you think about it.
Yeah.
Maybe a better definition would be to establish or reinforce bias to the benefit of the propagandist.
Yeah, you could say that way. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be specifically political. That
Yeah.
could probably work.
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to be like, it's like, would we consider somebody having political jokes or a political, like a subtle political stance in their video as propaganda because, well, it could potentially, bring people to your side. So would that technically be considered propaganda?
I guess if you made the assumption that ER believed the things he was joking about, and the content you enjoy of his makes you like him more because you like his content, by that definition, I guess it could be considered that. But I don't believe he believes any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think most people do.
I've watched quite a few videos of ERs, and he makes Nazi jokes and stuff. It's like, yeah, not a single one of those has ever made me think, oh yeah, the Nazis are cool. Not a single one of them.
I think they had cool planes, they had cool uniforms, everything like that. Much to the detriment of their actual fighting capabilities, mind you. But yeah, no, that doesn't mean I'm like, oh yeah, no, they were great. No, they weren't. Not at all.
Yeah, it would be like if you put a well, I mean, speak of the devil, but if you put a 9/11 meme in your video and joked about that, does that mean that you're pro Taliban? I don't think that's the case. I think it's an absurdist humor. It's so absurd that you'd bring that up that people laugh out of reaction because you put that joke in there, and unless you outright state like, hey, so like a certain person did, like, hey, I think that America deserved it. Then you're kind of setting up an opinion.
Yeah.
I think that's more propagandistic than anything.
I was gonna say. So you're saying that maybe a place like, I don't know, GameStop putting a victim of 9/11 NFT and selling it is not a great idea.
Yeah.
Well, I was actually going to reference a while back. Red Letter Media did 2 different watch throughs. I think the one that was edited was the Resident Evil one. They sat down and watched all the Resident Evil movies, which are ridiculous, and they start laughing like crazy at them. Now, someone clipped one of those sections where they're laughing, like unable to understand what the fuck is happening in these crazy movies, and replaced the footage with footage of 9/11. And it completely, and obviously makes a joke of 9/11. These guys are laughing at it. Jay says this is borderline experimental, stuff like that. The result is fucking hilarious, but I don't think it makes anyone think, yeah, 9/11 was good.
Well, I mean,
because
Mike's even made 9/11 jokes multiple times. There's one, I think during they did 2 reviews. One of them was actual review. One of them never got to the review because they just completely went off a tangent.
Well,
Lord knows how that works, but they did a review of the Star Wars holiday special.
Yep.
And like they got off talking about anything but Star Wars. They even talked about, I think, like Ishtar or whatever, some random movie from the 80s, and then they got on a tangent about September 11th and all this other stuff, and then finally it's like Mac's like, okay guys, time to get back on topic. Let's talk about 9/11. And people just like lost it because they're so off topic.
The funniest part is Rich Evans got a call while they were recording, and they were like, "Why do you have your phone on you?" And Rich was like, "I get like 1 call a year," and he answers it, and I guess the person on the other end, that's what he's doing. He's like, "I'm talking about the Star Wars holiday special 9/11."
That's great. And again, like, that's absurdist humor. Just because they make that reference doesn't necessarily mean anything. They referenced a thing that happened.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think that they're making. I mean, you could argue they're making light of those events. I don't think if you walked up to Mike or Rich or Jay and said, "Hey, do you think that September 11th was a funny thing?" It's like, no, but mentioning it out of context is absurd. It makes people laugh.
Yeah.
That probably would be roughly the answer you'd get out of it.
Yeah. You got to have that ability. You have to have those abilities to laugh about tragedy and everything too. Why?
Did I break something? I'm sorry.
Ah, my ears!
It's all broken.
Why did it reset?
I might have clicked something. I apologize if I did.
Did you click anything?
I don't know.
Hold on, I'm just oh, why did that? Oh, there we
I
go.
think I resized the window and clicked on one of the shorts at the bottom. I apologize.
That might have
Oh.
been what happened. I could get the video back up pretty quickly though.
Yeah, I apologize. We barely started it, so
Media he picked.
Well, jumped in. How far in were we? Definitely
like
not a
5
minute.
seconds, I think.
Definitely not 2 minutes.
I think like 5 seconds. Maybe-
No, I
maybe
think we were
10,
like
15 seconds.
10 because we're when he changed angle and everything. Well, we'll see.
All right. Excuse me.
Time. We're all having a great time, you know? Hey, did you know that there are Nazis reviewing movies on this website? Now, film criticism, like any other medium, can be used to press forth any type of meaning, any form of point. It is a form of art, and I will defend it as art. However, art for the purpose of pushing a direct agenda, that is propaganda. Now, there is nothing intrinsically wrong with something being propaganda, but it should be labeled as such. You know, during World
And again, that's where we had our discussion where I disagree.
I also want to ask, what direct agenda is ZR pushing?
Yeah, so hopefully he'll answer how this is propaganda.
Sure, but like making edgy, haha, funny Nazi jokes here and there isn't pushing the direct, like, actual Nazi ideology. It's just making jokes about a situation that happened.
Especially because a lot of his jokes like contradict. Even some of his statements contradict. Like he, like there's like the sexist jokes and stuff that he was making, but then he also outright shows where it's like, well, the whole like a woman having to lean on a man's shoulders to get anything done. It's like, isn't that kind of offensive? Isn't that kind of going against the movie's own, like thing that it's trying to push in his eyes and stuff like that? And it's like that kind of contradict because he's defending them at that point, and it's like, well, that clearly contradicts his like, women or children thing.
Yeah, and that's probably why the main reason why I don't think he believes in any of the stuff he references.
Exactly, it's jokes.
Because he will quite often, like you said, put the creator, who he obviously has he dislikes their content. In the case of, the creators of Korra or whatever, he dislikes the content. So while he's criticizing their content, he will point out something that makes them seem like they don't have the highest views. Like probably the prime example I'd say was during the Korra review, where he reviews the 2-part episode flashback of the first Avatar. He mentions there's a subplot where the first Avatar is running into a particular dynasty or family called the Chews, basically the CHU. The Chews are after him, and he's like, "Oh, the Chews, my man," like he made a joke about that.
You did that so perfectly too. You literally sounded like him the way you said that.
So yeah, like he made that joke, and he's like, maybe these guys aren't so bad after all. Like joking about how I'm sure that the creators of Korra had no ill will toward any, zero anti-Semitism, but they made something that could be easily be misinterpreted as being anti-Semitic, mocking them as such.
He does a similar joke in his Mad Max Fury Road video. He says, "Wait a minute, so this entire movie was pointing out that women control of everything will ruin everything and destroy the world. That's all the women's fault? Wow, this movie's more based than I thought." And then he ends it.
Yeah. And he did that with Turning Red as well, where like the movie was basically making some points about certain times of certain periods of time and how that affects women, and he's like, based and stuff like that. So like he's actually he's almost how would you put that? He's almost putting the words in their mouths, essentially.
Yeah.
Like he's making the creators of content he doesn't like seem like they're unintentionally pushing ideas that are not socially acceptable, basically, which is really clever the way he does it.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you don't even have to do it unintentionally. Sometimes they just
Yeah.
outright come out and say it.
Right.
World War pro-America cartoons fighting the Third Reich. I wouldn't necessarily say that those were evil in any sense, but they were propaganda. They were one-sided, and anyone with a bit of nuance can tell that these were meant as a tool to fight the much more evil Third Reich.
Again, much more evil. The evilness of the Third Reich wasn't as widespread and known to much of the rest of the world. Honestly, the rest of the world didn't give a shit until they realized how fucked it was. Like, this is the thing about, like, people talk about the big stink of chemical weapons. Well, all sides in World War One used chemical weapons. They didn't give a shit that it was incredibly cruel and evil to use chemical weapons. This is it just gets in this weird thing of, like, so by his logic, therefore everybody knew in World War II that the Nazis were bad. Well, no, America didn't. America stayed out of the war. America didn't want anything to do with it.
Yeah.
That's how kind of. I mean, I think they sent supplies and stuff over before and support, but like
Yeah.
America only got their hands dirty when they were attacked.
Yep.
That's
God,
how that's how little involvement and little investment they had in the war.
Yeah, there's a great Robot Chicken skit of this, of like little Hitler in the fucking I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah,
It's
and
literally
he's in
just,
the classroom.
yeah, and then he's just, I need the Polish boy's desk. It's like, you have plenty of room. You don't need Poland's desk. Hitler. Yeah, and then like later, like he has like, where'd the Polish boy go? And it's like, and then it just cuts over to America. Ain't my problem. And then like
the little Japanese boy.
Yeah, and then next they have like, he has a bunch of different desks, and it's like, where'd all the other kids go? And stuff like that, and he's still just like, oh, and America's still just like, it ain't my problem. And then the Japanese kid comes over and knocks over his like soda or something.
No, he slaps the milk, the little milk drink he's drinking, little juice box he's drinking. He just walks up and slaps it. And then America's like, now it's my problem.
Yeah, he's like, now it's my problem. Yeah, it's like, that perfectly represents the history.
Yeah.
Times.
Yeah.
Rather than section of reality that American values were just, really that good. It was to prop us up.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. I took a second to realize what he was saying again. All right.
Propaganda. It's a prop. Reviews.
What? Propaganda. It's a prop.
Was he just like a weird pun, or I don't know the derivation of that word actually? What is it? What does it derive
I
from?
guess let's see the etymology of propaganda.
Also,
from modern.
I want to grab a comment to chat quickly. Isn't this the guy who defend SVTFOE series finale where the main character kill all magic with include beings made of magic? I have no idea. You have posted this comment several times now. I do not know. I haven't watched any of this. This is the first time I've even known about this guy existing was when the video was suggested to us and Pagan said we should cover it. And the first time I ever saw this video was previewing it like yesterday.
Yeah, this is the only thing of his I've seen, and I haven't even seen that much of it.
Yeah, okay, so propaganda didn't originally mean what it means now until World War One. Originally, it was for spreading one's faith. You were propagating the good word of Christ.
Oh.
Yeah, it's in Latin, congregatio de propaganda fide or whatever, congregating for propagating the faith.
Yep.
Wait,
Yeah,
did he actually... Hold on, I'm actually curious. Did he defend Star versus the Forces of Universe or whatever, or versus Forces of Evil finale? Did he actually defend that? Because if so, oh boy! Yeah, you don't have room to talk, buddy.
Yeah.
If you defended that shit, like, yeah, I'm sorry, that's basically, like, that's support for genocide.
I have no idea what this show is. What is it?
it's some dumb cartoon that was on like Disney XD or something. And it's literally just, I don't know. It's about like these beings that come to Earth or whatever, and there's like monsters versus these like magical people, and then there's normal humans mixed in. Like the humans have their own world and shit. And it's revealed throughout the show that the monsters aren't actually that bad. Like the only reason that they do a lot of things they do is because they're being oppressed by the like mages and shit because they see themselves as better. And like there's actually a chance for peace, and the main character just genocides all the fucking monsters at the end. She just kills them all. And then the show tries to portray that as like, oh, but she made the right decision, even though the show directly counters that as, oh, they're actually not that bad, and they're actually pretty good people, and they actually, there's actually a chance for peace here, and she just kills them all.
So
And
someone
it's like,
Listen.
it's a direct support for genocide.
and someone in chat is saying this guy defended that ending.
Apparently, that's what they're saying. I don't actually know if he did, but if he did, then oh boy, he has no grounds to stand on calling other people fucking racist and shit. And it's like, if you support that, it's like you understand why that's a problem, right?
War crimes is more fun with friends. I agree, Senator Abby Strong.
Well,
He had a
remember,
video
also,
on it. Oh boy.
as my favorite new saying is, it's never a war crime the first time.
Yeah, I like media that kind of explores that idea, like is doing a horrible thing that would lead to a good thing morally acceptable? Like that's a really interesting question. And there's the kind of hard moralists who say no, that isn't acceptable. You can't. The means are just as important as the end. You can't do a horrible act in order to enact an eventual good. But then there's some people that say like, oh, I've got to make the hard choice. I'm going to do something despicable, something I'll be hated for and reviled for, but it's for the greater good. Like that's a great example. If I don't want to spoil it in case you've seen it, but Watchmen has a really good argument for and against that.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is that Watchmen almost became a completely different beast than its creator. Like the creator has some very strong political beliefs, but people actually tend to almost disagree with the opposite when they read his work. It's interesting. Like some of the characters he wrote, I don't remember his name right this second, but the creator of Watchmen wrote are not of his own beliefs, but people tend to gravitate toward all sorts of people's beliefs in the graphic novel because he wrote them so well. Like you can kind of see both sides of these arguments, which is
he didn't make a straw. None of his characters are straw men or anything like that. None of his characters are just caricatures of one side or the other to prove a point. You can see the points of view of. Wow, hold on. You can see the points of view of every character in his books.
Yeah.
Granted, it also, which is why it pissed him off so much more when the movie adaptation came out, because that movie adaptation is pretty bad. It's great in one comparison, but it's bad. They made one change, and because they thought it made more sense, but it actually, kind of ruins everything.
I would like to. I need to finish reading the graphic novel. I started the graphic novel, and I own it. But I kind of think that they made a good decision on that. Personally, I'd be interested to debate with you on that at some point. But
because I don't think they made a good decision, and we like you said, we can debate on that at some point because I have a different take in comparison.
Yeah, I could see if you read the graphic novel and then saw the movie, you'd be quite like, "What the hell? That's not how it went." Like that's kind of how I felt when I watched certain scenes in the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
It's
like,
not
why
so
would
much
you change that? But
it's not so much that; it's the power and capabilities of the thing that they changed become a no-win scenario. Let's just put it that way. So it wouldn't like embolden or help. It would make things way worse.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be interested to hear your opinion on it sometime, but I don't want to take away from the current.
Yeah. And I don't want to spoil. We don't want to spoil things too much.
Yeah.
Because of it. Yeah.
Definitely recommend if you can get it. If you want to get the full experience, I highly recommend getting the collector set of Watchmen. It comes with a movie. It comes with the graphic novel. It also comes with a voiceover and video animated version of the graphic novel, where they animate panes from the graphic novel in sort of like a low, kind of like a low movement cartoon, so you can watch the graphic novel in motion while hearing a voiceover. I highly recommend that version if you don't have the patience to read the graphic novel, or you're too busy to, or whatever.
Wait,
That's a
are
pretty cool
you
way of experiencing.
are you telling me it doesn't include the amazing TV show?
Oh God.
I can
Yeah,
smell bleach.
speaking of ER and some of his best reviews,
I'll be right back. 1 second.
All right. Yeah, ER did cover the Watchmen TV show as well.
all he did was basically write it off after the first episode, which is basically all you have to do. Because very misguided show, which is so disappointing. I was looking forward to that. I saw the cast. I'm like, Jeremy Irons, you got Don Johnson, you got all these great actors, and then such a waste. Such a weird. When you look at the two, when you look at the original, where it's literally the doomsday clock of nuclear war between the Soviet alliance and the Western world.
Yeah.
And then the TV show is like racism in the future. It's like I think it's a different scope there.
ER Steven Universe review is hilarious. Yeah, I remember watching that, and oh boy.
Yeah, ER's Steven Universe video is where I found out about John Money, which I won't go into here, but it's how I found out about him.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's a good thing Setch isn't here. If he'd heard that, he would have immediately gone into that.
Yeah, that's a wild story.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, also Steven Universe is just a fucking shit show. I fucking hated that show.
I can't remember the context, but I think my favorite subtle ER joke was he was talking about, I think, like the budget or numbers about how well a movie did or something like that, and then he makes the comments like, nobody can really be certain about these numbers, and in the background he just shows some footage of the title screen or the title card of $6 Million Man. It's so subtle, and goes over most people's head, but it's just like, nobody can be really certain about these numbers. It's so stupid, but hilarious somehow.
Yeah, he's got a lot of subtle jokes like that if you catch them, they're really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got some great ones in the Death Note video.
Reminds me a little bit of Seth Tech, where it just has like a lot of these little tiny Easter eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah. His Morrowind video is still one of my all-time favorite videos on Morrowind.
Yeah, I fucking love the Morrowind video.
Moon Sugar approved or whatever it was. Yeah, he did a new video recently on some sort of galactic body or like organ trader or something like that, where you harvest organs and there's like a black market of galactic organ trading or something like that. Seems pretty funny.
I know he did a joke like that with RimWorld, but is there another game that does that?
The title of the game literally is like Galactic Overlord Organ Trader or something like that. Let me try to find it.
What the fuck?
I guess someone took some inspiration from RimWorld and thought, why do I have this game with all these extra features when all I want to do is harvest organs?
Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator. That's literally what it's called.
Oh damn! I must have been so funny. I just got.
No, I highly recommend it. It's a pretty good one.
Indigo was just telling us about a recent video Seth did. I was like, wait, that sounds like RimWorld. And Indigo was like, no, it's Space Warlord Organ Harvester Simulator.
Yes. Great video from Seth.
I'll have to check it out later.
I love his Songs of Conquest video too. It's fucking fantastic.
That was great. I was thinking about doing like a kind of like a bite-sized review of it because it's not fully released yet. But he covered it in such detail. I don't feel like I don't have to do a review of that game yet.
Yeah, I like the story in that game. The story in that game is fantastic, by the way.
I've only been able to
Shockingly.
dip into it a little bit, but I want to get more into it. I'm a ridiculously big fan of Here's Might Magic. I played all the games, even the original 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. They never made a 7, so I never played that one. But
Well, I will give you one bit of advice when playing that game. Magic. Get as much magic and as many types of magic as you possibly can on your characters. Don't
yeah,
don't do the
go ahead.
buffing of your units and bullshit. No. Because you want to be able to go ape shit with the magic system. And
The
it gets
fact that
really
the fact that they don't limit you to one spell per turn is huge. That's ridiculous. You can like stack spells on top of each other and stuff. That's anyway. We're all good for continuing.
well,
Yep.
I just want to say at the end, the one thing I liked that sets at the end is like balance. Well, notice how I didn't say balance, but it is fun and interesting for me. It's like, yeah, I agree. If it's a fun system that has all these weird, quirky things that work off of each other, like he put down a landmine in front of his character. He swapped positions with his character with an enemy character. Then he pushed the enemy character backwards into the landmine and killed it. It's like that's just clever usage of this system.
That's great. And honestly, it would take a really fantastically balanced game to that would prevent somebody like him from breaking it somehow. Like he broke games to such a degree that I didn't even know possible in cases.
Well, it's the same thing
So
with the spiffing Brit when he breaks games. It's just like, oh my god! Like that one Chinese game that came over, and you realize that if you click drag this, it actually keeps your numbers. So you click dragged from an army of like 10 peasants up to an army of like 10 billion peasants. It's like, Jesus Christ.
not just a straight up bug, but that is hilarious.
Yeah, but he showcased you need it. You actually need this bug in order to play the hardest difficulty. It is required.
That's awesome.
Anyways, video?
Yes.
Is to and chief among people using review as propaganda is ER. Now,
Okay.
this guy.
Hold on. I've got something to say fucking already. So, but he's already claiming that ER is using reviews as propaganda. He's saying he's chief among them, so he's like the one who does it strongest or most.
Well, ER is Goebbels, confirmed.
Because I still
Oh,
don't
that's-
see this from like edgy haha jokes, which are
Oh, I'd say
obviously
they're-
jokes.
There's several creators. I won't name names, but there's several creators who do nothing but politically biased reviews of all content. Like
Yeah.
they're way more direct in saying why this is bad and this is good and this is good and this is bad. And honestly, like, I'd probably say this video right here is more propagandistic so far. We're only a minute in, but he's already said that the U.S. did this for this reason. The Germans are bad for that reason, and that it was overall morally okay, in his view, that propaganda was done back in the 30s and 40s. You know,
Yeah, and
during
we
World War
argued
II,
the
like,
yeah of why that actually caused a lot of problems for the U.S. and basically made us know better than them because of what it led to.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he's over here defending it and then calling other people of accusing other people of using propaganda.
Well,
yeah,
just
and
wait.
I'm not placing any moral judgment on what he said, but I'm just saying that his video is already more directly propaganda than anything from ER.
Well, I've
Yeah.
got to put moral judgment on what he's about to say.
Okay.
Obviously a Nazi, and that debate has been settled 100 times over. He was platformed by PewDiePie, and that led to some blowback because people found the things he was saying in his videos, very transphobic stuff,
Okay, so you're gonna have to prove that he's a Nazi.
Yeah, that's a pretty big fucking accusation to put on someone. But no, you don't get it. The discussion has been settled 100 times, so I don't need to talk about it. That's
Well, make
literally
a
where this
video.
goes.
Yeah, it has been settled 100 times in favor of ER. Dumbass.
Yep.
Because nobody can actually prove that he's a fucking Nazi, so it's settled. Get over it.
Creetosis,
Cry more.
Creetosis, he means Twitter people found out.
Well,
Yeah.
as we've probably established, and Musk is going to prove in a court of law, Twitter isn't made up of people. It's 90% bots.
Well, it might not be that high, but yeah, there's
Yeah.
definitely an amount of bots that Twitter itself doesn't want you to know about.
And they don't want you to realize that Twitter is actively engaging in suppression of ideas and only supporting people they like. And they'll send armies of bots to upvote all the stuff that they personally agree with, and then make sure that nobody can even find stuff from people they find disagreeable. Amazing how when the algorithms got turned off, when Musk first said he was going to purchase Twitter, that all of the conservative and independents and everything started getting a lot more viewership and feedback on everything they had. Yeah, it's a bit funny, isn't that?
Repeat verbatim Nazi conspiracy theories about Charlottesville. Like, it's all there. It's all out there. The debate is over. The guy is a Nazi.
No, he isn't.
Prove it.
No. You're gonna have to prove it. And what did he say about Charlottesville? What did he say about Charlottesville? Explain. You need to actually go into that, because if he's just talking about the fucking guy who drove over people, it's like, that was bad, but you do also realize that people were surrounding his car and attacking it, and he decided to back up as fast as he could. It's like, you can't just blanket statement something. Like, if he was saying like something like, well, I don't fully agree that this guy is evil because they were doing something that was just as bad. It's like, I'm not going to sit here and say that guy's a fucking Nazi for saying that. Or are you just talking about the Tiki Torch guys? Which, yeah, okay. Yeah, those are neo-Nazis. Did he say he supported them? You have to say something. You have to actually point this stuff out.
Were the Tiki Torch guys 2019?
I think that was before 2019, wasn't it?
I
think
yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 2017 or something like that. 2017, 2018, one of those.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know.
2017. Yeah, it was before that. Okay.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, he referenced something about Charlottesville, and
but you know what? I want to point out about the Tiki Torch guys. That was proven true. So, yay! It was actually proven true that they were planted there to make people look bad.
Oh.
Like they did with the truckers convoy. You know, where the guy for the trucker freedom convoy in Canada, there was a Nazi flag that was shown, and everybody got a picture of that.
Yeah, everyone fucking knew that was a plant. Like, it was so plainly obvious.
It's the same thing that happened in the Turning Point USA thing that just happened. A bunch of neo-Nazis showed up. Well, alleged neo-Nazis showed up. And they were all like, no, we just decided to come here. And all their stories were different. They didn't make any sense. They kept saying that there was no unified thing. They all just showed up here on this day, at this hour, at this time, just out of the blue. No coordination whatsoever or anything. It's like, yeah. And Turning Point USA tried to get them completely removed, but the area, they had to let them stay because it was public property. They weren't allowed to kick them any further away.
What about the group that tried to kidnap that one governor that was proven to be like 90% feds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And shit like this is possible because there's a story of a group of cops who were undercover trying to bust a drug ring, but they got busted by the feds, by the FBI. And there's no, like, actual real drug dealers there. It was cops and feds thinking each other were real. You've heard of that story, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you saw the most recent one too, where an ATF agent showed up at a guy's house and demanded his guns, and the guy was like, "Hey, there's a guy pretending to be a fed here. Can you send the police?" And the police fucking arrested and tasered his ass.
I never
Well, he's
heard of
such
that
a-
one.
Oh,
He-
it's so good.
Yeah, Seth posted the video of that in our group chat today. I was watching it, and oh my god, that guy is a fucking dumbass. Like,
I'm
the
a
cops-
fed.
the
Well,
cops
I don't
have...
give a shit. Put your hands up and get on the fucking ground.
Yeah, they
I'm a
literally
fed.
have
I
their
don't believe you.
guns... Yeah, he's so fucking stupid. They have their guns drawn on him, telling him to get on the fucking ground. And the dude keeps reaching for his waist, and they're like, "Do not reach for your waist! Do not reach for your waist!" And he's like, "Fuck you! I'm a fed." He's like, "You're making a huge mistake." And they're like, "You're making a huge mistake. Get on the fucking ground!" And shit. And like, and then they start to, as soon as they start putting the cuffs on him, he's like, "No, you can't do this. I have a fucking medical condition. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Of course.
My daughter's pregnant. My daughter's pregnant," and shit
And
like that.
then
It's like,
they fucking tase his ass.
yeah. Then they tase him. They're like, "I'm gonna fucking tase him," and they're like, "Hold him still. I'm gonna tase him. He's not. He's resisting." And he's like, "No, I'm not resisting. Get off of me." Tries to throw them off, and they're like, "I'm tasing him." He's like, "No, don't do that." And they fucking
Taser,
tase him.
taser.
It's such a great video. Fucking ATF pussy.
Oh my god. Well, here's my libertarianism coming in. The ATF is a criminal organization and should be outlawed. There you
Yes, completely agreed. They should not be allowed to act within any kind of legal authority.
go. They infringe on the Constitution of the United States. Get fucked, ATF.
Yep. Go fuck yourselves.
Just quickly, Captain Dirk said he will be able to join soon, so do we want to put the video on pause to do the quiz? So if he doesn't have that much time, he can get out of here, or what do we want to do?
So I'm thinking when he gets here, we can put a pause on the video,
Okay.
do that, and then come back to it.
Sounds good. For now, though,
Repeating verbatim Nazi conspiracy theories about Charlottesville. Like, it's all there. It's all out there. The debate is over. The guy is a Nazi. I'm not here to explain how or why he is a Nazi, because it's obvious.
How convenient.
I'm here to
it's
say,
obvious. Okay.
guy's also a shit reviewer. Can't do the review thing. He's just so bad at it.
And now again, everybody, this is where we want to bring up straw manning versus steel manning. So he is going to take ER at his weakest, his very first movie review ever. He's going to take that ER made in 2015. This video came out in 2019. He's not going to take a video that ER made in 2019, though. No. Once ER got his chops under him, once ER got all the editing figured out and everything, and ER could tighten up his criticism and stuff. No. He's not going to take one of those. Because, then he might actually have a challenge to prove that he's a bad reviewer. He's going to take one of his first efforts at it instead.
Yeah.
Calvic. I'm not here to explain how the Pentagon arranged to be hit by a missile on 9/11. It's just obvious.
Yeah, when you're making these kind of accusations, you need to at least, even if it's the most obvious proven thing in the world, show your fucking proof.
Yes.
Because I've watched a lot of VR stuff, and I don't think he's a Nazi at all. Edgy jokes, sure, but I'm a fan of South Park, and they've got edgy jokes, and they're not. This actually reminds me of one of my favorite fucking jokes. Trey Stone and Matt Parker did. It was in their commentaries for season 1 of South Park, and I don't know if it was like an actual question they got or if they were just doing a joke, but the supposed viewer question was, "You guys make a lot of Jew jokes. Are you anti-Semitic?" And Matt Stone was like, "Oh, well, you see, I'm Jewish, so I can't be anti-Semitic." And then Trey Parker was just like, "I am, however."
Oh my
Is that
god.
is that one of their fireside chats? I love those.
I believe it was. Those
Yeah.
little fireside commentary things in season 1. I think they had them in season 2 as well. Were fucking great. For anyone who hasn't seen them, it's just Trey Parker and Matt Stone sitting in front of a fireplace with a dog. And, you know, they're talking about different things about the episode or about production of the show. But every time they change the shot, it's a different dog sitting in between them. One time they even have like a stuffed dog, like a child's toy stuffed dog in between them, and they're petting it and treating it like a real dog. That's
And
great.
they're like overly like comfy and cozy and like
Wholesome,
they're
yeah.
like wholesome. They kind of speak like I don't know, like happy little trees or whatever, kind of that sort of
Yeah.
1980s style, family
Yeah.
TV kind of thing.
That's
Pretty
part
great.
of what makes the joke so funny, because the whole time they're doing it's like, we've got a viewer question. You guys make a lot of jokes about Jewish people on your show. Are you guys anti-Semitic? Well, no, viewer question person. I'm Jewish, so I can't be anti-Semitic. I am, however. It's just
Yeah.
it's just that soft tone of voice the entire time. It's fucking hilarious.
Well, we talked about the other time. Joe Neerman on his podcast that he does, because he streams about every evening. He's Good Logic. He is a lawyer in New York. He said, "Well, you got to understand, growing up in the Jewish community, once you get to your bar mitzvah, you're given two choices: lawyer or doctor." Obviously, I didn't. I'm a little squeamish for blood, so I chose lawyer. It's like, oh god, Joe, you're fucking fantastic.
He doesn't know how to talk about, and it's really telling too the types of media he picks. Like he always picks these movies that are like have something to do with like social change or social justice, basically anything that like.
Well, it's because, let's be frank, the movies that deal with social change and social justice or inspiring, rousing movies, they tend to be really shit. So they tend to be good fodder for making jokes at their expense, right? Because they're usually up their own ass, or they have Mary Sue problems, or the plot doesn't make any sense, or it's obviously like Anvilicious. God, I hate that term, but it is fitting, where the message is just beaten into you like an anvil over and over and over again. So it tends to be easy fodder to write scripts and like do jokes to spring off of it.
Yeah.
What is an SJW in Hollywood nowadays? There's a few Hollywood actors that are finally like, you know what, I'm getting sick of this bullshit, and they're actually speaking up, so I appreciate them. But yeah, Hollywood is basically a cesspit of cancer at this point.
Yep.
Like status quo, and is usually critically acclaimed. He paints himself as this alternative media sort of guy, and it really doesn't work because he doesn't have any other reasons beyond picking a target for disliking these things. And I think there's no better example.
Wait, no. He doesn't pick things to dislike just because he dislikes it. Again, he had genuine, valid criticisms of Mad Max Fury Road. And there are genuine problems with Mad Max Fury Road.
And about the other things he's criticized, like Korra, Deadpool, I know this was after this video was made, but Rise of Skywalker.
I'm assuming because the video was related to Mad Max Fury Road that he said there's no better example than. I'm assuming he's going to say Mad Max Fury Road, his Mad Max Fury Road review, because he called it Furiosa Road of Feels or something like that.
Mad Maxine, yeah.
Yeah, Mad Maxine, Furious of Feels or something.
Yeah, something to that effect, but even then, I don't think this would be the best example of him like, what about the Steven Universe video, where he just absolutely rips that show apart?
Yeah.
I guess he has too many valid criticisms in that one.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. God forbid he has to, what if he actually has to show a scene where he talks about John Money?
Oh.
That would really hurt his fucking argument.
How he just completely fucks up, honest review, than his Mad Max Fury Road video.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Childishly calls it Furiosa and Mad Maxine Feels Road. Now I tangled with ER last time on Junk when I did a video about my top 9 favorite Western cartoons.
Yeah. So again, hopefully this guy has improved from this point. You never fucking know. I don't have much faith in that, given that he thinks ER's a Nazi. But hopefully this guy's improved. But again, cut these stuff out, like the uhs and ums, like that. If it's not a live stream, you don't need it. If you're doing a video, cut that shit out, script your stuff, and get rid of the fucking balloon.
Yeah.
I don't think he's gotten better from what I've been seeing in chat. Apparently, in his Lightyear review, he said that it's... Well, one, he praises it, and two, he says that if anyone doesn't like it, they deserve to die.
Woo! Yeah, well, he's definitely a leftoid. There you go. No, he has not. That was the first thing I saw.
It just kind of smacks of relatively to ER at least, a relatively smaller creator, piggybacking on taking down a bigger creator.
Yeah.
And also just basically seeing, like, this is 2019. This is well after, I believe this is well after, what's that one popular creator who does, he did videos about the open world games and stuff. He bounces on a bouncy ball. What's that guy's name?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. He did the Red Dead Redemption 2 thing.
Yeah, it was a good video, I believe.
It really was.
He has a funny name. It was like, forget his name. But anyway, he had a prop. He bounces on a bouncy ball in front of a green screen and puts himself in front of the videos. He's
Nakey Jakey. There you go.
Nakey Jakey. There you go. Yeah.
That is an uncomfortable name.
But this smacks of just like, okay, Nakey Jakey bounces on a bouncy ball. What kind of prop can I put in front of me to make my video quirky and memorable? Oh, a balloon that I have to push out of my face all the time.
Yeah.
Just kind of, but not saying that's what happened, but that's kind of the mindset, I think, is that somebody's just like looking at bigger creators like, okay, what creator can I take down and what creator can I kind of imitate? If not their exact format, at least something can I imitate that kind of quirkiness to make myself stand out. And that's the, I don't see anything of him right there. I just see shadows of other creators right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do feel I need to point out too, not all smaller creators responding to someone bigger is looking for like the clout chasing thing. It's just this does kind of come across like that.
No, I've run into people like this as well. Like this one channel, all he does is literally make videos about other people while breathless and jogging. That's his entire format. He just jogs and talks about other people's videos.
That feels
even
very
my video one time.
That feels very unappealing to watch.
Not great. No, not great.
And I mentioned The Legend of Korra, which he famously hates because of course he does. And
well, hold on.
Shit, yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
A lot of people hate that show.
Why not show his reasonings for hating it? Because he explains pretty fucking clearly in his video.
Yeah. And it's a show that a lot of people hate. Like, the original fans of Avatar: The Last Airbender do... Okay, this is going to sound like a no true Scotsman thing. No. Most fans of the original Avatar: The Last Airbender cannot stand Korra. At all. Because she is not likable in any sense of the word, and kind of proves the villain, at least of the first arc of season 1, was correct. Oh, and it really does do mass damage to the entire Avatar universe. Legend of Korra is just so fucking bad.
Yeah,
Oh, dude,
that's
this
such a
is really
strange thing for him to be like, well, because of course he does. It's like, motherfucker, do you know how many people of different political leanings fucking hate that show? Like, there are so many people that absolutely hate that show. I swear I have watched at least, I swear I've seen at least three different YouTubers or three different VTubers bring up how much they hate The Legend of Korra
Yeah.
with a passion. Like I saw somebody give like a joke donation where they just said like Aang Gang or Korra Crew, and they just went on this like fucking 30-minute tangent of how much they fucking hate Korra.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, you don't need to be a fucking Nazi or right wing or anything to hate The Legend of Korra. It's just a fucking shit show.
Yep.
There's just so many unspoken assumptions this guy makes. Like, he's basically, from what I get, if I'm insinuating correctly, he's making the assumption that, oh, because Korra is female led, he hates it. That doesn't really stand up to the light when you look at his review of the I guess semi live action adaptation of the Battle Angel Alita
Yeah.
anime, which
Yeah.
was female led, and he actually liked it quite a bit. He
Yeah.
had some issues with it, but he was pretty much positive with that. Why would he like that, which is also up his alley of content and stuff like that that's female led, if he hates Korra just for being female? Or is it that Korra is an extremely abrasive and divisive character whose very first line is, "I'm the Avatar, you better deal with it"?
Not just I'm the Avatar, you gotta deal with it, but I'm the Avatar, you gotta deal with it. Like, yeah, that's fucking obnoxious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then her solution to any adversity in her life is to throw a temper tantrum and get violent.
Yeah. The polar opposite of any sort of system of belief which inspired the Avatar, which was very kind of Zen monk like sort of patience, wisdom, understanding. Nope,
Yeah.
just punch it and throw a fireball at it.
Yep. Oh God, yeah. When she destroys the sacred artifacts, the Airbender artifact, because it was bouncing around too much. She got frustrated, so she just freaks out and starts smashing it and burning it. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. This guy writes off ER's criticism of Korra as like, yeah, of course he hates it. But if you actually watch his videos, he gives pretty damn good reasons for why.
Yeah.
Hello, Captain Dirk. How are you?
Dead apparently.
Yeah.
Rip.
Mordor got him.
Rest in peace, Captain Dirk. We hardly knew ye.
I got to run for about a minute or so. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
I guess.
Oh, wait. Is this actually a thing? Have we ever seen Indigo Gaming and Captain Dirk in the same room? I think not.
Oh, and Captain Dirk happened to light up. His icon lit up when Indigo wasn't here.
Oh shit, the conspiracy's true.
That was just Indigo sitting in his chair getting ready. he ran over to the next room where he started the call, sat down, and it picked up in Dirk's mic.
Yeah, I love to help with conspiracies. How you doing, guys?
Oh, I have
Hey.
to, turn, I
You're
have to turn
pretty
you
quiet.
way up.
Yeah, me too.
What's that?
You're pretty quiet. You're very low.
Yeah.
That's bizarre. Given this is a fucking Yeti microphone. All right.
Yeah.
Any better?
No, not for me. I'm just gonna turn you up 200%. Here, let's see what.
Yeah, that's what I did on my end.
Yeah,
Okay.
I turned him up to
Alright.
like 150.
All right.
Yeah, we didn't know when you'd be joining, so we just started into the video. But we can put the video on pause to do the movie Bob quiz, which is what I wanted both you and Indigo here for.
Oh hell
Yes.
yeah! Oh hell yeah!
And I want to see how well I do at this quiz as well, because this will probably be pretty fucked.
So the way we'll do... yeah, I'll just get this off screen quickly. I'm already fucking tired of looking at this guy's face anyways. This stupid fucking beard.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. Do you have to be signed into Google to submit your fucking response to this thing? Because I don't like how it shows the email. No, it looks fine. I think you just can't save progress if you're not signed in. Like, there's 100
Link.
questions here, so I'd hate to have to fucking... Yeah.
Alright, link it out. Send out the link.
Well, what
Let's
I'm going
do
to
that.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to put out the link. I'm not going to answer the questions myself. I'm going to get you guys to decide on, to agree on which one you think it is for each question. And
Oh no.
what
All
you
right.
what you decide on, you can vote your own way. Like, let's say 3 of you think it's 1 and 1 of you disagrees. You can have your own quiz open to see what your own answers would be.
We're doing 100. Holy shit. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that.
Now, something to mention right away, I suppose, is this quiz was originally made for EFAP to do, but it's out there in public so other people could do it. Like, it was posted on Reddit, and I think the person who made this was expecting like additional like other people to do it. So, yeah. So, I don't even know if I should like read this like beginning segment of this until Indigo gets back or not. It already has some like EFAP in jokes too, which yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, of course it does. It was made for them, but yeah.
Nazi Bob building his empire brick by brick.
Oh man, this is gonna be fun.
My
Okay,
body is ready.
Huh?
My body is ready.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Indigo now. So, Dirk, hop back to your other computer to resume pretending to be Indigo.
All right, I'll get right on it. Hang on.
Yeah.
It would be fucking hilarious if Dirk muted and Indigo unmuted like seconds apart.
That would be amazing. Yeah, don't worry. We're not going to cheat in the classroom. I think it's funnier. I think it's funnier if we don't cheat. Then we're like, oh my god.
Some are super obvious though. I've heard a lot of these quotes before, at least from Bob. So it's like, yeah, I'm gonna. I already have the knowledge, so I'm going to get more of these correct than would be fun. That's why I'm having you four do it. Korra should have been banished from Tenzin's little island home after she burnt the training artifact.
Yeah. And again, Korra leads to. Oh my god, I think it's the Equalist movement? Oh my god, I can't remember the name of the movement. Shit. And they're my favorite villain. What the fuck? She actually directly leads to the movement gaining more followers and more adherents from her actions. Like, the very first thing she does is she hears a guy talking about how benders are evil and they oppress us non-benders, and we've got to stand together and fight back against these evil benders. And her very first thing to do is start harassing and threatening to attack him and beat the shit out of him if he doesn't shut up. It's like, thanks, Korra, for proving his point in front of everybody he's talking to. You stupid bastard. Yeah, it is the Equalist. Oh, thank God. I don't know why. I had a moment of like, I'm pretty sure it's Equalist, and then I had a moment of, but is it? So yeah, I hate when that
It's almost perfectly crafted if Korra was going to be her arc was to be the villain at the end.
Yes,
Like,
that would have
that's
been
the
fascinating.
yeah, like if she had like a younger sister who wasn't the Avatar, and then she kind of became corrupted by power, and she didn't understand her place in the world, and she became sort of like the anti-Avatar or whatever, and the younger one has to like stand up to her, even though she doesn't have the same power level or whatever. It doesn't have to be a younger sister, but that's just an example. That would be such an interesting story
Hmm.
because she's basically written to become a villain.
Yeah, she is. Like, and everything she does is like designed to make her a villain. It's fucking insanity. She's almost so perfect to be a villain. I would have believed that she was an equalist plot. She was a plant to specifically play off of it for how well she actually drives people to the movement herself.
Um.
As well.
Anyways, are you here, Captain Dirk?
He posted
He-
chat.
Well, no,
yeah,
Indigo's back, so
Yeah,
so
we were
clearly-
doing the joke.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, okay.
So, again, this was made for. Oh, should I have to? It's cutting into our bottom window. There we go. Yeah, this was made for EFAP originally, but we thought we'd do it because why not? It's fun.
Yeah.
So, this quiz was made for the EFAP podcast, so if you do not watch it, most of the jokes will not make sense. I'm not so sure about that, because it's mostly related to, like, Movie Bob, who is a joke in and of himself. However, the quiz is still fully functional as a demonstration of how insane Movie Bob is. I'm sorry about not giving sources for these quotes because I only thought about doing that halfway through making this quiz. However, all of the Movie Bob quotes are sourced from his Twitter. The Nazi quotes have been primarily sourced from Mein Kampf and the Daily Stormer.
Mm.
Well, this is gonna be spicy.
This would be great.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be incredibly spicy.
Wow, it's really hard to tell the difference between the quotes. Adolf Hitler.
Yeah.
So if I recall, what they did is they took the quotes and then removed the specific group that he's talking about. So the
Yes.
quote remains unchanged, but the group they're talking about is removed to make them even less discernible. I believe that's
Yes.
the way it is.
Yeah.
yeah.
And I think I said this while you were away, but what we'll be doing is I won't be answering the questions. The four of you will come to a consensus on what the answer is, and I'll put that in for the stream. You guys could do your own in the background if you disagree with what the consensus is.
Well, we got an even number of people, so you might have to be the tiebreaker.
Well,
Oh,
not.
no.
I shouldn't say consensus. I should say you guys will vote one way or the other, and if there is a tie, then if I don't know the quote, I can be a tiebreaker. Otherwise, I don't know. Argue amongst yourselves, convince
We
each
should
other.
let the coin decide.
The way this quiz works is that you'll be given a quote. You have to decide if it is a Nazi quote or a Movie Bob quote. You have to do this for a total of 100 quotes. The Nazi quotes can be from any Nazi, from the original Funny Mustache Man and his edgy book, to whatever tismy stuff I could find on Richard Spencer's Twitter. I also removed some of the words that make it obvious who the quote is from. I will censor the obvious word by putting theme in the censored word's place. Some examples of potential words would be Jew, Germany, or Nazi. Additionally, I had to fix the grammar of Movie Bob's quotes. If I didn't, you could just choose the quotes that were crimes against the English language and get all the answers correct.
Yeah.
Finally, I updated some of the language in the Hitler quotes because they use words that no one uses anymore. With the instructions out of the way, please enjoy this quiz brought to you by Adam Hilt. Well, this was obviously done for Mahler in EFAP, but thank you. I'm not gonna lie. Huh?
Nothing. I'm looking at the image.
I'm not gonna lie, Movie Bob looks like more of a war criminal than Hitler. Who did eugenics better? Film Robert? That guy with the funny mustache?
Mhm.
Drill Sergeant Bobby is gonna chew out the new recruits.
Oh well, this first one's pretty simple. At least I think it is.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, that one's obvious.
Quote number 1. I'll never forgive the troglodytes who stole the future I earned to prolong their worthless existence.
Movie Bob.
Yeah,
Movie
movie
Bob.
Bob.
Yeah, that's definitely Bob. I've read that one.
Yeah.
I think that human beings, if you talk about our differences in terms or talent, I think that human beings, if you talk about our differences in terms of talent or intelligence or any other area, that doesn't necessarily make an individual human being inferior or a race inferior.
That sounds,
That sounds
too sensible for Bob.
Yeah, I'm going with
Yeah.
Nazi. I'm going with Nazi. You know what this is? Cree, do you realize like how clippable this segment's going to be?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, I realize that.
Oh, buddy.
Well, if it becomes a problem, you could just point them at this and say, "Look, it's the movie Bob quiz. We're just making fun of this fat weirdo in a group of weirdos."
Do you think
Yep.
context matters with these people?
I mean, I've already been called sexist for, sorry, not sexist, misogynist, for calling the Nuka-Cola bitch in Fallout 3 the Nuka-Cola bitch.
yeah, we've been called racist as well, just because we've reviewed stuff that they liked.
Oh, and homophobic. Don't forget that.
Yeah, and homophobic, which is
Pagan
very
is-
ironic.
Pagan is the best
Yeah. homophobic
I've ever met.
Yes. He's so homophobic he'll only sleep with the same gender.
Well, hey, at least that means you're not sexist, right?
You ever see that movie Boondock Saints?
Yes.
Reminds me of Willem Dafoe's character where he'll like sleep with a guy and then he's like, "Hey, you F word."
Yeah.
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 All right. Quote number 3. All America
Wait,
politics.
did we decide? Did
Oh.
we all decide what the other one was?
I think Nazi for the
Nazi?
second quote. I think.
I was gonna say Bob, but yeah, I guess it could probably be Nazi. Yeah, that's
Granted,
probably
the guy did say he had to edit his grammar, Bob's grammar.
yeah, that's what.
We'll have to keep on the lookout for, for some of that too.
Quote number 3. All America politics of my lifetime have been about backwards people wedded to an inferior present trying to prevent a superior future. I am so very, very tired of being denied a better world because of the small visions and smaller minds afflicting so much of humanity.
Bob. That's Bob.
Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gotta be Bob.
It does sound like Bob. What's something that Bob would say? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it is. Quote number 4. Instruction in world history in the so-called high schools is even today a very sorry condition. Few teachers understand that the study of history can never be to learn historical dates and events by heart. That what matters is not whether the child knows exactly when this battle or that was fought, when a general was born, or even when a monarch was coronated. To learn history means to seek and find the forces which are the causes leading those effects which we subsequently perceive as historical events.
That's gotta be a
I
Nazi.
think Nazi.
Does
Yeah.
Bob even know what a monarch
It's
is?
just too well spoken.
Yeah, movie Bob wouldn't
Yeah.
be smart enough to understand that that's what the point of history is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going with Nazi.
And this does seem like something that a Nazi would start as an instruction on how to bring people into the Nazi ideology, like trying to paint it. And well, it's not that the Nazis did these bad things. Don't look at the dates. You need to understand the context and everything like that. It
Yeah.
seems kind of like this is your propaganda spiel to bring people into your ideology.
Yeah.
A good way of describing it would be like the Nazis were a lot more clinical about their beliefs. They were a lot more like seemingly objective about their beliefs, where they would like measure people's skulls and stuff. Their
They wanted
entire belief
scientific-
system was completely borked, but like
Yeah.
they had a lot more. If you didn't think about it, they seemingly had a lot more authority about what they're talking.
Are you
Yeah,
saying that
essentially they were obsessed with science, but science without morals and foundation.
Right.
Are you
Yeah,
saying
exactly.
that Nazis at least had standards?
Yes, and if you weren't at least 5 inches, you were dead.
I'll say their secretaries had better grammar than Bob did.
I I do like the comments in chat. Too sophisticated for Sir Bobbert. Too intelligent to be Bob. It's too good to be from Bob. Makes too much sense to be Blob.
Yeah.
Alright, quote number 5. At some point you have to choose to be a party to meaningful societal evolution and accept that not everyone is going to follow you into the future. Some will choose to remain backward and be left behind.
Movie Bob.
Yeah, movie Blob.
I'm torn on this one because I can see Bob saying it, but I can see this is like deep into the pamphlets, deep into the ideology saying.
Can I counter that here, Setch? I
Sure.
think this is just a long form way of saying wrong side of history.
You know what? You're right. That it is essentially it's that just extended out to a pretentious level.
Yeah, which is already pretentious anyway.
Yes.
Can't really tell. The grammar makes me think not Bob, but it could easily be something Bob would say.
Yeah, but because remember, Alex himself said that he had to fix Bob's grammar. So
Yeah, so maybe it's a fixer-upper. I can't really tell. I'm kind of torn.
Imagine a Nazi saying, "You're on the wrong side of history, bucko."
Well, I mean, they kind of do because they believe the race war and everything's coming.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, they certainly canceled a lot of Jews.
Oh.
It was the biggest cancel culture we've seen.
Yeah, but the greatest boon in bakeries I've ever seen.
Oh.
Jesus Christ!
Oh, God.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Well, so much for this stream.
Demonetized.
Let me check if we are demonetized. Surely we are by now. Surely. Hold on. Where's the tab? Oh no, that's not it. Ah! Getting lost in the tabs. Where are you? There you are.
Oh my God, the bots are out in full force today.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, they.
Lot of hot singles in your area, I guess.
And all that adult dating, I don't know if I can take it.
Apparently, Senator Abby Strong says we're age restricted.
Oh.
Oh no!
God.
Well, I don't know if we're age restricted, but excuse me, definitely limited ads.
Oh,
Oh my god.
so we need to work harder. Got it.
What's that? No Walmart ads?
Well, we are talking about ER, so I guess it makes sense. They kind of put him in the algorithm years ago because of the whole PewDiePie thing. They were like, yeah, no, he's marked as a racist and shit.
Mm.
So, are all of you in agreement for quote 5? Is it movie Bob?
I believe it is.
I think it's movie Bob.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go with the flow and say yeah, but I'm not sure about it.
Well, you can vote on your own.
Yeah, I'm torn on it as well, but hearing it re-simplify it as being on the wrong side of history does sound like what, leftoid machine Bob would say.
Quote number 6. When intelligent members of society become unable to overrule the ignorant, society fails. Sorry, society falls.
I actually think this might be a Bob one again.
I think this could be a Nazi one.
Because what I'm thinking is I'm imagining it trying to do it in Bob speak. When the intelligent members of society become unable to overrule the stupids or the wrong or whatever, then, we'll lose democracy and bullshit like that.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I'm leaning towards Bob, but man, I could see a fucking Nazi saying that.
Yeah.
Right.
It's more concise. So I'm kind of leaning Bob with that regard, but it's definitely not like in Bob speak. But again, we can't trust the grammar completely.
Yeah, you cannot trust the grammar.
I've never seen Bob say society. Or
Well, that's what I
talk
mean.
to-
We can't trust the grammar,
So you ever saw
could be a
his
word that
review
could
of
change.
a joke about the movie Joker in society, but
We live in a society.
Yeah. I still think this is a Nazi one.
Well, I'm gonna say movie Bob on mine. I just feel this is movie Bob.
I think so too, because movie Bob is so self-assured that he is superior in every regard. He is the superior human being.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like Nazis were at least a little bit humble in some regards. Movie Bob isn't. He just has he doesn't have a humble bone in his fucking body.
So Pagan, were they
That's
like
gonna be a great clip.
Pagan, were they like, hey, we may be Nazis, but at least we're not rude.
Yeah,
No,
it
at least
really
we're
does
not
come down to
braggart.
that. It's like Nazis at least had some sort of like manner to them, where it's like, they tried to hold themselves in some sort of regard where people would like them. Movie Bob just doesn't have the mental capacity to try that.
I think more so the Nazis realized that it would take hard work and struggle and sacrifice, where Movie Bob just wants it done. And how dare it not be done already for me, glorious leader Bob?
Yeah, yeah, that's
It's
what I'm
actually
leaning on.
It's actually a great bit of history that people don't always realize is the allying of like British and other European nobles and such with early Nazi regime, card holders, basically. Like a great example of that is I don't know how historically accurate it is, but a great movie about that is Remains of the Day with Anthony Hopkins, where Anthony Hopkins is like a butler at an English noble's house, who was being wooed by the party, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And at first they're just like dinner parties and talking about things and things like that, and eventually he's like, oh, I need you to fire so and so and so and so from the waiting staff. Oh, what might be the problem? Did they do something wrong for you, sir? And it's like, no, they're Jewish. And it's like, oh shit. So it's like, it started out in just like tea parties and niceties and things like that, and ends up being basically full on, that regime. So very scary how polite words and talk over wine can lead to some very dangerous things.
Yeah.
Well, then you had the big experiment, which I wish the name didn't escape me at the moment, but the big experiment where a high school teacher, showcased how easy fascism spreads and how the ideology actually spreads, because it becomes this whole thing of the struggle and then the us versus them, and it just builds up and builds up and builds up.
Was that
And
the prison experiment or?
No, the prison experiment's the one where they were doing the torture test, as far as I remember. This is the school experiment where they said that some of these people were part of this in group and others weren't, and they started making their own identity and everything. And it just went worse and worse. I know about the story as the Wave. There you go. And they gave themselves like their own uniforms and identifiers, and it just spread more and more and more.
So what you're saying is that children are fascists and they have to go.
Well, no, I have a more Nick Rekieta style take on children in school. I don't know why anybody listens to school, like students protesting or anything like that. Students are fucking retards. That's why they're in school.
No, I'd back up the prior statement. If you eliminated all children, guaranteed 100 years, no fascists.
Yeah.
I mean, technically true.
Wait, guys, are we the baddies?
Huns,
Small little Timmy.
are we the baddies? No. What makes you think we Huns? We're dressed in black and we have skulls on our on our hats. No, that's just a fashion statement.
This is a great skit.
Anyways, Pagan and Setch say Bob. Dirk said Nazi. What do you say, Indigo, for quote number 6?
Oh, sorry, derailed there. Quote number 6.
When intelligent members of society become unable to overrule the ignorant, society falls.
See, I have like a Bob bias where I think that whenever they say intelligent, I automatically think it's a Bob quote.
Yeah, because he thinks he's
Yeah.
very smart.
Yeah, because he often brings up his intelligence and everything, so that's why I'm just like,
Alright, that's 3 out of 4 for Bob. Quote number 7. There is forward and there is backward. Superior future and inferior past. The evolved and intelligent versus the ignorant and small-minded.
Bob.
God. Yeah, that
that
sounds like
sounds
Bob.
like Bob.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have to say
Probably
Bob.
I'm gonna laugh so hard if we find out that's a Nazi quote.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
there's definitely some that are going to be wrong. There's a 0% chance of getting all
Yeah,
of
there's
them
no
perfectly
Yeah.
correct. Quote number 8. There are times when I really hate that Jim Crow era laws ruin the idea of intelligence testing for voting.
I think Movie Bob.
Movie Bob.
I think it's absolutely Movie Bob.
Is it
Yeah.
possible these are all Bob quotes?
Wouldn't that be funny?
Oh no!
The rug pull at the end is that these are all Movie Bob quotes.
Oh, that would be great. Oh my god, if they had done that, that would have been perfect.
That would be hilarious.
So we're good on Bob for this one?
I think
Yeah.
Quote 8 is absolutely Bob.
I wasn't quite sure about the other ones. This one definitely sounds like him.
Yeah.
Quote number 9. We must become revolutionaries. We must bypass or shatter existing institutions and make them anew. The sellouts who constitute the old elite must be removed forever. We must constitute a new elite. A daunting goal, perhaps, but the only goal that makes sense.
This sounds like it came from Mein Kampf itself.
Yeah, this sounds
Yeah,
like a
it's not.
Nazi quote.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because again,
I
the
wouldn't-
Nazis were about the work, the struggle, the things that need to be done to get ahead. As Bob is more like, it should have been done already. How dare it not be done for me?
I love how we've discovered this like compass of figuring out whether it's a blob or Nazi quote. This is
Well,
great.
we'll see how true north our compass points. I mean, we could literally be going to the South Pole and not even know it.
Right. It's just a matter of figuring out how the compass works.
As messed up as it is, you could almost define Bob and the other quotes, or you could kind of separate them by almost kind of like how the famous JFK quote that he probably didn't write, where he talks about what you can do for your country versus what you can do for you. He's always thinking about what society should do for him, whereas the other guys are thinking about what they could do for society. As messed up as it is,
Yeah.
it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, their entire skewed moral compass is fucked, but their entire goal is what they can do to change society, what they can do for their new society. Morals be damned, because they are, like I said, they're completely fucked.
So
But
they're
they're
almost
all
kind of
about
like, yeah, they're almost like selflessly evil, I guess, is the only way you could kind of put it.
That's
Right.
kind of what attracted so many people to the National Socialist Party to begin with, was because they were so much about the sort of same ideology that the communists were, except from a different one where it was more nationalism as opposed to communal. It was more the state as a bastion for the people instead of the people are the people. You know, the people are the state.
Yeah.
Quote number 10. Ask them to defend themselves. Give them that opportunity. They will give you nothing because they have nothing. These are the faces of evil.
That's an interesting one.
I honestly don't know myself. This one I'm completely unfamiliar with. Like, we have
I
had a
think-
couple, but this one is genuinely like, oh god.
I think this one's Bob.
You think this is
And the-
Bob?
And the reason why I think this is a reply from I think he's probably replying to somebody. I can just imagine he's replying to somebody who's talking about having to fight one of the wrong thinkers. And then
think
Bob's
so,
giving this
too.
advice.
'Cause, I mean, both of these are advocating for the state to defend us. And the Nazi Party was definitely all about the state and its ruling. I
Yes. Very authoritarian, for sure.
mean, yeah, extremely authoritarian.
God, I genuinely don't know. I cannot tell.
I'm gonna go with Nazi.
Dirk says Nazi. Setch said
I'm-
Bob?
Well, I'm torn. I'm thinking it's Bob. I'm leaning towards that because it sounds like something that he'd do as a tweet reply to someone. Again,
I could,
I'm
The
taking
ideology-
grammar and everything out.
the ideology that the opposition is completely irredeemable and have no excuses for the horrible things that they do definitely sounds like Bob, but again, I'm kind of torn by the clarity of speaking. Like, this isn't 5 paragraphs long talking about other things, so the succinctness kind of makes me think not Bob, but I don't know. I'm
You
torn.
know what? I'm going with Bob. I'm switching to Bob. I don't take the phrase "these are the faces of evil" to be a quote from a Nazi. I'm not saying this because like a Nazi is intended on being like, oh, we're so evil. It's like,
remember too, that the person who made this quiz didn't source all of these from Mein Kampf or like literal actual World War II era Nazis. He's sourcing it from people who are alive today, like Richard Spencer.
Yeah.
Right.
But so the neo-Nazi movement and everything too.
What I'm saying is like, this phrasing it feels way too much like Bob.
Yeah.
The use of the word evil kind of tips me off too as well, because I don't know if they really use that sort of language as much.
Yeah, I think they preferred like the enemy and everything like that. You know, they're not. They weren't saying like, oh, they were evil, because they didn't want to immediately categorize anybody who had sympathies for that group as, no, you're bad, therefore. They want to be like, no, they are the enemy. And now you need to understand why they're the enemy.
I just need to point out this comment in chat from Senator Abby Strong. This is a Zelda CDI quote.
My boy.
So we're good on Movie Bob for this one.
Yeah, I'm thinking Movie Bob now.
Yep.
All right. Quote number 11. I don't see any moral difference between a suicide bomber and somebody in an F-16 fighter jet who fires a missile into an apartment complex and then kills 10 or 15 little girls and boys. I don't see much difference there. In fact, I think the pilot is a greater offender. He's getting medals, while the suicide bomber is sacrificing his life for what he believes in.
Movie Bob.
Can we guest vote Hassan in this one?
Oh my boy.
Oh my god, that could actually be a new quote. Did Movie Bob say it? Did a Nazi say it, or was it Hassan Piker?
I could see Hassan Piker saying that shit.
Yeah,
absolutely. America deserved 9/11's Hassan Piker? Fuck yes, he would.
God, fuck Hassan Piker. I will never support anybody that supports that fucker. Anyway.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Piece of fucking shit. I'm gonna go. I think this is Bob talking about the Israel-Palestine conflict.
All right.
I think this is Bob, because this... I don't know, because the Nazis, I think, would more glorify somebody in service of the state as opposed to, you know, somebody like dying for religious extremism. The Nazis didn't really like religion as a thing.
Ooh, hang on here. Someone in the chat says, "Sounds like Vosh." There we fucking
oh my god,
go,
it does. Oh, it sounds more like Bosch than it does Hassan Piker.
Well,
hold
on. It can't be Vosh because it's not talking about horsecock.
Yeah, or how much that little girl you should be allowed to like bang those little girls and boys.
Given the
maybe this is part of the censorship. Maybe the real word was horsecock, but he replaced it with F-16 to make
it. It would make a lot more sense to be a Vosh quote then.
Wait, so the phrase is he's getting horsecocks while the suicide bomber is sacrificing his life.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I know it's a joke, but any of the replaced words are theme in this, in case anyone forgot.
God, you know, and of course, out of all the bread tubers, like Vosh's the one that sounds like a fucking terrorist. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so does Hassan, but no, Hassan seems more like a terrorist cult leader
and content thief.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's absolutely a thief. He even self-admitted he's a thief.
So are we all going with Bob for quote 11?
I am.
I
think it's a trap because it sounds very modern. So we gotta take into account that it doesn't necessarily have to be Mein Kampf era.
Yeah, but again, neo-Nazis even tend to be very about the state, the authoritarian. Like they want a rigid structure. So I think they wouldn't denigrate somebody in service to the state. They would denigrate somebody in service to a religion, though. Because again, the Nazis didn't like religion either, because they thought it was superstitious, nonsense compared to their glorious science. We have proven that we're superior with science and facts. Sort of thing.
Yeah, but you got to keep in mind a lot of modern day Nazis are heavily religious.
It's nice to be able to watch this at a Starbucks.
America, baby.
Hello, everyone at Starbucks. I hope our stream is entertaining you.
Yeah, you can find us on the Some Tangents Are Guaranteed podcast. Come on by.
Just make sure you're not using headphones to listen in. But
Crank the volume to max as well.
yeah.
If there are any nearby Bluetooth speakers, you can crank up the volume on. Do that.
Well, and the Nazis were definitely Christian, though. They were even backed.
They were
by the Catholic Church.
Yeah, they were, but again, their entire thing, as we talked about earlier, was proving superiority. It was all science. Like the Christianity was like a backdrop to the science, the immoral science, and you had occultists as well.
Yeah,
you had entire Nazi divisions that were occultists that were fascinating stories about Nazi treasure hunters and stuff like that. Who were looking for occult artifacts.
Inspired
National
many
treasure.
video games.
Oh yes. And
like, wasn't there a thing where it was believed that Hitler kept what he thought was a mandrake root with him?
I don't know about that, but I remember Hitler was high a lot because Hitler's doctor was constantly like giving him like hallucinogenics and shit.
Yeah.
I'm getting kicked out by my mother. Clearly, she can't handle this amazing stream.
Hey, guys, mother, show us where we're wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Point to the lie.
What does she have against us laughing about Nazis?
I need to just double check. You guys are all fine with Bob for quote 11?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're I'm kind of concerned.
Yeah, I think it is because I think they would support somebody like in service of the state. I don't think they would denigrate them.
All right.
We've got to pick up the pace anyway. So yeah, let's just do Bob.
Yeah.
All right.
Quote number 12. Here's something you should know about me. I believe that there is almost no such thing as a bad tactic, only bad targets.
Oh,
Bob.
Lord. That sounds very Bobish.
That came from the Church of Scientology too. No, actually,
it is a modern leftist quote.
That's Gamer Ghazi. Holy shit, that is Gamer Ghazi. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, this is a modern leftist talking point, actually. So yeah, I heavily believe this is Bob.
Since all four of you came to the consensus on this one, I will reveal now. I know for a fact this is Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a feeling. I was like, this is literally something the left says all the time. So
totally.
I totally believe that this is Bob.
Quote number 13. Once we stop rejecting the basic truths of the universe and instead reject theme of our civilization, we'll be 100 times more efficient. Once we rid ourselves of theme, the stars will not be far outside our grasp.
Oh, that could be a Nazi. They could be talking about the Jews.
I'm going Nazi.
I just want to reiterate the absolute state of Bob in that we immediately assumed that something talking about that the Nazis were concerned about using bad tactics too much for it to be their quote.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
All right, so we're all fine with Nazi for this one.
They may be Nazis,
Yeah,
but at least they'll punch down.
It does sound more like that, yeah.
All right. Number 14. It's possible to see that this is the world. It's possible to see that this is the world and to be angry about it and to reject false compromise with the other side, without also not recognizing the various complexities and nuances within movements and communities they condemn.
I think that's a Nazi.
Nazi, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a Nazi. And actually, I'm going back to my other one. I think it's Bob. I'm changing it to Bob.
What was?
He says the stars are not far outside of our grasp. Like if we left these other people behind. I think that's Bob because he's the one who said that he thinks he should be in some like futuristic utopia on another planet by now. And if it wasn't for Republicans holding him back, he would have already been there. So I think that's Bob. I'm going to change it to Bob.
If
I see where you're coming from.
if two more
I
if two
don't-
more people say Bob for quote number 13, I have to change mine. So make up your minds.
I
You think it's Bob?
I think it's still the Nazis.
Okay.
But that one.
I do too.
We've just been so askew with I think we've done like 2 for 1 for Bob so far. I'm worried that that we're going too Bob heavy here.
I can't wait to finish this and find out that we only got the first question right, and the one about bad targets. Those are the only 2 that were right, and all the others were wrong.
Yeah, oh god, that'd be horrifying.
I mean, the joke
And-
about all these being Bob, it can be very real here.
Yes, like I said, that would be amazing if they were all Bob. That like the bait and switch. It's actually every one of these is Bob.
I mean, even if we got like 90 out of 100 right, that's still condemning.
Yeah.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
it's condemning regardless, but still.
It's condemning that this quiz exists in the first place.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because a normal person who's like talking about their actual beliefs, you wouldn't be able to make such a quiz. Like, it wouldn't be up for debate. It wouldn't be a question. But when you talk about these crazy fucking things like, oh yeah, the Nazis ruined eugenics. The Nazis ruined the good fucking name of eugenics. It's like, holy shit, Bob, stop.
It's like you take any average Twitter account and you're like, you know what, Aladdin, not a bad movie, versus the only way we can correct civilization is through purification. It's like, wonder who said what.
Well,
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. Like, so I'm a member of the Church of Satan, and we talk about eugenics, but we also have a difference between how we talk about eugenics and how a Nazi would talk about eugenics. It's a completely different thing. We're just talking about, hey, make sure you don't fuck an idiot.
Yeah. I mean, sure. You have the good old age tested, tried and true saying of don't stick your dick in crazy.
Hey, don't come in a loser, and don't let a loser come in you. That's what we mean by eugenics.
Anyways, quote number 15. People who have no understanding of the political world around them have no right to criticize or complain about our superior future.
I think that's movie Bob.
Anytime I see superior future, like, it makes me think of movie Bob.
Yeah.
Indigo?
Wait,
Pagan?
Is it? Wait, is it all movie Bob? Always has been.
I think that's Bob.
So do I, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
wondering what I'm wondering if there was like a German translation of superior future, and if that was considered. If that I'm seeing that phrase a lot. I'm wondering if that was actually like a. I've never read Mein Kampf, so I have no idea. But I wonder if that was like a specific kind of utopia that they're building toward, and there was like a phrase that was repeated: "superior future." If that's the case, then we could have been bamboozled. But
Yeah,
I'll
maybe.
vote Bob for now.
Well, I think the point of this quiz is to bamboozle us, because a lot of these are real Bob quotes.
Yeah.
Some of these I recognize, yeah, for Bob's Twitter. So.
Creetosis, by the way, your Discord server has a cult. What? What?
Oh,
fucking-
is it the Sev cult?
Oh.
I thought it was
Yeah,
the
we don't
Morbius
talk
one.
about that.
So it's not the Morbius one.
No, unfortunately. Though the channel is still there, and it will never fucking be deleted.
I don't expect it to be.
Quote number 16. History likes to forget that theme often grow to assault true progress when the backward and mediocre feel left out of it.
God, that's tough. I could see a Nazi saying that, but I could also
That's it.
see movie Bob saying it
Yeah.
too.
I'd say not Bob for this one.
History likes to forget that theme often grow to assault true progress when the backward and mediocre feel left out of it.
I'm going with Nazi. I'm going with Nazi because of the term mediocre.
I don't know.
Nazi
I could see
or
Bob.
Morton
I could see
Joe,
Bob
one of the
doing
two.
that. Yeah, I could see Bob saying that. Oh, I'm leaning towards Bob.
Pagan says Bob. Dirk says Nazi. What do you say, Setch?
I think this is a Nazi one.
Indigo?
Yahtzee.
All right, so that's 3 against 1.
Okay.
All right.
17. Don't tell me to buy inferior products or hire less capable or qualified workers to artificially inflate a semblance of performance.
Oof. I would say not Bob, personally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think there's another Nazi one.
Yeah, I think this is
I think it is
Nazi.
too. Yeah.
I don't think Bob would argue from a position of merits being important.
Because he doesn't like
Yeah.
meritocracy as the thing.
Yeah, he doesn't like meritocracy, so I don't think this is Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, when you think about it, like they're all the baddies were all about like physical and sort of capability purity, whereas Bob's more about ideological purity. I guess if that makes sense.
Yeah. So it's Nazi
Oh,
for number
yeah.
17.
I'd say so. Yeah.
I'd say
Alright.
so too.
Quote number 18. The American president increasingly used his influence to create conflicts, intensify existing conflicts, and, above all, to keep conflicts from being resolved peacefully. For years, this man has looked for a conflict anywhere in the world, but preferably in theme, that he could use to create political entanglements with American economic obligations to one of the contending sides, which would then steadily involve America in the conflict and thus divert attention from his own confused domestic economic policies.
Oh, that's Bob. That's got to be Bob.
I don't know.
This
That
is-
could be I think
I'm
that's a
not sure.
Nazi.
I think that's Bob talking about Trump.
It's one of these It's one of these
Maybe.
quotes that are so vague and could apply to anybody that it's kind of like the "Do you realize how little that narrows us down?" kind of quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially since it's like if he's talking about Trump, it's like I know people make shit up about him, but it's like
Well, here's
I
the
don't
thing.
know. He didn't have a whole lot of domestic, like poor domestic policies.
Here's the thing, too, though, is it could potentially be a neo-Nazi talking about Obama.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It
That's why I'm leaning
yeah.
towards Nazi. I think it's a Nazi talking about Obama.
I mean, it could be anybody in the last 70 years, really. So yeah, got a
It
pretty
could
big-
also be somebody talking about George Bush.
That's
Well,
true.
Or-
the thing is, it's like when people would talk about Trump, like they would make shit up about like the things that he was trying to do. I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past Bob to make shit up about Trump.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's hard to tell because it's like this could apply so much more to other presidents, but because the left make up so much shit about Trump, it could be just, it's just like, oh yeah, the domestic economic policies or just the domestic policies in general of Trump, like trying to ban black people from being able to be born. That was a domestic policy he had, I remember. Like I could
If you don't pipe down, I'll ban women.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I love. Oh God. Or Great and Honorable Lord Dankula. Oh.
Oh, I loved that so much.
Oh, sorry, the Right Honorable Lord Dankula. That's an accurate title.
Like seeing the amount of messages that he got from people thinking that he was a fucking judge. That was incredible. Meanwhile, his wife is laughing about it, about his husband being a pleb on the internet.
Mm.
Anyways, I think Dirk is the only one who put down a solid answer for this one as Bob.
I'd actually say not Bob, but I'm willing to.
All right, one for
willing to go either
one.
way.
One for one. Pagan, Setch. Will you continue to tie it, or will you...
Damn, this is hard.
The problem is it could describe so many different people. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could be,
Yeah.
it could be anybody. It's literally a coin toss at this point.
I'm hedging my bets and going. This is a Nazi. This is more neo-Nazi stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm gonna go with Nazi.
All right, so that's 3 against 1 there. And luckily,
Again.
I don't have to tie break it, because I don't fucking know either. Code number
I am usually
19.
the outlier here.
Huh?
I am usually the outlier with these.
Quote number 19. There needs to be a separate category of biology distinguishing theme from properly evolved human beings.
Bob.
Yeah, I think that's Bob.
I'd
That's
say
gotta
Bob,
be
yeah.
Bob.
Holy shit.
Dirk,
I
Dirk
was
doesn't
gonna go with
even
Nazi.
need... Huh?
I was gonna go with Nazi.
Really?
No, I genuinely think this is Bob.
Yeah, I think this is Bob.
He likes to call people that aren't as enlightened and evolved as him, like troglodytes, backwards, cavemen. He has all kinds of things for it.
Yeah,
Well,
he is.
because it's
He is
saying-
hard into this.
it-
He has
it's saying-
openly said that he doesn't think like Republicans are people. So
All right,
So yeah,
I'll say Bob.
I genuinely literally replace it with this. There needs to be a separate category of biology distinguishing the Republicans from properly evolved human beings.
God, I really am the outlier with these. All right, I'll go with Bob. I'll just go with Bob. With this one.
Yeah, I genuinely think this is Bob.
yeah, if it's not Bob, this is the one I'm gonna be the most surprised
This
about.
one
honestly.
I will be shocked on if it isn't Bob.
Yeah, if it's not Bob, I'm gonna be like, wow, really? It's like I really would have thought it was Bob.
Quote number 20. My dream solution. All the good theme remove themselves from the fray. Let the failed husk collapse in on itself, deprived of all worthy intellects.
Bob.
Bob.
Yeah, my dream solution. All the good Republicans remove themselves from the fray. Let the
Yeah,
failed husk collapse.
But again, it could also be Jew, right? Because that's the way it works. That's why it's a blank. Because it could
Yeah,
go either way.
I know.
True, but yeah.
I still
I
think
do think this is Bob. For
the
sure.
worthy intellects is what makes me think it's Bob.
So do
Yeah,
I.
the point I'm trying to make is you can't rely on blank to be, Republicans or right wing or
Oh,
whatever.
I know. I'm
No,
not.
I'm just inserting that for a second, just to I think strengthen my argument that it's Bob.
All right.
I think Cree knows this is a Nazi quote.
I have no idea. I'm kind of torn.
Quote 21. When I say that vast swaths of humanity are beneath contempt, I speak from knowledge, and some of you dare to give me the side-eye for calling these themes less than human.
Oh, that sounds
my
so
God.
Bobby.
That does sound like
It
Bob.
really does.
Yep, it does.
Okay, moving on then. We're all in
I'm not
agreement.
reading- God.
That was an easy one. Quote 22. This nation cannot continue letting its future direction be decided by a minority of its least intelligent, most backwards-looking people.
God damn it! I feel like Bob said this one.
I do too, especially
Yeah,
since he's
same.
insulting the
This
way
one.
they look. He's specifically insulting the way they look. I think it's Bob.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Bob has no right
was-
to be making fun of how anyone fucking looks.
I know.
Oh man, that's tough. I'd swing Bob though, probably.
Alright, Bob it is. Getting a lot of Bob votes here, aren't we?
Yeah, we're really
Yeah.
Bob heavy. We're gonna be very surprised at the end,
Yeah.
for sure.
Quote number 23. There is, for example, the question of how we came to the preposterous state of affairs prevailing today, wherein we place the destiny of our nations, our planet, and our families in the hands of a mass of voters whose powers of judgment are manifested in such things as the type of television entertainment their preferences have pushed into prime time, and the type of men they have elected into public office. And there is the equally weighted question of how, knowing the ease with which this mass is misled, we permitted virtually all the media of mass information and entertainment to fall into the hands of theme, whose interests are so diametrically opposed to our own.
I would say not Bob.
I think this is
Absolutely.
a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, I think this is a Nazi.
Despite it being as rambly as a Bob video, it is too succinct, and I think I know the group it's talking about, and it's not Bob. I would say not Bob.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards not Bob.
All right. Quote number 24. Theme is the only way forward for genuine human and technological progress. The alternative is the cave.
Bob. This sounds like Bob.
Yeah, it's Bob.
Is
Ah.
the theme in this case the placeholder for Mountain Dew chicken? recipe.
I don't know. I'm gonna be the odd one out on this one. I think this is gonna be Nazi.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think this is part of his. I think this is part of Mein Kampf, actually.
You know, I'll back you on that one. So is that 2 for 2 or?
Yeah, we've got a
Yeah.
tiebreaker here, and I'm not familiar
Okay,
with
dude.
this quote. So
You know what? On second thought, I think I'm gonna go with Nazi.
all right, never mind. Tie broken before I had to say anything. Quote number 25. Better human beings, upward evolution, theme. That is the way, the only way, to find answers to questions that even our greatest philosophers and thinkers have been unable to answer so far.
I think this is another Nazi one.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I think this one is Nazi.
Yeah.
Alright, 4 for 4. Yeah, definitely not good sound bites to have. Quote number 26. Trump has opened the door to nationalism in this country. Not American nationalism, but the white race. Once that door is fully swung open, you can't close it.
I think
That's
this is
gotta be-
Bob. I
I
actually
think it's a
do.
neo-Nazi one.
I'm surprised they didn't censor out the name.
Well,
Interesting.
that's because it still doesn't make it clear which side is saying it, though.
Yeah, if
That
it's
is
movie
true.
Bob or a neo-Nazi. I genuinely think this is Bob.
I think that Bob would definitely call this American nationalism. So I'm gonna say Nazi.
No, I think he's saying that because Trump's opening it to white nationalism is what.
Yeah,
he's
that's what
saying.
I'm thinking too. I don't think this is a Nazi because he's specifically saying like not American nationalism, but the white race,
Yeah.
as in like as if it's a bad thing, which it is. But well,
So
in the
No.
way in this regard, in the regard of like actual like racist like uprising of like another Reich or something, but he's literally just talking about like Trump racist. That's literally all it is. It's just Trump racist.
well, the thing is, like, I don't think Bob would actually separate any of it as far as nationalism goes. That's why I'm going with neo-Nazi.
True. Not
It's-
American nationalism,
It's
but the
tough
white race.
wanting to join
But
in
it
on the
seems
conversation, but being unable
neo-Nazi is
to.
gonna- a neo-Nazi is more likely to care about what kind of nationalism than movie Bob would.
Yeah, but I think they would be this quote would be directly celebrating it. They wouldn't like have a foreboding once that door is fully swung open, you can't close it.
Right. This reads off as a neo-Nazi thinking that they are making progress.
I don't know, because that last sentence seems more foreboding to me than
Yeah,
That's
same.
honest.
It
It
doesn't.
seems more like an indictment than
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a glorification of it, of like the progress we have made for the white race or anything. No, this seems more like an ominous warning, an omen of ill intent. So I think it's movie Bob.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Bob.
I can see that. Yeah.
Oh well.
All right, I guess we're
I
going.
mean, trust me, when we get to the end of this, we'll probably have those. It'll be like, no, that was a neo-Nazi that said it. It's like, damn it.
Wait. I can't wait, man.
Well, we're over a quarter of the way there.
Yeah.
Quote number 27. Socialism is the final concept of duty, the ethical duty of work, not just for oneself, but also for one's fellow man's sake, and above all, the principle, common good before own good, a struggle against all partisanism. And we are aware that in this fight we can rely on no one but our own people.
Nazi.
Quote.
Nazi.
Neo-Nazi.
It has to be a neo-Nazi.
Oh, yeah.
Wait. Maybe not a neo-Nazi, actually. Maybe old school Nazi, because again, they were the National Socialist Party.
Yeah.
yeah.
That's
They're
true.
confusing.
well
Yeah,
aware
could
of
be.
Yeah, I think this is old school Nazi.
They were well
Yeah.
aware they were socialist.
So we're all in agreement on that then. Quote 28.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this talks about the work, the struggle. So yeah, and again, that's not something Bob would ever do. So
Yeah, believing in
I
your
think-
fellow man. Yeah, that's where it kills it for me. Believing in your fellow man. Fucking Bob ain't gonna do that.
Well,
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
this is 1930s Nazi right here.
The struggle
Yeah.
part is what gets me here. So
The way you just the way you would discern the two is 1930s was National Socialism. Bob is Nacho Socialism.
Right.
All right, quote 28. It is thus necessary that the individual should finally come to realize that his own opinion is of no importance in comparison with the existence of the nation. That
Nazi.
that the position of the individual
Yeah.
is conditioned solely by the interests of the people as a whole.
That's
Nazi.
Nazi. That's
Nazi.
Nazi.
That was
Yeah, that's-
too easy.
That screams old school Nazi. The national state.
Yeah.
It's just also written like a technical manual. Like it's like giving you instructions on how to like run the world too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very,
This
Very
next
weird.
quote! This next quote! I'm sorry, I just ran ahead. This one is
Oh my
good.
god! Read it,
Quote-
buddy, read it!
Quote 29.
Wow.
Quote number 29.
oh Lord.
That is brutal.
Every time a fellow white person asks me if I want to be a minority in my own country, I tell them I am already a minority in this country.
I think Bob still with this because he is so full of himself. He believes himself to be the superior intellect, the perfect being, peak humanity.
The ultimate life form.
I was going to make a Cars reference. God damn it.
No, I made a Sonic reference.
Oh.
Because Movie Bob is able to use chaos control.
Oh god.
Damn, this is a tough one.
I could see somebody asking a neo-Nazi this, right? I could see that. But I don't know. I just feel like that I tell them I'm already a minority in this country. It just fits with my idea of the narrative of Bob, like talking about how he's so much superior to everyone else around him.
I already am a minority in this country. I'm a gamer.
Chaos
I'm
control.
leading Bob. Yeah.
Bob? So we've got two Bobs, one vote for Nazi. What do you say, Pagan?
Uh,
I'll read a comment while you decide. Chaos control. That's a weird way to spell glucose.
Oh my god.
God damn.
I think it's Bob. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Bob.
All right, three votes for Bob. Oh god, this next one's a chonker. Quote number 30. Themes, often film executives or financial moguls, sexually use and abuse moguls. Sexually use and abuse women by the thousands, decade after decade, and almost always get away with it. Nobody gets punished. Nobody goes to jail. Every now and then, someone gets exposed publicly for what they are, but it all blows over and the practice continues unabated. Sometimes, one of these themes is so egregious in his perversion or aggression that he's thrown to the wolves by his fellow themes, such as happened to Harvey Weinstein recently. Weinstein is still freely roaming the streets of LA and New York City, but it's hard to believe that will last too much longer. Well, that didn't age well. Considering that a dozen out of his scores of victims have accused him directly of forcible rape. But you never know. This is America, after all, and themes are very, very special here.
I think this is movie Bob.
Yeah, this has got to be Bob.
I'm
So-
going
Think so?
neo-Nazi.
So you think themes is a replacement for, like, the rich or something, the powerful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm thinking.
Okay, yeah, I could see that angle to it.
I'm going with neo-Nazi.
So I could see two different things in the place of themes, and
Yeah.
depending on which one would greatly influence my decision for Bob or not Bob.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I don't know. I could easily see it by either way, so I'm going to say not Bob.
Oh, I think that's a tie.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is a tie. All right. So I guess I'm the tiebreaker here for this one.
Yep.
And I have no fucking clue Like, it could really go either way. This is a tough one. Fuck. I was just looking at, like, the wording and the grammar, but then I realized the person who put this together fixed all that, so it's like,
Yeah.
well, shit, I can't rely on that. That's the whole point of fixing it. Oh, fuck.
It does seem pretty, structurally it doesn't seem very Bob-like, but sometimes he does do his sort of diatribes and writes it
Yeah.
out very matter-of-factly like that, so it's hard to say.
Yeah.
When in doubt, blob it out. God, I fucking love the Theosfold infidel chatter.
Oh, yeah, he's great.
The reason is this seems kind of like it would be in an article or tweet format. And does Movie Bob do many articles? I thought he just pretty much just tweets and does videos.
Mostly yells at Twitter and then shits out a video.
This could be a twit longer though.
Yeah.
Or
Could be
multiple
tweet longer or an
tweets.
article.
Or multiple
Could be
tweets together.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
I am stumped on this one. I'm just going to toss the dice and I'll go with Bob.
Okay.
Number 31. History will eventually remember Theme as a hero, however imperfect, who is failed by the country they tried to save.
Nazi.
Nazi.
Yeah, I'd say that probably is the
I'm
case.
because I'm thinking history will eventually remember Hitler as a hero, however
Well-
imperfect, who was failed by the country they tried to save.
Well, it could also be, again, Bob talking about Obama, right? Like, Bob is the kind of person who would be like, yeah, I shouldn't be making arguments. I'm the one sitting out.
I'm
Yeah.
going with Bob with this one.
It could also be Bob talking about Ronald McDonald. I mean, who knows?
Oh my god. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know if I could see Bob calling Obama imperfect, though. I feel like he would just say he was perfect.
True.
Oh
so-
man, I could go for a movie Bob sized snack for McDonald's.
Oh, this next one I'm about to scream, movie Bob.
Okay, so how many votes do we
Oh.
have? Just quickly, what were your votes?
Nazi for 31.
Okay, Pagan?
Nazi.
Indigo?
Nazi.
Same, yeah.
Okay. That's 3 out of 4.
Yep.
Quote number 32. I will never forgive Theme for this. A superior global future was in sight and they threw it away.
Movie
Bob.
Bob. I'm screaming movie Bob. on
That's gotta be Bob.
It does sound very Bob, yeah. But then again, could be bamboozled.
Could be bamboozled. Dirk?
Oh, I'm going with Bob.
Okay. Quote number 33. And that is really the only possible response to that question, because this film does not even bother to attempt to provide any form of plausible deniability. This is a shameless celebration of violence by white men against a society that has abandoned them. Joker is a love letter to mass shooters.
Movie Bob.
Bob.
I know that's Bob.
I think they might have forgotten to take out the topic here because
Yeah.
that sounds straight.
Yeah.
Sounds like it sounds like something you'd say in one of his videos.
Honestly, they probably should have cut that entire last line.
They should have cut out film. Should have been one thing they cut out, and of course Joker.
I think just the last line entirely, because what white national, like, what neo-Nazi is going to say, this movie is a love letter to mass shooters.
Well, that's what I mean. If you get rid of film as well,
True.
so get rid of film, get rid of Joker.
Yeah. Alright, quote number 34. The nation I love and thought was heading in the right direction is failing, and I can only blame the ignorance of my fellow countrymen.
That's Bob.
Yeah,
I feel that's Bob.
That sounds like Bob.
Alright, moving on then. Quote 35. The fact that no one wants to hear this, not everyone gets to win, even if you yourself aren't a theme. Theme is a superior way forward into a better future for a better world.
It's a tough
I
one.
want to say Nazi for
I
this one.
think, yeah, I think Nazi for this one as
Yeah,
well.
so am I. I think
Definitely
Nazi.
not 30s Nazi, but maybe neo.
Yeah, I think neo-Nazi with this one.
Alrighty. 36. I've always felt in some way, apart from theme, but never so much as right now. How can I share DNA with these monsters?
That's Bob.
Movie Bob.
Movie Bob.
Sure, yeah.
Alright, 37. It's a shame that we leave the abilities of the nation at the mercy of citizens who act with these abilities lightly and as if they were playing a game.
I think that's Nazi.
So do I.
Mm,
I almost think even old school Nazi. Because again,
It's not.
it doesn't mean video game or anything like that. But
Yeah.
it feels more like, yeah.
It's like it's not absolutist enough, I guess. It's more nuanced, I guess. Movie Bob tends to be very absolutist.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would say not Bob.
Alrighty
yeah, I
then.
think I'm gonna go with Nazi.
Quote number 38. Freedom of expression is nice, but it becomes a factor of corruption. And corruption, if not exercised within the limits set by the interests of the nation.
That's tough.
That, I still think that might be a Nazi.
I think so too. Yeah.
Is nice, but it becomes a.
Because, and I think this is also old school Nazi. Because I think this is the whole idea of the expressionist movements and everything like that. Like,
Well,
because they
interest-
crack down on art and everything as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I would say
And
Nazi
the
then.
Nazis seem to be more concerned about interests of a nation than Bob is.
Yeah,
I view Bob as more of a globalist.
yeah.
Alright, Nazi
Yeah, I'm
it is
thinking
then.
Nazi. Yeah.
Quote number 39. We're almost halfway there. Theme are not motivated by the desire to defend a scientific idea or to spread this idea, but by the bigotry of opinion, idea, or belief.
Movie Bob.
Bob, yeah.
Yeah, Bob.
40. Theme were given a choice to evolve and become a superior theme or stagnate and remain inferior. The majority chose wrong.
Bob.
So I guess from Setch's laugh that he agrees with Pagan.
Yes, I
Dirk?
agree. I agree.
Indigo?
Oh, I
I'd say Bob, yeah.
Alright. Just want to make sure I get your answers.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Quote 41. In those days, I was stupid enough to try to enlighten Theme about the meaninglessness of their beliefs. I thought I could show them the danger of Theme, but I was getting the opposite result.
Oh, that reads as
Bob.
Bob.
That's gotta be Bob.
Yeah.
I'm not so
Alright.
sure. I
Oh?
don't really see Bob trying to enlighten people, but I don't know.
And
But
back
I
in
guess
the
we're at a
day
majority,
with
right?
his, because he's talking about in the past, right? He's talking about in the past.
Oh yeah. I can
And
see
I
that, yeah.
remember his Game Over Thinker series and bullshit like that.
Well, he did try enlightening Lindsay Ellis to.
She politely enlightened him to her block button. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And politely informed her entire audience and enlightened them about how much of a creep Bob is.
Quote number
Oh.
42. I'm not for the correct action to be overridden in favor of the will of the stupid, just because they happen to occupy more space.
Bob.
That does sound pretty Bob-like.
Well, again, it could be a neo-Nazi.
Could be, but I think it's Bob.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking not Bob. I don't know.
Derek?
Keep
Because
Bob.
this implies that they think that they're a very small part of society, which
Yeah.
that makes me think the latter. Yeah.
I'm going Nazi.
Oh, we have another tiebreaker. I'm not for the correct action to be overridden in favor of the will of the stupid just because they happen to. This is another tough one, but I think I'm leaning Bob on this one.
Yeah, because he thinks everyone's a fucking idiot. So, yeah, I can't see it being anything other than Bob.
Yeah. Quote 43. As for democracy, I believe in results and long-term visions. Systems? Not so much. In this regard, I'm closer to a technocrat.
Bob.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I think this is Bob.
This does sound like Bob. Granted, technocrat would be a meritocracy in a sense, but it's a meritocracy skewed towards technical elites.
Well, not just that. Bob just might not know the definition of technocrat.
Maybe.
He thinks he's worshipping the Omnissiah of Warhammer 40k.
Oh, so okay, he doesn't understand. He means technophile.
I mean, there's a technocracy. Isn't that like a society run by scientists, basically?
Yes, basically it's a meritocracy because you want the best of the best, but your best of the best is also skewed towards technical skills sets. So engineers, scientists, stuff like that, as being the ones that lead.
I could see Bob thinking that he's on the side of the scientists, and so he would be for a society that's just basically, in his view, scientists would rule everything. I could see that.
Yeah.
From his perspective, at least, yeah.
Alright, so what are our votes?
Bob.
Mine is still Bob.
Yep, still Bob.
Alrighty then. Bob it is. When we get to after 50, I'm going to take a quick break. But that'll be when we finish question number 50.
Yeah.
Quote number 44. Hey, let's leave massively important geopolitical decisions with potential global impact up to a public vote. No one smart. Attributing that quote. This is a really bad idea. Your fellow theme failed you. I know the feeling.
I'm going to say Bob.
So
Bob, yeah.
Yeah, that seems like Bob.
There's a lot of Bobs.
And Bob we trust, as he would say.
No! Quote number 45. Theme cannot be won over, saved, or reasoned with. They need to be defeated, along with their values and political power.
Oh,
God,
Jesus.
I think that's Bob again.
So do I.
It sounds very absolutist, like a Sith, you know?
Yeah.
The lines blur too much.
Shit, man. We're getting it. We got a long Bob streak going here.
We do. I wish I knew the ratio. If I knew it was 50-50, I'd probably be a bit more suspicious of each of these.
We've currently got 6 Bobs in a row, and this would be our 7th.
Oh, God.
Not that that's actually a factor, because these could actually be 7 Bob quotes in a row.
Yep.
Just to throw a non-Bob in there, I'd say not Bob for this one, because this could easily describe other groups as well.
Alright. So, Such, Pagan, Dirk?
Oh, I was saying Bob.
I'm saying Bob.
I actually could see Nazi. Jews cannot be won over, saved, or reasoned with. They need to be defeated along with their values and political power.
Well, theme could also mean something besides that, too. That, like...
I know, but I'm thinking
they
of
could
it
be
as
saying, like,
from a
Democrats,
term,
too, right?
Yeah, they could be. Oh no, I'm torn on this one for sure.
Could also be theme could also reference 4 burger, 20 nugget, 4 Coke combo as well.
Well, yeah, I figure Bob would see a meal as something to be defeated. I have consumed the entire thing. I am victorious.
You know what? I'll stick with Bob on that one.
Alright, Bob it is. Quote 46. Most people don't know what is best for them and, in taking actions under the assumption that they do, often mess things up for us.
I think that one might actually be a Nazi. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that one actually is a Nazi.
This seems more like a neo-Nazi thing.
Yeah.
And mess things up for us. I guess. Yeah, maybe a recent one. Yeah. Just so casually written.
We've got our 3 votes, but Dirk?
Oh, I was saying Nazi.
Okay. Sorry, sometimes it's hard to hear some of you over the others.
Oh, don't worry, buddy. I get it.
Quote 47. Sometimes I am dumbfounded. I don't know what amazed me more, the abundance of their verbiage or the artful way in which they dressed up their falsehoods. I hate them.
Ooh, this is a tough one because this could easily be Bob talking about like a Republican or something, but it could also be like it could be a neo-Nazi talking about.
I think Bob on this one.
Yeah, my reasoning is that he's very emotional, and the big bads were more like they were almost like addressing a problem, and I don't know. They spoke from like a less emotional perspective, I guess. Maybe does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
So we're going with Bob.
yeah, I'd say Bob.
All right. No one's contradicting that, so I'm just going to move on. 48. The superior future of the United States is a technological and theme. Until then, a lot of noise.
Bob.
I think that's Bob.
Superior future. That term keeps on popping up. I think all of those are from the same person, the same group, and we're going to be very surprised. I think.
So I assume you're referring to Bob.
Actually,
Oh.
I might change to Nazi.
All right. So
I'm kind of thinking there's like a term in German or whatever that means superior future. That's why we see that term exactly pop up here and there.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure.
It's kind of like how we don't have a single word for Schadenfreude, but it's roughly translated to laughing at one's misfortune. So if you saw laughing at one's misfortune appearing in like a dozen quotes, you'd be like, yeah, that has to be a translation.
Yeah, it's like deja vu. It's like a saying. It's probably an idiom or something like that. It's like they're two words that mean more than what they are. You know what I mean? Kind of. That's what I'm getting. I think it's like a saying.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Bob so fat you're referring to him as a group? Yes. So, what are our votes for 48? Such says Nazi.
I'm still saying Bob.
Pagan says Bob. Dirk?
Bob.
Indigo.
Nazi.
Oh, we've got another tiebreaker then.
Yeah.
I get where Indigo is coming from with the superior future thing, but that also feels like something Bob would say, so I'm gonna just go with Bob. Maybe I have a bias, too, towards, like, Bob being a horrible piece of shit. Quote number 49. So long as there are employers who attack social understanding and have wrong ideas of justice and fair play, it is not only the right, but also the duty of their employees to protect their general interests against the greed and unreasonableness of the individual.
Doesn't sound like Bob to me.
No, that sounds more like old school Nazi.
Yeah, I am leaning more towards Nazi.
The rise up workers in service to the state and the nation.
Yeah, but Bob also...
Don't let the greed of the robber barons, like, keep down the nation.
Dirk?
Oh. No. The greed and unreasonableness of the individual.
The one that leans me towards the Nazis is here. Employers who attack social understanding and have wrong ideas of justice and fair play. That screams more of like the hardcore socialists.
I'm going with Nazi.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with.
All
Yeah,
right.
same.
So all in consensus. Last question before I go AFK for a break. Quote number 50. Yes, I condemn democracy as it currently exists in the country, which is quite anachronistically still called by the name United States of America.
Anachronism.
Bob.
Well, it's Bob.
And that's Bob. Also, they gave us the lovely halfway mark.
Yeah, I'll be
Bookmark.
showing that in just a second. We all agree on Bob?
I'd say Bob, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Here you go, chat.
here is a nice picture to mark the halfway point. The following picture includes major spoilers for Hell. View at your own risk. And with
Oh
that,
my god.
and with that, I am going AFK. I will be back in a minute or two. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
Okay. Well, what interesting conversations might we have? Has anybody been playing anything interesting lately?
The game of life.
Sonic Origins.
Well, I'd like to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride on life. Thank you very much. I've been playing Enlisted, which is a game from Gaijin, the guys that make War Thunder. Super fucking greedy company, for sure, but the gameplay is fun. So I just keep jumping into it. It's a World War II shooter where you don't play as one character, you play as a fire team. And each time you die, you can jump to somebody else in your fire team and your squad and keep fighting.
That's
Makes the
awesome, man.
battles incredibly epic feeling, for sure.
That reminds me of I think that one of the older Battlefield games did that. It was at Battlefield 2 or Battlefield 3 or whatever, had that where you could kind of possess, like just like look at and like you could possess a helicopter or a tank or a soldier and just constantly move around the battlefield that way. It's a pretty cool mechanic. I'd like to see more games do.
Tony Soprano says, dude, did y'all see The View is getting sued? I don't think it's sued yet. They got cease and desisted. Like, they got a cease and desist sent to them. A very strongly worded cease and desist. Like, one that straight up threatened that, your ass is going to get fucking sued if you don't make a public statement about it. And then they had to bring out public statements and apologize and say that, no, we know that they weren't actually there as part of the thing. And, like, yeah, The View was shook, for sure. But I don't know if they're actually being sued.
Who was it that sent it?
Turning Point USA sent it to The View.
Man, fuck.
Such, can you tell me why you're conversing with the government drone, or are you planning to destroy it? Well, I don't know where the drone is. If I find the government drone, I'll shoot it. That has been some of the funniest drama in the Ethan Ralph thing, is how many of the people surrounding Ethan Ralph are turning Fed.
Oh, did you watch the Year of the Chud Roundup last night?
Yes, I did! Oh, it's so fucking good. The Acer Thorn segment came on at the end. I was so happy.
I was so happy about that. But, like, how does Ralph keep fucking up so hard? Like, every goddamn week.
It's because he's a fuck up.
That's
He's genuinely a fuck up.
That's the funniest thing about this. Medicare has been trying to talk about Acerthorn for months now, since like March or April, and every month it's like, okay, yeah, I'll talk about him next month. There's no way Ethan Ralph is going to do something so fucking retarded that will take up the entire stream next month. And then he does.
I'm tempted to buy the shirt.
Yes. I am kind of tempted to buy the shirt as well, because it's funny. Or maybe the mug. Maybe I'll buy the mug.
I haven't been following the entire drama, but I love his cell phone where he like without doubt confirms that somebody's a troll because they were the only subscriber to his channel.
Oh yeah, Acer Thorn. Oh my god, that was the funniest thing ever.
It's like you're the only person who could possibly do it because I only have one paid subscriber. It's like,
ouch, dude. Ouch.
He's still trying to argue with the fucking courts too.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Both cases have been thrown out. He's still trying to argue. Like, he is begging for that vexatious litigant branding now.
Not only that, but he is begging for a contempt of court order coming down on his ass.
Oh, I hope so. That'd be fucking hilarious.
God. Yeah. I don't know why anytime I leave my room, my fucking headset just it dies, turns back on, and unmutes itself. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's so annoying.
Like
Probably
a wireless
on-
headset?
Yeah, Bluetooth probably
Yeah.
disconnects and
Oh,
has an issue.
be right back. 1 second. I'm gonna refill my water.
Like, does it have default settings that it goes through?
I don't know.
I've had a really hard time with Bluetooth headsets. They have a pretty limited range. I've learned that like what's the other like radio or something like that. Those actually have a pretty intense range if you get a good set. I have a pair of Astros that I could go into the kitchen, make myself a snack, and come back and it'd still be connected.
So, I'm seeing Egg in the chat saying, "Can Dirk and Indigo change their picks into animals to mess with Creetosis?"
No.
That depends. That depends on the type of image. It must be the right kind of wizard animal picture. I
No.
will do it.
No.
All right, I'm back.
One of the first guests we had on, Prometheus Prime, which we'll probably have him on again. He's a good guy. We had him on. We were talking. I look away to. I've got two monitors. I've got OBS and chat, and Discord on the right. And I've got Watch Together on the left. So I turn to look at the Watch Together screen, and I turn back, and suddenly he has an animal icon. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, and chat just exploded. They fucking loved it. So now every time we have a guest, they try and convince them to switch to some sort of furry picture
Well,
to fuck
also,
with Cree.
it also doesn't help that a disproportionate amount of our guests have had animal icons. Like, Father Elijah had one. Artemis Wolf has one. It's hard for me to remember. I've got a terrible memory, but yeah.
Sir Ben has one because he's a beast.
Anyway.
For anyone that doesn't know, Sir Ben's icon is actually based off of him wearing armor.
Oh, Flamenco had one too. In fact, Rags actually commented on that stream and asked if the animal icon thing was coordinated. It's like, no. I happen to like owls, and I picked one for my icon because I needed something for the channel.
And the rest of them are degenerates.
Well, I don't think Flamenco is a furry. I think he just has the whole pup in a cup thing going on, which is, fine, whatever.
Yeah, that's part of his VTuber model.
So I don't mean to rush you guys along, but I got to probably run within the next hour. So do you think we'll be able to get through the rest of the quiz by then?
Let us try.
We can try.
I really want to finish this because I think we're gonna be busting out with the results of this one.
Yeah, I think we could get this done in an hour. Quote 51. Within my lifetime, one of these theme are going to make their own country, institute basically socialism to streamline the economy, and act like they invented something totally new.
See.
Oh, that's tough because technically the Nazis socialism, but I don't think that modern Nazis view it as are pro-socialism.
Yeah, exactly. Right? I think neo-Nazi has diverged from socialism pretty heavily.
That's weird. Yeah. I'd probably say neo-Nazi then.
Pagan, such?
I said neo-Nazi.
Oh, okay. Pagan?
Yeah, Nazi.
Alright. Quote 52. Theme and theme represent two distinctively divergent, irreconcilable paths of societal development, and they are in conflict. One will defeat the other, and there will be either a future for theme, or there will not.
I'd say Bob.
I'm leaning Bob, yeah.
Yeah, I'm leaning Bob as well.
I don't know on this one, honestly. Because
it is a really hard one, but
I can see the battle between the two different things of, like, there will either be a future for, and then imagine if theme was like covering up the white race or something like that.
I was imagining theme and theme being calories and exercise, but that's just
you know, this one I will go along with the consensus, and I'll say movie Bob.
All right, quote 53.
Indigo is just merciless today.
Yeah.
What a rough week, guys.
Oh, what a great one to take it out on.
Yeah. Quote 53. Hell yes, America should confiscate the wealth of millionaire traders. We're not going to allow it to be used to erode the rights of our fellow Americans anymore.
Bob.
Bob sounds like.
Yeah, Bob.
Yeah.
That those first two words make me think of Beto O'Rourke. Jesus, sounds like a Beto O'Rourke quote. But in that case, I guess that Bob.
See, I think it's Bob. Since you're in consensus, I'll explain my reasoning for why I think it's Bob. Because it's not about fighting for anything or for the individual or anything. It's like, yeah, let's take away something someone already has to give it to other people.
Yeah, I think I've made that point before, where like a lot of the writings, especially the old school Mein Kampf stuff, was very much about like doing horrible things in with the veil of righteousness and the veil of society. Like, whereas I think a lot of modern people, like Bob, would just kind of basically just say, "I want stuff."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quote 54. People like this are the base level source of the soul sickness that holds our whole society back from becoming the better world that the intelligent and worthwhile theme deserve. God damn it.
Sounds like Bob, actually.
To an extent, yes. But I can also see this being a neo-Nazi talking point.
Yeah, that's Bob. I think that's Bob.
Okay. We'll go with Bob.
Alright then. Quote 55. It'll be great when this is over and I can go back to despising backwards human filth threatening our future without hearing their bullshit regurgitated by themes or by the media telling me I should feel sorry for them.
Bob.
Bob.
God damn it.
Quote 56. Each of us must decide just how far we will let the situation in America deteriorate into backwardness and theme before we decide to take action and correct it. Sorry, to take action to correct it. I urge you to become involved for your children's sake, if not for your own.
Nazi.
Nazi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nazi.
That's almost kind of the theme that's arising here, is if they care for literally anyone else, it's not Bob.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Quote
sad,
57.
really.
Quote 57. Some of the most dishonest people can be identified by the use of the phrase, war never solved anything. Of course it does. If they were honest, they would say, theme never solves never solves problems.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a Bob quote.
I am leaning more towards Nazi.
Yeah, same.
Dirk?
Yeah, neo-Nazi.
Alright. 58. Marriage must, indeed, be refounded on a much more radical level than that imagined by the egalitarian religious right and constitutionalists.
That sounds like Bob.
That sounds like Bob.
Alright.
Yeah.
Quote 59. The only reason to fear theme is if you are a weak or worthless person who can only hope to hold societal power by theme. A truly superior individual would not resist an evolving world.
Ooh, that's
Bob.
close.
I think
That
that's
sounds like Bob. Yeah.
I'll go with Bob.
Because truly superior individual. So.
Reminds me of that. What was that? A Voyager episode where they went to like what are the speeds in Star Trek? Not
Warp.
Mach, but
Yeah, warp.
Warp 10, and they became like at the most advanced creatures in the universe, aka lizards.
Yes. And then they banged and had a bunch of lizard babies that ran off, so there's an entire new species now.
No, so that's
So my
your
immediate
favorite
thought-
episode, Setch.
No,
So
that episode fucking because it's like so advancing evolution is regressing into a lizard. What the fuck?
And then I just imagining like Bob saying like the most advanced, the most evolved or advanced creature is like, like a lizard, like yeah.
Dark.
What? What? What is it?
Uh,
What is it, Pagan?
you know what it is.
I have no
Oh,
idea what
no.
you're talking about, buddy.
Also, I love how chat immediately jumped to Spaceballs. Ludicrous speed.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next quote then. Number 60. The US is only going to stagnate until people get on board with the idea that theme, as a mindset, place, and demographic, needs to be aggressively beaten, constrained, and negated to the point of erasure by any means available. We must do this if our people are going to progress at all.
I think that's Bob specifically because it literally amounts to no bad tactics, only bad victims.
Bad, yeah. There are no
You know what?
bad tactics, only bad targets.
Yeah, only bad targets. I think this is Bob.
I'm actually getting a not Bob vibe from this for some reason.
I get a not Bob vibe from this as well. I get a Nazi vibe from this.
I get a Bob vibe just for how much fucking hatred you could see dripping out of those words.
Yeah.
Might have a point there, yeah.
So we've got, what, 2 Bob votes?
Oh my god, I know what the next one is.
What?
I accidentally read ahead. I know what the next one is.
Was this one a tie? Is it a tiebreaker or?
Pagan and Setch, you said Bob?
Yeah.
Well, I said Nazi,
Okay,
but I'm thinking maybe Bob. Because, and I just was playing this over my head, the U.S. is only going to stagnate until people get on board with the idea that whiteness as a mindset, place, and demographic needs to be aggressively beaten, constrained, and negated to the point of erasure by any means available. So I don't know. I'm very torn on this one, so.
Dirk and Indigo, what are your votes?
I think I said Nazi. I think I thought Nazi.
Bob.
Okay, so Pagan and Dirk vote Bob, Indigo votes Nazi, and Setch is fucking torn on this because holy shit, what a quote.
Yeah.
Theme is the word fitness.
Oh my god, wait, no, hang on. The U.S. is only going to stagnate until people get on board with the idea that healthy, as a mindset, place, and demographic, needs to be aggressively beaten, constrained, and negated to the point of erasure by any means available. We must do this if our people, the blobbernauts, are going to progress at all.
The blobbernauts, oh my god.
Amazing.
So Setch, what is your vote?
I'm gonna go with Bob on this one.
Alright, so the Bobs take it this time.
I wonder if Bob watched Wall-E and just saw all of the fat people on the space station as like the perfect utopian future that he wants.
Probably.
Probably.
This is the world we could have if only Republicans would stop caring so much about work.
And merit and individual achievement.
Quote 61. I don't think that anyone is less human, just less than me. Don't give upset about it. Tons of people are beneath me.
Movie Bob.
I knew this one when I read ahead. I was like, it's gotta be Bob.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I find this relatable. I mean, I think pedophiles are beneath me, so
Yeah.
this is kind of based. I went with Bob.
Also, I can't
Yeah,
see...
it's Bob.
Just using basic logic, I don't see a Nazi saying this because a Nazi would want to bring people to their side. They wouldn't say, oh yeah, you're beneath me anyways, even if you are on my side, you know?
Yep.
So yeah, this has to be Bob. Oh my god, somebody fucking Bobs. Alright, quote 62. At a certain point, you have to become comfortable with the idea that huge swaths of people are so theme that they barely qualify as human.
Bob.
Oh yeah, I'm leaning towards Bob.
We're getting so Bob heavy. We're going to be disappointed at the end. I'm counting on it now.
Yeah.
I don't think there's disappointment with this, just surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be funny to see the results, though. Like, either way this goes.
I'm going with Nazi.
It just definitely sounds like Bob. I don't know. It's hard to shake that.
Alright, so we've got 3 Bobs to 1 Nazi.
Well, wow, that's a lot of mass. I don't think that one Nazi's gonna make it.
Quote 63. All theme are unsavageable, failed humans. Reject them and push them out.
That's so blunt. I'd almost say not Bob.
I think movie Bob on that one.
Yeah, I'm thinking Bob as well. It's
Yeah,
just
I
so
think
fucking.
Like to me, it's so Bob that it becomes unBob. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just so terse and hateful that it just screams Bob to me.
Gone from Bob to Baba Booey.
What was your
Yeah.
vote, Dirk?
Bob.
Okay, that's 3 Bobs again. Really not looking good for Bob. Quote 64. Normal people are trash. No one that ever mattered was normal. Exceptional elite people build and drive the world and get called theme for their trouble.
I think Bob on that one.
Yeah, that sounds like Bob.
I think Nazi.
Indigo?
Normal people. I would say not Bob.
Oh, we've got another tie.
Mm.
And this is a quote I don't know from Bob, so I can... Like, I obviously don't know every Bob quote, so I can be the tiebreaker here.
It just seems like it's kind of, again, the meritocracy kind of thing. I don't think that really aligns with Bob's stuff.
Well, that is the thing about Bob, too, is he does think he's better than everyone else. Like, he's...
True.
He seems... It seems like his views are very inconsistent. Like, he'll believe in merit when it's for the side he believes in. But the moment it's not, it's like, yeah, it goes out the window. Because they're on the wrong side, that must mean they're fucking degenerate troglodyte trash or whatever.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's literally using
He'll
the
also,
word, yeah.
yeah, he'll also say stuff like, you know, people at the top and the rich and stuff like that. Like, that's wrong. But he thinks that he should be like, rich and at the top.
Yeah.
He thinks him and his like personal acquaintances. I don't want to say friends. I don't think he has friends, but people he sides with should be at the top and rich, and then it's fine.
I'm gonna go with Nazi for this one, though, I think. Quote 65. Imagine how annoying the people harassing me would be if I could bring myself to think of them as humans.
I think Bob.
I think Bob.
I think every quote on this thing might actually be Bob.
It's getting there.
The meme is real, boys.
Yeah.
God damn it. Order 66. If the theme prevails
God
as...
damn it.
What?
No, I know what this is.
Uh-oh. If theme prevails as the driving force of the 21st century, you could kiss everything from space travel to disease cures goodbye.
Bob.
Bob.
That's gotta be Bob.
That one's too obvious.
Also, the grammatical structure seems low, like rough.
Yeah.
Also, yes, it's all furry icons now.
Wait, is it?
Yes.
Oh, no, not yet.
Quote 67. It is necessary for human evolution that the individual should work with the spirit of sacrifice in favor of the common good. We should not be influenced by the terrible opinions of those idiots who pretend to know better than theme.
I think that's Nazi. That sounds like old school Nazi.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sacrifice in favor of the common good. That's
Very
that's Nazi.
socialist.
Yeah, that's Nazi.
Quote 68. Is it okay to dehumanize people because they are theme? Did we forget this at some point? did they not have theme when growing up?
I'd say Bob.
That could be Bob.
Not have theme growing up. That's a tough one.
Yeah, I'm torn on this one. Ooh. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna break it up. I'm just gonna say I think it's a Nazi.
My gut tells me it's not, but my heart tells me it's Bob.
Oh shit! Accidentally jumped to the top. What were your votes again?
Bob.
Nazi.
Bob.
Let's say Bob. Yeah.
All right, more Bobs than not. Quote 69. A terrible number to be
Nice.
associated with him. Stop treating these theme like people. Theme are not redeemable and not worth redeeming in the first place. They're the justly forgotten remnants of an inferior world that we have evolved beyond and escaped.
Bob.
Bob.
Jeez, Bob. All right. Yep. Bob.
Yeah, I'd say Bob.
It is kind of sad how you could tell they're Bob because of how fucking horrible and vicious they are.
It's like you can tell what I'm thinking out of like the way I'm saying this.
Yeah, it's like I just hear such a laugh, or you go like, Jesus Christ. It's like, yeah, okay, they're voting Bob. They have to be voting Bob. Quote 70. There are only two possibilities for theme. People won't choose the party of compromises forever. There can be no compromise. There are only two possibilities. Either victory for us, or annihilation of the future, and the victory for the theme.
Bob. I'm saying Bob.
I think Nazi, honestly, neo-Nazi, but yeah.
I think Bob is referring to the Democratic Party as the party of compromises.
Yeah, but it could
Maybe.
also it could also be like a neo-Nazi referring to the Republican Party as the party of compromises.
God, it could.
Yeah,
that's
fucking Rhino.
because that's the thing a lot of people say about both parties is they're either the party of compromises or they're the party of doing fucking nothing. That
No,
applies to both of them.
No, I genuinely think the Republicans fit the label of the party that does nothing the most.
Yeah.
No, I know,
Same.
but
The number
no,
of times that
I-
other citizens have had to rise up in their stead. has been
No,
crazy.
I know, I get that, but if you look at people on the left, they will say that the Democrats do nothing as well. Like, it's a label that both parties get. Both labels, both parties get. You know?
I don't hear it as often for the Democrats, even from the Democrats themselves.
Yeah, same.
Maybe not as often, but I have seen it.
Fair.
So what was everyone's...
Well, lefties are getting really sick and tired of Democrats.
Yeah, because the people are finally finding ways to stand up to this fucking bullshit.
Like, I can see Vosh saying this kind of quote.
Yeah, that's true.
It's hard to say. I'm leaning Bob though.
We finished the quiz, and everybody's wrong. It's all Vosh.
Yeah.
There is no Bob, only Vosh.
Okay, so Indigo said Bob. Dirk, what do you say?
I'm going Bob.
Pagan.
I think I'll switch to Bob too.
Okay, so that's 3. Pagan.
I said Bob.
Okay, we've got a consensus.
It's Vosh all the way down.
Well, like I said, it can't be Vosh because there aren't enough mentions of fucking horse dick.
Oh my god.
Seeing that compilation of his Discord messages was fucking horrifying. Quote 71. There can be no unprovoked violence against a theme. The sole aim and focus of their philosophical existence is violence. If you take up that identity, you've already declared violent intent. Anything done in response is just varying levels on self-defense. Holy fucking
Movie
shit.
Bob.
Holy
Movie
shit!
Bob.
Jesus Christ.
That has to be
This is
Bob.
100% movie Bob.
That's Bob. Oh my god, that is horrible. Holy
I
shit.
can't see that not being Bob, man.
Yeah, this is a true psychopath statement.
Yeah, that's a bit fucked.
Yeah,
Jesus
holy
Christ.
fuck, dude. That is the worst one yet. Jesus.
Yeah. And that's how we know it's Bob, because it's the fucking worst one. Like, this shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be fucking possible.
Yeah.
What is this? Quote
Man,
72.
that public education system really does help us, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh god.
Quote 72. Morals are made up by addled old men who think they can talk to clouds, and value is subjective. We should prefer knowledge, wisdom too.
Buddy Bob.
Yeah, that sounds like
Yeah,
a
I
Bob
think it's
thing.
a Bob.
You guys are gonna be so disappointed when half of these are not Bob.
Or we already have a Bob majority?
It's
That's
like
Yeah.
I
the
said.
other.
It's like I
Okay.
said. There's no disappointment, only surprise.
Yeah, genuinely.
We'll be equally disappointed in humanity, I guess, yeah.
Mhm.
I know we've
No matter
got
what it is.
I know we've got less than 30 quotes left, but I don't think anything can be fucking worse than 71. Jesus Christ.
Mhm.
Let's see.
Quote 73. I joined the theme party because I'm a revolutionary, not because of any ideological nonsense.
Bob.
That sounds like Bob.
I would say not Bob.
Pagan?
Because of any ideological nonsense. Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna say Bob. I can't see anybody on the right saying that.
Quote 74. Money stinks of capitalist democracy. Money has made slaves of us. Money is the curse of mankind. It destroys everything great and good. Every dollar is sticky with sweat and blood.
I would say
Yeah.
Nazi.
I don't know.
Is this? I don't know historically. Like, this could be sort of old school, like coming out of the 1930s depression. Deutschmarks are worth nothing. You
Yeah,
know,
the collapse. Yeah.
yeah, that I could see that happening during that time, right? Like that
Yeah.
kind of attitude.
Ooh,
I'm
yeah,
still going
that's
Bob. I don't like this streak here that I have of Bob, but oh wow, this is a long streak. All right, but
I think I'll do Nazi here, old school socialist Nazi.
Alright, Dirk has Bob, Setch has Nazi. Indigo?
Nazi.
Pagan.
It does sound a little too poetic to be Bob. I think it's Nazi.
Alright then, we broke a streak of... Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We broke a streak of 6 Bobs.
oh man,
74...
Not if you're.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, I read the next one, and it's definitely a Nazi.
oh I think it's Bob. I think it's definitely.
Let
Bob.
me read it out first. Indigo, what were you going to say?
No, I was just saying it. If that last line was every Tinder date is sticky with sweat and blood, I'd definitely say Bob. But
Quote 75. Lenin is the greatest man, second only to Hitler. And that difference between communism and the Hitler's ideology is very small. Holy shit, yeah, that...
I do agree with that second part. That honestly, Hitler and Nazism and communism are very closely related.
Yeah,
You
they're
agree
not
with
far
that?
off.
But no, that's why I'm like Lenin is the greatest man, second only to Hitler. Yeah, that's a Nazi. That's a
that's
neo-Nazi
a wild
for
statement.
sure.
Yeah,
that's
that's-
a wild
yeah.
statement.
That's not something Movie Bob would ever say. I think the person who made this should have replaced Hitler with theme there.
I think they
Yeah.
threw that one in just to break up, like,
The streak of Bobs.
yeah, just Bob streaks, because I think they knew. So they were
Oh,
like,
no.
let's throw him a bone, give him one that's actually a Nazi.
Oh no,
Just
does that mean
remind
70...
people
Does that mean 74 is a Bob? Were you starting to say Indigo?
Oh no, I was just saying. Like, I think they might have to throw a couple of those obvious non-Bob quotes in, just to remind people that people other than Bob say things like this.
Yeah. Quote 76. We need to redefine the concept of democracy so that people of intelligence and reason can step in when theme make a bad decision.
I'm thinking Bob.
I think Bob on this one as well.
Intelligence always makes me sway to Bob. Yeah, talk about intelligence and the intelligent people. Yeah.
Alright, Dirk?
Go, Bob.
Alright. 77. Conspiracy theories are absurd and childish, but they demonstrate that the entire concept of democracy is stupid, because the great masses of people will believe any sort of total gibberish if it makes them feel good.
I think that's Bob.
I'll
Yeah.
send to Bob actually. I think it's too introspective for Bob. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'll go Nazi with this.
Alright, I think Dirk said Bob, so what are your votes, Indigo and Pagan?
Not Bob.
If it makes them feel higher concept of democracy is stupid. Ooh, yeah, I think I'm gonna lead towards Nazi.
Alright then. Quote 78. Fortunately, demographics are squeezing these people out of having a say. It's not just happening, it's just not happening fast enough. If we don't do something, they will mess it up for us before they can be removed and rendered irrelevant.
I think we'll get
Bob.
Bob.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
thinking
I've seen
Bob.
that tweet by Bob. I swear.
Yeah, that sounds so much like Bob.
All right, I'll go Bob.
Quote 79. Cyberpunk 2077 appears to be a full Nazi game. These are the same people who did the Witcher series, which was based on Polish mythology and basically a Nazi game.
That screams Bob.
Whoa.
Really, that retarded?
Holy shit! Yeah, is Bob actually that fucking stupid? I mean, it can't be
there
a
are
fucking...
I
There's
knew.
some ones 19 I want to check. 79 now I really want to check.
No way that he thinks that The Witcher is a Nazi game. That is pants on head fucking retarded.
I mean, it can't be a Nazi, because a Nazi wouldn't think that... a Nazi would know what Poland represents to the Nazis. And I don't think a fucking Nazi would look at Cyberpunk and think, yeah, transhuman women, females, yeah, that's a Nazi game. I don't see that. This has to be Bob, but holy shit, I did not realize he was this retarded.
See, the reason
Nazis.
I hate to say this, I never thought I would say this. I don't think it's Bob because I don't think he's that stupid.
I'm still leaning for Bob. I'm still leaning on Bob on this.
Yeah, I'm saying Bob.
It seems so obviously Bob that I'm almost thinking like maybe I should not vote Bob because it seems like a trick. You know, it seems like a trap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm having the same thought as Indigo here. Fuck. You know what? I'm gonna go Nazi. I'll say
Yeah,
Nazi.
I think I'll go Nazi as well.
So
It seems too obvious.
We have a
Tiebreak.
tiebreaker. I'm gonna side with Indigo and Dirk here, because Movie Bob is fucking insane, and he's an idiot, and he says stupid, crazy shit all the time. But I think even he has the self-awareness to know that The Witcher isn't a fucking Nazi game.
Maybe. I don't know. If we find out that this is a Nazi, that is the dumbest fucking Nazi I have ever fucking seen. Like, dude, do you not know anything about your own fucking ideology that you would actually fucking say something like that?
Well,
Yeah.
do we know anyone that's National Socialist and actually smart? Come on.
True. I'm still gonna say Bob.
Alright.
I don't blame you.
Quote number 80. I'm being as calm and decent as I can under the circumstances, but I'm as close to my last straw as I can get with trying to see redeemability in the worst of humanity.
Movie
My
Bob.
name is not important.
Yeah.
What is important is what I'm going to do.
81. The rehabilitation of terrible people is a nice thought, but it's grounded in concepts of empathy that are often misplaced and the increasingly outdated prospect that broken bad eggs can be reconfigured to perform some socially useful function.
I'd say
God.
So no, I think
I
because of
think
how psychopath,
Nazi.
I don't know. I think because of how psychopathic that sounds, that has to be Bob.
I genuinely think Nazi because they were very much for cleaning out the undesirables and the useless to their function. You know,
True.
the burning the elderly and infirm sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm going to say neo-Nazi.
Okay.
It's somehow like the same end result, but somehow less dehumanizing than Bob's quotes. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna say Nazi.
Yeah.
So we've got a majority. I think, Pagan, do you change your answer to Nazi?
No, I'm
sticking
gonna
with
keep
Bob?
it Bob.
All right. We still have a majority, though, so moving on.
Yeah.
82. I found that closed fist would be a solid place to start, but there's plenty of variety beyond that. At the end of the day, they are just bones and meat, and sufficiently cowed, most will stifle before you have to break any of that.
I'd say Nazi.
I know this one.
Oh.
Oh, so movie Bob.
No, hey, that doesn't necessarily mean it is.
No.
We see the pattern.
God, I hate doing so many movie Bob streaks now, but I'm leaning movie Bob.
I know the end result's going to be quite different from me and the most of the group because I've been doing a lot of not Bob's. But this one just sounds so arrogant that it's got to be Bob.
Yeah, it's also very like the left love that kind of saying, like a closed fist is stronger than an open hand and stuff like that. They love that kind of shit. So I'm thinking movie Bob.
All right, Pagan and Indigo vote movie Bob. Setch, what do you vote? And you can't base your vote off of me knowing the quote.
Movie Bob.
What are you basing that on, you fuck?
I'm basing it off of you knowing the quote.
Fuck
Deal
you!
with it. Sunglasses fall from the sky.
You can't do that, though, because what if I've heard that quote elsewhere, and I know that, like...
Dumb bullshit.
Really?
Go to 83.
I don't like that you're basing your answers off of me knowing it, because that makes it pointless for me not voting myself this entire time, besides tie-breaking. Quote 83. Democracy is a failed system because the masses are not capable of making informed decisions about the way governments function. They are extremely susceptible to the technologies of advertisement, which are used by the media to shape opinions on issues.
I would say Nazi.
Nazi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see movie Bob being like crying for the loss of democracy.
Yeah, I think this is a Nazi.
Alright, that's a consensus. Quote 84. Socialism isn't the problem. It has a problem, namely that its primary proponents are theme.
I would say not Bob. I think that
Yeah.
I'm torn on that.
I'm gonna say Nazi.
I think old school Nazi, actually.
You know what? Yeah, I think so too.
Alright. Quote 85. It is the duty of properly evolved humans to prove that we are not theme, or the worthless trash people who support them.
I think movie Bob.
Yeah, I'm
that
thinking
sounds like a
Bob.
Bob quote.
Quote 86. The argument can be made that the theme, vision of progress, rooted so heavily in romantic idealization, the pre-mechanization, pre-digital working class, is itself somewhat dated and hardly revolutionary anymore. I'm not really married to this idea. My revolution is my own.
Bob.
This does sound like a line from Bob's videos where he just like spews out a bunch of words to say something he could have said in 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, I can't really tell.
We all good with Bob then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'll say Bob.
Alright. Quote 87. At some point, it has to become alright to admit there are too many human beings at this point. People think that it is wrong to propose a solution to this problem, but this every life is sacred belief is bullshit.
Bob.
Bob. That is 100% Bob.
I love how there's no argument with this one. It's just Bob.
Quote 88. The main thing that the right has in common with the left is the appeal to losing end of progress. Real progress, societal evolution to a better future offers those worth it ascendance beyond obsolete tradition. Those who don't measure up retreat into bitter envy.
Sounds like Bob.
Yeah.
Just saying, like the quotation mark usage really makes me think Bob because he likes to put that around people he doesn't like.
Yeah. And things and concepts he doesn't like.
Alright,
Yeah.
so Bob it is then.
Yeah.
Quote 89. The future belongs to those with the imagination and will to think and act on a planetary scale. The dialect isn't nationalism versus globalism. Obviously, the nationalists will lose, and it won't be close. The question is what kind of globalist will determine the future of life on this planet. The battle has always been theme versus theme.
Bob.
Bob.
Yeah, I think Bob.
I would bet you the battle is good versus evil too.
I think I'm already outvoted, but I'd say not Bob.
Not Bob, okay.
Yeah, I think
it's
Bob because Bob is pretty globalist for sure.
We're almost done. Quote 90. I'm not a communist precisely because it's proven untenable, but it's a morally and intellectually sound philosophy on paper.
Nazi.
I actually do think it's a Nazi because.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
Because-
I don't think Movie Bob identifies as a communist.
I just
think
thought that at the time they pretty much hated each other, the communists and Nazis.
No, but I
Or it
think
could be a
I think
neo-Nazi.
neo-Nazi is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That'd be a weird one, yeah.
I think Movie Bob only identifies paper as wrappings for food.
I'm gonna go with Movie Bob.
All right, Dirk voted Movie Bob. I forget what everyone else voted.
It's a tie right now. I will break that tie. I will go Movie Bob actually.
Yeah, but I'm going Bob, I think.
All right, Bob it is. Quote 91. At some point we need to stop treating stupid as functionally different from evil.
Bob.
Bob.
Oh my god, this is one hell of a Bob streak I've got going here. Jesus.
A lot of Bobs. I'll say
Uh,
Bob on that one as well, yeah.
all right, that's majority. Moving on. Quote 92. This is the world you get when a plurality of your population is not only ignorant and culturally unevolved, but proud to be so. The irony is that the troglodytes voting for and supporting the theme won't be saved by them.
Bob. Fucking Bob.
God damn it.
Troglodytes.
Yeah. Oh
Um,
my god.
93. Overpopulation / too many stupid people is not eugenics. Eugenics is a terrible solution to overpopulation.
Oh, Bob would never bash eugenics.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I can't make the argument because I'm not voting.
I do see,
The quotation around terrible might be kind of telltale.
Yeah.
I do think Bob would be the kind of person to take a modest proposal seriously because he thinks it's a good idea.
I'm holding back my tongue on making this argument. Holy shit.
is not eugenics.
Oh, because
I'd say movie Bob with this one.
Dirk says movie. Bob.
Yeah, I think it is because of the way he's wording it. Yeah, overpopulation, which he doesn't like, too many stupid people, which he doesn't like, is not eugenics.
so he's trying to
Eugenics is a
separate
terrible
eugenic.
solution. Yeah, I think he's trying to make it seem like. Yeah, I think he's trying to say that's not. Yeah, that's not real eugenics. I think this is Bob.
All right,
Yep,
so
I'm voting Bob.
all right, the only one left is Indigo.
Say Bob, yeah.
All right, that's a consensus. Quote 94. Few things are genuinely better for your ego than realizing those aligned against you are irrelevant themes. I've learned to process this as proof of the validity of my beliefs.
I'm gonna say Bob.
Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he just railroaded like the last 10 questions to all just be Bob.
It definitely sounds very, very Bob. I'm wary that these are all sounding very Bob-like.
Dirk, you voted Bob, right?
Yep.
Indigo?
I'll begrudgingly say Bob, yeah.
Quote 95. We're on the home stretch now. There is no meaningful far left/far right conflict in the U.S. What happened at Berkeley is a gang of theme attacking innocents whom they recognize as their betters. The inheritors of a better post-theme American future.
I'd say neo-Nazi.
Yeah, I'd say the same, actually.
Yeah, I think this is a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, I'm thinking Nazi as well.
Alrighty then. Quote 96. I sympathize with the desire to be bent by empathy for the theme. I had the same weakness once. Understanding that their inability to be fixed was a failure of theirs and not mine was one of the most freeing experiences of my life.
I'm thinking Bob.
Yeah, Bob.
Yeah.
That's 3. Out of curiosity, Indigo?
I'm honestly kind of on the side of not Bob.
Alright. 97. At the end of the day, the theme era is a solid reminder that institutions are only worthwhile until they aren't. Then you throw them out and replace them with superior ones. The better Americans deserve a better America.
I'm thinking Bob.
I think so too.
Because this sounds like something of like Trump era sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
Has Bob really been pro-America, though?
I think he believes in his own idea of what America is or what America should be. And when he sees that doesn't align with reality, that makes him mad.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Or if he misunderstands what the world is to not align with his belief of what it should be. So we've
Yeah,
got,
it definitely seems to kind of be Bob in theme. Oh, what are we at vote-wise now?
Pagan and Dirk both said Bob, I believe. Setch?
All right, I'll say Bob. Yeah, I'll say Bob.
Yeah, I say Bob.
98. All this cheating and skullduggery to protect a failed inferior version of America that's never been worth keeping on life support and won't be missed by anyone who matters when it's replaced. So much wasted energy.
Movie Bob.
Yeah, I'm thinking movie Bob as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Alright. Quote number 99. I'm not interested in parties. I'm interested in forward and backward. Evolution versus stagnation. Progress to the better future versus regression to the inferior past. Only two sides to any of that.
I'm going to go with Nazi.
Same.
Yeah, I think that's Nazi.
All right, Pagan.
Yeah, I'm thinking Nazi.
All right. Final question. That is the main reason why this kind of political activity is abhorrent to people of character and courage, while at the same time it attracts inferior people. For a person who is not willing to accept responsibility for his own actions, but is always seeking to blame someone else. If a leader comes from if a leader comes from that lower class of politicians, the consequences will become obvious when they mess it up for the rest of us.
I'd say Nazi actually.
I
I'd say
think,
Nazi.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking Nazi.
You guys vote. Sorry, what was everyone's votes?
Nazi.
Nazi.
Same. Yeah.
Dirk?
Nazi.
Alright, a consensus on the last question. Thanks for taking this epic quiz. If you have any suggestions, have any quotes you think I can use in the quiz, or notice any problems, let me know here. And he's thanking the EFAP folks, which, yeah, thank you for doing this quiz. I congratulate you on finishing this nightmare. You can see the percentages for the questions by clicking see previous responses after submitting your quiz.
Whew! I submitted mine.
Oh,
Your
boy, here we
response
go.
has been recorded. View score. Oh, we got over half of them.
Oh,
I got 350 out of 500.
So for the one on stream, 355 out of 500. So
Yeah, I got 355 as well.
So
335.
quote 1 was Movie Bob. Quote 2 was a neo-Nazi. I think that human beings, if you talk about our differences in terms of talent or intelligence or any other area. Actually, I only read the ones that we got wrong.
yeah, that sounds
Wow. Yeah. 10.
Quote 3 was Movie Bob. Quote 4,
Oh, I got
neo-Nazi.
quote 3 right. Yeah.
Quote 5, Movie Bob. Quote 6, Movie Bob. Quote 7, Movie Bob. Quote 8, Movie Bob. Quote 9.
I've gotten all of these right so far.
Yeah, we've got all these right so far up to the first 9. 10 we got wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's Nazis.
That's
Apparently neo-Nazis.
Yeah. Quote 11 we got wrong as well. I don't see any moral difference between a suicide bomber and somebody in an F-16 fighter jet who fires missiles into an apartment complex and then kills 10 or 15 little girls and boys. I don't see much difference there. In fact, I think the pilot is a greater offender. He's getting medals, while the suicide bomber is sacrificing his life for what he believes in. That was not Movie Bob.
Though it says feedback, I'm going to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if Movie Bob tweeted this tomorrow.
Yeah, we can see that on screen. Quote 12 was Movie Bob. Quote 13 was a neo-Nazi. Oh no. Quote 14. It is possible to see that this is the world and to be angry about it and to reject false compromise with the other side, without also not recognizing the various complexities and nuances within movements and communities they condemn. That was not a neo-Nazi. That was Movie Bob.
Wow.
Quote 15. People who have no understanding of the political world around them have no right to criticize or complain about our superior future. That was not Movie Bob. I thought it was because he does talk about superior future and stuff like that.
Oh boy, that Hitler guy is plagiarizing Movie Bob quotes again.
Quote 16 was wrong as well. History likes to forget that theme often grow to assault true progress when the backward and mediocre feel left out of it. That was not a Nazi. That was Movie Bob.
I got that one right.
Quote 17. Don't tell me to buy inferior products or hire less capable or qualified workers to artificially inflate a semblance of performance. That was not a neo-Nazi. That was Movie Bob.
And the feedback is, I'm going to be honest, after this quote, I think Movie Bob might actually be a Nazi.
Quote 18 was correct as a Nazi. 19 was correct for Bob. 20 was correct for Bob. 21 was correct for Bob. 22...
Oh, hang on, wait. 19 was the funny one. There needs to be a separate category of biology distinguishing theme from properly evolved human beings. Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
No fucking way. Oh man.
Wow.
Yeah, and number
so-
21 was Movie Bob as well. Oh my god. Number 20 was too. Woo! Holy
Wow.
shit, these are some wild ones.
Yeah.
Dude, my bros.
22 was right for Bob, or sorry, correct for Bob. 23 was Nazi. 24 was wrong. Theme is the only way
was right
forward
for me.
well, let me just
Yeah.
Theme-
Let's hear the consensus one.
yeah. Theme is the only way forward for genuine human and technological progress. The alternative is the cave. That was not a neo-Nazi. That was Bob.
I knew it was fucking Bob.
25 was correct for neo-Nazi. 26 was wrong.
with the feedback on 25 of Hyrag.
26 was wrong. Trump has opened the door to nationalism in this country, not American
Wow.
nationalism.
So
I called it.
it wasn't
Wow.
ominous. It wasn't ominous in the last one.
Oh
Interesting.
man.
Yeah.
Damn.
Wow.
27 was correct for Nazi. 28 was correct for Nazi. 29 was correct for Bob.
29 is the horrifying one. Yes. Every time a fellow white person asks me if I'd want to be a minority in my own country, I tell them I am already a minority in this country.
And the
What do you do, fellow white?
And the feedback is, Film Robert is a massive. In this quote, he's talking about how smart he is and how everyone else is a brain-dead troglodyte.
Yep.
Yep. So we were right.
Quote 30 was wrong. This is a chonker, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it's one about film executives and Weinstein and everything. That was
Yeah, I
not
guess
Movie
that one
Bob.
right.
That was a neo-Nazi.
This was- Yeah, this is Jews. Yeah, Jews, often film executives or financial moguls.
Wow. Huh.
31 was wrong as well. History will eventually remember Theme as a hero, however imperfect, who is failed by the country they tried to save. That was not a Nazi. That was Movie Bob.
Jeb
About
is the
Hillary
superior
Clinton.
being. By the way, Movie Bob was talking about Hillary Clinton.
Oh God. I'd say that's worse than defending Hitler.
Yeah, holy shit.
Quote 32 is correct for Movie Bob. I'll never forgive Theme for this. A superior global future is in sight and they threw it away.
I got that one right.
Movie
Nice.
Movie Bob definitely has a shrine to Hitler in his room.
33 is wrong. No way.
What?
Oh my God. Oh my God! So let me read this
What?
out.
No way.
And that is really the only possible response to that question, because this film does not even bother to attempt to provide any form of plausible deniability. This is a shameless celebration of violence by white men against a society that has abandoned them. Joker is a love letter to mass shooters. That was not Movie Bob.
Wow.
Holy
That
shit!
was neo-Nazis in the Daily Stormer.
I
guess
love the
Nazis and
feedback.
Movie Bob agree on more than I thought.
I
Holy
didn't even know who
shit.
said that.
Quote 34 is a Movie Bob one. That one was correct. The video that was in the feedback has been removed for violating service.
Yep.
I can only imagine what the fuck was in there.
That's amazing.
Dang, I got
This-
35
this-
wrong.
35 is a Movie Bob one. Holy shit.
The fact that no one wants to hear this, not everyone gets to win. Even if you yourself aren't a theme, theme is a superior way forward into a better future for a better world. That was not a neo-Nazi.
Wow.
That was
Movie Bob is scaring me.
That's wow. Holy shit.
Yep, Movie Bob, I got this one right.
Yeah.
36.
How
Fuck
can I
Yeah,
hell.
share?
same.
How can I
Yeah.
share DNA with these monsters?
Yeah.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ,
Yeah.
Bob. The feedback on that one is hilarious. Why did everyone get mad at me when I said this, but nobody cares when Movie Bob says it? Adolf Hitler.
Yeah.
37 is correct for Nazi. 38 is correct for Nazi. 39. Theme are not motivated by the desire to defend a scientific idea or to spread this idea, but by the bigotry of opinion, idea, or belief. That was not Movie Bob. That was Nazis.
Wow.
Theme are given a choice to evolve and become superior theme. That was Movie Bob.
I got it right. Nice.
Yep, got that one right.
Quote 41 is wrong. In those days, I was stupid enough to try and enlighten Theme about the meaninglessness of their beliefs. I thought I could show them the danger of Theme, but I was getting the opposite result. That was not Bob. That was a Nazi quote. And
the feedback.
the feedback is, sounds too understanding to be Movie Bob.
Wasn't that when we were like, we've got a little too many Movie Bob ones here?
That might have been, yeah. Because we did...
Yeah.
Actually, no, there's only 2 Movie Bobs in a row before that. We had, yeah. So 42 is correct for Movie Bob. I'm not for the correct action to be overridden in favor of the will of stupid just because they happen to occupy more space. Feedback, oof. 43 was correct for Movie Bob. 44 is correct for Movie Bob.
Oh my god.
45 was correct for Movie Bob. Theme cannot be won over, saved, or reasoned with. They need to be defeated along with their values and political power. Fucking goddamn.
Oh my god, Movie Bob 46 as well.
Most people don't know what is best for them, and in taking actions under the assumption they do, often mess things up for us. That was not a Nazi, that was Movie Bob.
What a
God.
The feedback is literally ...
Yeah.
Oh my god.
47 was wrong around. Sometimes I am dumbfounded. I don't know what amazed me more, the abundance of their verbiage or the artful way in which they dressed up their falsehoods. I hate them. That was not Movie Bob, that was a Nazi.
I'm starting to think that Bob helped write Mein Kampf.
Quote 48 was correct for Bob. Quote 49 was correct for Nazis. Quote 50 was was wrong. Yes, I condemn democracy as it currently exists in the country, which is quite anachronistic, whatever. It's still called
Anachronistic.
by the name United States of America. That was not Movie Bob. That was a neo-Nazi.
Okay.
Okay.
Reading Nazi quotes, reading Nazi articles to find these quotes is really funny. They have so many Tissamy quotes. Well, you'd have to make it onto this quiz. Goddamn. 51.
Oh my god, 51 is... Oh my god.
Within my lifetime, one of these Theme are going to make their own country, institute basically socialism to streamline the economy and act like they invented something totally new. That was not a Nazi. That was Movie Bob.
Mooper Slee.
52 was correct for Movie Bob. Resistance is futile. Movie Bob is the future, and he is here now. Surrender now, or he will outvote you with the massive weight that comprises his being. Quote 53, that was not Movie Bob. Hell yes, America should confiscate the wealth of the millionaire traders. We're not going to allow it to be used to erode the rights of our fellow Americans anymore. Yeah, that was a neo-Nazi.
Oh, that is such an eat the rich kind of thing. Man.
Yeah.
If Cinema Rob tweeted this, no one would see the difference between this and his other tweets. Yeah, that would fit, really well in with the rest of his tweets.
Totally.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Quote 54 was correct.
Becoming the better world that an unintelligent, worthwhile Theme deserve. Have you ever heard the tragedy of Large Bobbius the Massive?
Quote 55 was correct for Bob.
Backwards human filth threatening our future without hearing their bullshit regurgitated by themes of the media telling me I should feel sorry for them? Long Movie Bob quiz bad. Film over Bardo.
56 was correct for Nazi. Yeah, that was the one that was the one we knew that wasn't Bob because it ended with, for your children's sake, if not for your own.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Is Movie Bob.
Yeah, so it was Movie Bob advocating for war.
Way.
Just taking care of a porn bot in chat. They took up nearly the entire fucking chat. It's not bad, one message would get the thing across, but no, they have to completely consume chat. Fuck off. 57 was not a neo-Nazi. Some of the most dishonest people can be identified by the use of the phrase, war never solved anything. Of course it does. If they were honest, they would say theme never solves problems. With the feedback, okay, Robert. Quote 58 was wrong. Marriage must indeed be refounded on a much more radical level than imagined by the egalitarian religious right and constitutionalists. That was not movie Bob.
Wow.
Quote 59 was correct for Bob. The only reason to fear theme is if you are a weak or worthless person who can only hope to hold societal power by theme.
We're getting up to the one I'm most curious about.
I forget which number that was.
71.
Oh, God. Quote 60. The U.S. is only going to stay... Well, that one's correct for Bob anyways. The U.S. is only going to stagnate until people get on board with the idea that theme as a mindset, place, and demographic need to be aggressively beaten, constrained, and negated to the point of erasure by any means available. That was correct for Bob. Jesus fucking Christ, you psycho.
Wow.
I knew it because it's literally just the fucking no bad tactics, only bad targets. I fucking knew it was Bob.
Yep.
Your sugar is mine, Diabeto.
Quote 61 was correct for Bob. I don't think anyone is less than human, just less than me. Jesus Christ, Bob.
Yeah, but look at the feedback. My favorite movie critics are Fuhrer Bob and Kaiser Wilhelms.
62 is correct for Bob.
Wait, with the idea
Hold on.
People are that they barely qualify as human. Feedback. How is movie Bob a real person? Everything he says sounds like a bear.
Well, not just that. Look at this. Huge swaths of people are so blah 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 that they barely qualify as human. Then above, I don't think anyone is less than human. If someone barely qualifies, wouldn't that make them less?
No, because they barely qualified. They're saying less than human. So it still fits, it's just very fucked.
It's very fucked. All theme are unsalvageable failed humans. Reject them and push them out. Fucking movie Bob. Oh my god. I sure hope movie Bob gets any fatter because then he'll have to expand his living room.
Yeah, here we go. Normal air quotes. This is movie Bob.
Oh god. Yeah, normal people are trash. No one that ever mattered was normal. Exceptional elite people build and drive the world and get called theme for their trouble. That was not a Nazi. That was movie Bob.
I got that one right.
Holy shit.
Which quiz name was better? A New Nazi, Objectivity Strikes Back, or Return of the Theme?
Quote 65 is correct for Bob.
Oh my god! Imagine how annoying the people who are asking me could be if I could bring myself to think of them as human.
So that does contradict the, I don't think anyone's less than human. Because he just said here that he thinks of them as, he doesn't think of them as human.
Yep.
I got my win after all. Quote 66 is correct for Bob. Quote 67 is correct for Nazi.
I want to surprise myself, so I'm waiting until we get there. We're just scroll down.
That was
71.
71, right?
71 was the horrifying one.
68 is correct for Bob. I think.
Oh my god!
I think
I said Nazi.
it is okay to dehumanize people because they are theme. Did we forget this at some point? Did they not have theme when growing up? Fucking movie, Bob. What?
Oh my god! I thought for sure that was a Nazi. Oh my god!
No, I got that one.
Holy fuck!
Quote 69. Stop treating theme like people. Theme are not redeemable and not worth redeeming in the first place. They're the justly forgotten remnants of an inferior world that we have evolved beyond and escaped. Fucking movie, Bob. Holy shit.
Got that one right.
Oh, quote 70 was wrong.
Yeah, it's Nazi.
There's only two possibilities for theme. People won't choose a party that compromises forever. There can be no compromises. There are only two possibilities, either victory for us or annihilation in the future, and victory for the theme. That was not Bob, that was a neo-Nazi.
Alright, hold on. Oh my god!
It was Bob! It was Bob! Oh my god, the worst one, and it's Bob. Holy shit.
Wow!
Wow. Fuck you, Bob.
As you could tell, Bob is a well-adjusted, wonderful human being that, That definitely wants great things for mankind. They definitely not the advocator of, violence or anything. Jesus fucking Christ! There can be no unprovoked violence against the theme. The sole aim and focus of their philosophical existence is violence. If you take up that identity, you've already declared violent intent. Anything done in response is just varying levels on self-defense. Movie Bob. Holy shit. Holy fuck.
Anybody else hear that? Anybody else hear the Psycho theme playing right now?
Quote 72 is correct for Bob. Morals are made up by adult old men who think they can talk to clouds, and value is subjective. We should prefer knowledge, wisdom too.
Yep, knew that was Bob.
I joined, this one was wrong. I joined Theme Party because I'm a revolutionary, not because of any ideological nonsense.
Oh, bummer.
That was not Movie Bob, surprisingly.
Okay. I can at least see it.
Yeah. Quote 74 was correct for neo-Nazi. 75 was correct for Nazi. 76 was correct for Bob. We need to redefine the concept of democracy so that people of intelligence and reason can step in when theme make a bad decision.
Oh my god. Yeah, never mind. I'm not going to say it until we get there.
Quote 77 was correct for Nazis. Quote 78. Fortunately, demographics are squeezing these people out of having a say. It's just not happening fast enough. If we don't do something, they'll mess it up for us before they can be removed or rendered irrelevant. Movie Bob.
God.
But number 79 was a Nazi!
Wow. So I got that one wrong. I thought for sure that was Movie Bob. Okay, so that is the most retarded Nazi
Ever.
the feedback. How the fuck is this actual Nazi quote?
Yeah.
What? That is the dumbest Nazi I've ever fucking seen.
Quote 80, however, is correct for Movie Bob. I'm being as calm and decent as I can under the circumstances, but I'm close to having my last straw as I can with trying to see the redeemability in the worst of humanity.
Yep.
And then 81 was Movie Bob. Oh,
81
God.
was Movie Bob.
Ooh.
The rehabilitation of terrible people is a nice thought, but is grounded in concepts of empathy that are often misplaced, and the increasingly outdated prospect that broken bad eggs can be reconfigured to perform some socially useful function.
I knew it. I got that one right.
That was
Wow.
Fuck.
that was
He
Movie
might as well
Bob.
just face the wall. He might as well just tell people to face the wall.
And do you remember why I said I knew it was him?
Why is that?
I said because it's so psychopathic
Yeah.
that because he's such a psychopath, he would honestly believe that people cannot be rehabilitated or have any use if they were considered broken. And I was like, that has to be Movie Bob because he's that psychopathic. And I was right.
And I was thinking of old Nazis that were to cull the weak and infirm.
God, maybe I just didn't realize how truly horrific of a person this guy is.
Well, speaking of how truly horrific he is, quote 82. Quote 82 is Movie Bob. This is the one I said I remembered, because I have seen this one before. I've found that a closed fist to be a solid place to start, but there is plenty of variety beyond that. At the end of the day, they are just bones and meat, and sufficiently cowed most will stifle before you have to break any of that. I've seen that tweet from him. Huh?
It's almost like he thinks he's Ragnar Redbeard, but for like the right side of history. Holy shit.
Oh,
Yeah, and I remember I specifically said I think this one was him specifically because it's a leftist like ideology of the closed fist is stronger than the open hand thing.
and I've said it was him because Cree spoiled it.
I didn't look. Just because I know where a quote is from doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be Movie Bob.
Yes, but I can logically deduce that it is.
I know that Lindsay Ellis was, I think Lindsay made the right decision not to date Movie Bob, even though I know she wanted to. I know that the temptation was there, but she could have saved her life just by saying no.
Oh, God.
Quote 83 was correct for Nazis. Quote 84 was wrong. Socialism isn't the problem. It has a problem, namely that its primary proponents are theme. That was not a Nazi. That was Movie Bob.
Wow.
Comrade Bob is the greatest Marxist of our time.
Quote 85 was correct for movie Bob. It is a duty of properly evolved humans to prove that we are not theme or the worthless trash people who support them. That's another thing. If you see properly evolved humans or stuff like that, that's almost certainly Bob.
Yeah.
That's so
Properly
weird.
evolved humans.
Cringe Bob is the
Oh my-
fucking...
This is
Cringe...
Big Bob Street.
Quote 86 is correct for Bob. 87 is correct for Bob. Oh, this quote 87 is a good one from Bob. At some
Yeah.
point, it has to become alright to admit that there are too many human beings at this point. People think that it is wrong to propose a solution to this problem, but this every life is sacred belief is bullshit.
Oh,
Movie
yeah.
Bob.
Yep. We
I
called
knew that was Bob because I specifically remember memes comparing him to Thanos, and I was like, I think this is why they compared him to Thanos.
Yeah.
Just don't give him that button for Megaton City.
Quote 88 is correct for Bob. The main thing the right has in common with the left is blah 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 blah. Quote 89 is wrong. That was a neo-Nazi, not Bob. The future belongs to those with the imagination and will to think and act on a planetary scale. The dialect isn't nationalism versus globalism. Obviously, the nationalists will lose, and it won't be close. The question is what kind of globalists will determine the future of life on this planet. The battle has always been theme versus theme. That was not movie Bob, surprisingly.
Yeah, but I like
Yeah.
the feedback. I feel like this is a movie Bob quote that a Nazi copy pasted.
Quote 90 is movie Bob quote. That's what we figured. We were correct on that. 90,
I got that one wrong. Damn.
91 was movie Bob.
Got that one right.
At some point, we need to stop treating stupid as functionally different from evil. Jesus Christ, Bob. Calm down. Quote 92 is correct for Bob. Of course, that had troglodytes in it. Quote 93 is correct for Bob. Overpopulation / too many stupid people is not eugenics. Eugenics is a terrible solution to overpopulation. This is one of the ones I was really wanting to comment on. Because Movie Bob has said before that, like, Nazis ruined the good name of eugenics or something to that effect. And the reason I wanted to comment on this is because I think Bob would make the distinction that eugenics is not the solution to overpopulation. It's the solution to, like, the wrong kind of people that he, people he believes are the wrong kind of people.
Yeah. Yeah, I could tell by the way it was worded that it was like, no, this isn't proper eugenics. And I was just like, that's Bob.
Yeah. Quote 94 was correct for Bob. Yeah, realize those aligned against you are irrelevant. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Quote 95 was movie Bob. There is no meaningful far left / far right conflict in the U.S. What happened at Berkeley is a gang of theme attacking innocents, whom they recognize as their betters. The inheritors of a better post-theme American future.
Jesus Christ.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
Dude, come on. Berkeley was very far left. Did he not see Berkeley in the 60s? A good fucking documentary to watch if you've never watched it before. Holy fuck.
96 was movie Bob. 97 was movie Bob. 98 was movie Bob. 99 was wrong. I'm not interested in parties. I'm interested in forward and backward, evolution versus stagnation, progress to a better future versus regression to an inferior past. Only two sides to any of that. That was movie Bob.
I can... okay.
I only chose Nazi for that one because I felt like we had too much of a streak going with movie Bob, and I was like, we'll do Nazi because this is such a meh
That's
thing. But I should have just said fuck it and went movie Bob.
And the last one is correct for Nazi.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Wow. Got most of those right. Only get a few wrong.
Yeah.
Well, we got Each question was worth 5 points, and we got 355 out of 500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a trip. My God.
Yeah, wow. Holy shit. What a piece of crap.
Yeah, what a terrible fucking human being.
God, when you look at these pictures with this context now, it's actually creepy. Like, this guy is just in the middle of a mall with a bunch of different people around him, and this, like, how many people, you know, it's like, it's at some point, these people walked past him, like, holy shit.
Here's the thing about like his trope on stupid people or stupidity. It's like, so for like my end of things, like we regard stupidity as the big sin, and we talk about it as like, if only stupidity was painful, like it is the biggest sin you can commit for us. But Movie Bob talks about it in a way that is just huffing his own farts. It's so detached.
Well, yeah, because he thinks everyone but him is an idiot.
Yeah, fuck, man.
God, it's that. Yeah, the whole walking around other people thing. Like, I'm equating it to like the equivalent of, imagine you're walking around in a mall and you pass somebody who's an SCP and you never even realize it.
I hope he never raises a kid.
Oh, he won't. There's no way that man is getting pussy unless he pays for it, and he'd have to pay a lot.
Oh, you would think that with like Ethan Ralph, but if it can happen to Ethan Ralph, it can happen to Movie Bob. I hope Movie Bob never raises a kid. It's going to be a disaster.
My favorite quote, I forget, I think it was during a Let's Play or something. It was Rich Evans from Red Letter Media. It's like, guys, get laid. I'm Rich Evans. I did it. You can do it too.
Rich is such a gift, man.
Oh yeah, he's great. That is probably one of the best ways to describe him, though. Is like a fucking SCP that no one knows about. Like, you walk by him and you just don't know he's this horrific creature.
Yeah, you have no idea how close to death you were when you walked past him.
He just walks around with an oxygen tank of his own farts.
Oh god.
He has a tube that literally goes from his asshole to his mouth.
It's the thing, like, I don't think he ever gets confrontational in real life. I don't see him being as the confrontational type. I get the idea that he'll see somebody and he's like, I don't like that. Pulls up on his phone, makes this long elaborate tweet about how we should, eliminate the incel, so and so, battalion from society, and therefore we'll get our superior future. Hit send, and we're done. Like, that's the idea. I don't think he ever confronts people about his beliefs in real life.
That's actually an old 4chan meme where, someone encounters. Of course, it's 4chan. They make it to be a race thing as the joke, but like the original version of the meme is a white guy passes by a black guy who gives him like a light joke, then says, "Haha, it's fine, buddy. I hope you're doing well." And then it cuts to the guy on 4chan like typing up this massive post about how much he hates black people. That's what it comes across as.
Yeah, it's like
more.
Not necessarily better or worse, just pathetic. Because
Yeah.
you don't even really hold your beliefs to your own standard.
Yeah. Well, what a fascinating and terrifying look into a psychopath's mind.
Yes.
Would like sit in his car and play Super Mario Brothers 3 on his Game Boy just to avoid people. Like, who's surprised here? I'm not.
Yeah. Well, shall we go back to another weirdo and finish off the video as much as we can? I know Indigo will probably have to bow out here.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
Well,
Yeah, I soldiered on,
escaping the
but
rest of the video.
I have to duck out, unfortunately.
All right. Well, before you guys both go, show your channels. Your links are in the description already. But yeah, tell everyone what you do and where to find you.
do you want to go first, Indigo?
Oh, yeah, nothing like this. I generally just cover video games and entertainment and stuff like that. Most recently, a few months ago, I did a Dark Sun video about the tabletop game a bit and the video games made by SSI. Right now, I'm working on about a 90-minute documentary for Quintet series. It's still probably a couple months away just because I spend way too much time on editing. But yeah, if that's at all interesting to you, the SNES classic RPGs, some PlayStation and Sega Saturn games as well. Otherwise, I got Cyberpunk RPGs and all kind of stuff. You guys know me, so I won't blather on.
Oh, that's not blathering. So I am Dirk from Arrogant Media. Originally, what I did was a podcast called Super Arrogant Bros, which is on Madcast Media. And what we do now is just our YouTube videos. We are currently on break as I'm going through some major changes here, but we will be getting back soon. I've been itching to get to work here, but in the near future here, I will be getting back to work. But yeah, the Arrogant Media YouTube channel is where you're gonna be able to see the majority of what I do.
All right, and thank you both again very much for coming out. This was a lot of fun doing this quiz with you guys. I've been looking forward to it.
Oh yeah, dude, I love hanging out with you guys. This is always fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for inviting me on. I appreciate it. Hopefully I don't get canceled out of this.
Yeah.
You
Oh, boy.
shouldn't, because it's not like we were advocating for any of these ideas. Like, we were...
No.
The whole
In
time
fact,
we were
we were-
making fun of how both, like, Movie Bob and Nazis are fucking retarded.
Yes,
Absolutely.
and both equally like yikes and psychopaths.
I will be the cancel defense attorney for Indigo Gaming in case anything happens.
Oh, I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I do it for free, just like the Jannies. But good meeting you, dude. And guys, thank you so much again, and you take care.
Have a
Yep.
good one, man.
Have a fantastic day, you guys.
And both of you are welcome back on at any time, too, by the
Hell
way.
yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Take care, guys.
No
Yeah.
problem. Have a good one, man.
Blah, blah.
Too.
Okay.
Well,
We have a video to do.
and we've run out of guests to torment today.
I know. It's not a good look for us, that's for sure. It's looking pretty dire, in fact.
Too bad Enclave Emily isn't around. We could wrangle her in to fucking suffer with us.
Yeah.
Oh well, let's get back to this wonderful, amazing, totally not fucking shit video. Do we want to rewind like 10, 20 seconds to refresh ourselves on what was last being said?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we can go back a little bit.
There you go, I backed this up.
Alright. You can always torment Pagan with Game of Thrones Season 8. We'll be getting there eventually, said Senator Abby Strong.
Yeah,
Um,
eventually.
Yeah.
I'm on junk when I did a video about my my top 9 favorite Western cartoons, and I mentioned The Legend of Korra, which he famously hates because of course he does. And I, said, hey, great editing your videos.
Oh, it was his top 10. No wonder. No wonder. You mentioned Legend of Korra as being really good. No wonder.
Yeah. Ugh, holy shit.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
Yeah, it's like... I was about to compare it to Season 8, but I mean... Not many people defend Season 8 of Game of Thrones.
Oh my god. Lore Hunter, what the fuck? Just torment Pagan with the Pagan is bad video, though all I can say is Pagan is pretty nice for a lesbian woman.
What? So
Like
here's
you.
here's something that's I find really fucking weird about that video. He has a thumbnail of our icons from STAG here, but he takes it from the Halo episode, which Flamenco was on, the only episode he's guested on. It's like, why are you including him in the thumbnail for this video when he's not a part of it at all?
Yeah.
It's very strange. I haven't actually watched that video. I've seen like a part of it.
I am
And
so
then-
sick of this guy's fucking terminal retardation that I just don't want to watch that video.
Yeah, that's how it was for me. Like, I barely got through the first response he did to you. So then when I saw he had that video, I was like, well, I'm not going to watch that because I know it's going to be as shit as this other one. So there's no point. I'm not going to bother. And I didn't really feel like going on a long tangent, so I just left a very short message on the video, and that was it. And then moved on.
Pagan is the female representation for this podcast. How does it feel to be the first woman on STAG, Pagan?
Oh, man, it feels great. One day, I hope to be the first female president. God, imagine how funny that would be. Like, if I got elected to president, and then I say like I am the first female president because you could just identify as that to the left. You could just say that, and you are. But then I'm also like not on their side, like at all. Like, imagine how pissed off they would be. It's like, oh well, but it's like, so I'm the first female president and stuff like that, and then they'll try to be like, but you're not a female. Oh, but I thought you said anybody could be female.
Yeah, well, I said anyone could identify as that.
Is Pagan secretly Hillary Clinton? I'm not as evil.
I don't think anybody's as evil as Hillary Clinton. I think the last person as evil as Hillary Clinton got assassinated in 1945 by themselves.
Oh, it was that Vincent Martin guy, the guy who's trying to make a response video to Cree. He's the one who also made Pagan is Bad Faith video. It's so shit. And the only reason he made that video is because I left a response on his video responding to Cree where I gave him proper, polite feedback and addressed his points in a genuine manner, which is why the comment was so long. And instead of responding to it and actually trying to get like a conversation or take proper feedback or anything like that, he just made a video calling me bad faith.
Yep.
Compliment. I paid this Nazi a compliment 2 years ago.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
It's because of course he does. And I, said, hey, great editing your videos. I paid him a compliment. I paid this Nazi a compliment 2 years ago. I said, great editing in your videos, but I disagree with all your points about Legend of Korra. Dude comes into my chat, tells me a lie about the production cycle of Legend of Korra and says that, Avatar The Last Airbender had more troubled production. It didn't,
So,
did you notice that Legend of Korra had to air its final episode on a third-party website because they were having that much trouble? It was that bad.
That
isn't a lie, you fucking idiot. Also, I paid him a compliment. Nice editing. The rest of the video is fucking shit. Yeah, nice compliment, dude. Fuck off.
Yep.
Also, he keeps pushing the Nazi thing, which is just fucking annoying. I hate this shit from these pathetic fucking weirdos, these petty weirdos who are like, oh yeah, this guy is a Nazi, and they just don't even, prove it. They just claim it is, and repeatedly claim it is. Like, the more you say it, the more it'll be true.
Yeah,
that's what
because
believe.
They have nothing else. Yeah, they have nothing else, so they have to fall on that, because it's like, well, I can't prove he's a bad person, but if I just say he's a Nazi enough.
By the way, an actual example of poisoning the well.
Yep.
Yeah. A lot of Nazi themes today.
That's a lie. And then I tried to respond, and dude backs out, and now the entire comment thread is deleted. So, and I think the video is privated too. So, no proof at all of this anecdote. All I can say is, I paid you a compliment, dude. I said your editing was good, and now I it's not really. It's fine. I'm on Final Cut now, so I could probably edit better than you. I could edit circles around.
No one fucking cares, you fucking weirdo.
If you could edit better, why is your editing so shit?
Yeah, why is your editing so fucking terrible? And I don't know if I even believe that this even happened now.
Yeah, I'm calling full did not happen. And I'm also like, your green screen is shit, your video quality is shit. Like, oh, I can edit better than you. It's like, you shouldn't flaunt when your stuff looks like ass
Yeah, I hate when people do that, where they fucking act like they're so much better than someone else when their stuff is objectively worse looking. It's so annoying.
But I mean, he's a leftoid, so of course.
I also just don't see the point of this entire, I don't know, diatribe that like, oh yeah, I paid you a compliment and you were mean to me. It's like, okay, so first of all, your compliment was kind of fucking shit, by the way.
Yes.
Because it wasn't a compliment. It was, as Pagan said, your editing is nice, but the rest of your video is fucking dog shit. Like, yeah, okay, not too many people are going to respond well to that. Assuming they respond well at all. And yeah, I don't know. It just seems weird to me.
Around you, and think circles around you, and be a good empathetic human being circles around you. This is very.
I can think circles, which is why I made up this empathetic human being around you. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm gonna diagnose you with retardation. Have fun.
ER greater than Amish commie.
This guy is genuinely mentally deficient and handicapped. Holy fuck.
Yeah, this is insane. Holy fuck. I'm so much better than you. Fuck you. How dare you not take my compliment? I'll fucking kill you.
I edit, which my editing looks like ass, and my green screen looks terrible, but I'm so much better than you.
Even though I don't know anything about you, I'm gonna say you lack zero empathy, and you have no human kindness whatsoever. You're probably a psychopath.
I'm gonna call you a Nazi, and I'm never gonna prove anything because you're a Nazi. If I just say it, people will believe it. The debate has already been settled.
This is something people like to do a lot online where, you make a video talking about a subject and they just assume every fucking detail about your life. I've mentioned this before, but this is the kind of shit I have to deal with from the Miniature Nerd response, where Miniature Nerd made a bad video, and he made a lot of arguments in this bad video that annoyed me, so I made my response. And people's reactions are, you have a grudge against Miniature Nerd. This seems really personal. Your tone is too aggressive, when most of the video, I'm talking like this, reading off of a script, because I am reading off of a script. And, just other shit, like people assume so much about you based on so fucking little.
Hey, no. Don't apologize on anyone else's behalf, ever. Never, ever apologize on anyone else's behalf. And don't apologize to people like this, either. Never say sorry to these fucking loser shit stains.
Or for
Never,
people
ever.
like this.
Yeah, no. There's no point in saying sorry to idiots like this. They'll never accept it anyway.
Yeah, they'll just realize that you can be capitulated, and then they'll just make up new shit.
Yep. They'll turn on you the moment they feel that they can. Doesn't matter what you say to them or try to prove to them or anything.
Your sorry's never good enough. It's never sincere enough. So you never apologize to these fucking psychopaths.
Yep.
No, by the way, this guy talks about his editing being so much better than ER's, but I kind of hate to pull this card out, but this guy has like 81,000 subscribers. ER has like hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
It's like, clearly ER is making content people enjoy, and sure, you're making content people enjoy too, just not to the extent.
Yep.
Especially since this guy has so many more videos than ER does.
Yeah. But you gotta be careful about saying that stuff, because there's a lot of stupid people.
That is true. Cosmonaut Variety Hour is a successful channel.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of stupid people who don't deserve to get big who get big.
Yeah.
Vessi says, apologize to people. This guy is a gremlin in human skin. Yeah.
Yeah, I keep looking at this fucking beard and wondering what the hell he's doing. It's like a frame for his face.
It's his personality. That's his entire personality right there.
I think he was trying to emulate Abraham Lincoln or something and fucked it up. Or maybe he genuinely is Amish. I don't know.
For anyone that doesn't know, there are Amish that do actually use technology. I don't know. Trust me, I don't understand the intricacies of how the Amish faith works. But there are Amish that drive cars and work factories and everything like that. But they still dress the same conservative way
You,
and everything.
you know that
I just don't know.
you know that commercial from years ago where it's like George Washington is driving a race car through the mud? When
Yeah.
when you say Amish drive cars, or there are some Amish who drive cars, that's just what I imagine as, like, obviously not George Washington, but the stereotypical, like, Amish look, and he's just driving a car, just staring down the other drivers with his fucking beard.
God.
Yeah.
I can imagine him pulling up to a red light and looking at the car next to him and revving his engine for a fucking race.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like that fucking Fast and Furious scene, but with an Amish guy in the
you know
other
what?
car.
It's like the fucking Family Guy clip where Peter pulls up to beside an Amish guy when teaching Meg to drive, and they race and they end up knocking the Amish guy off the road, and then a fucking wooden cart explodes, and then pants over to the horse, and it fucking explodes.
Yeah. The horse was just totally fine, standing just like, far enough away that nothing would happen to it. It just randomly explodes as well for no reason.
The best part is the horse has a neutral expression at first, and there's like a couple frames of it looking fucking shocked before it bursts into flames.
God, I miss back when Family Guy used to be good.
Yeah, in like the first 2 or 3 seasons.
Yeah. God, that show used to be so good.
Yeah, it wasn't quite the same when it came back.
Virtue's doing it because I don't give a shit.
You clearly give a shit when you're calling him a Nazi so much.
Yes.
Yeah. You're
What's the-
slandering another person and calling them something horrific with no evidence
See,
just because you didn't get what you wanted. Fuck you. You clearly care.
see, with the Movie Bob quiz, we actually know that Movie Bob said these things. Like, people are just meat and bone. Or fucking, his other quotes about, eugenics being a good thing. They're fucking weird. We know Movie Bob has said those things, so he can say, like, hey, yeah, did Movie Bob say this, or did a Nazi say it? As far as ER goes, they're just fucking jokes in his video. Take a shot every time he says Nazi. I don't want to die from fucking liver failure.
Yeah, I would like to keep living.
You and be a good empathetic human being circles around you. This is virtue signaling. I'm doing it because I don't give a shit.
Hold on. The fact that you're virtue signaling means you give a shit.
Yes. But also, his editing. So shit that he had to do a hard jump cut there.
Yeah, I noticed that. That was very strange. God, you know what? I think he took a sip of that wine, couldn't handle it, and had to edit out the bit of him spitting it out.
Probably.
That's really something to put into perspective. That, 2 years ago I was willing to be like, I overlook that somebody was a Nazi and just talk about their craft. And now I'm like, well, no. So let's go, boy. This is a showdown.
You never proved he was a Nazi, you idiot.
Yeah, this fucking weirdo just claimed that he was, and then fucking... That was it. It's done.
Yep.
The discussion is settled. It's like, no.
In fact, not at all. Would you like to try again?
This video is already pissing me off.
Yeah, this is really bad already.
How many times has he said Nazi so far? Like a half dozen times at least. More than that.
Yeah, he thinks he can make it stick by volume.
Yeah.
Down. I'm gonna go into you and try not to kill myself by how boring and stupid and hacky your reviewing chops are. Oh, and to make it fair, since I know you are a weeb, I too will select a little anime avatar icon, and I'm halfway there to going to your lolicon forums and you know, posting Alita memes. Like I'm halfway there, man. I'm gonna meet you on your level.
You're so fucking unfunny, it's actually painful.
Yeah.
You are genuinely such a disingenuous, retarded douchebag. How do you even have 100 subscribers? You are truly what I would consider the subhuman filth.
But yeah, you gotta
Yeah,
love. You gotta love. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be fair. So you're not gonna review his first movie video.
Noble.
No, I'm gonna use an anime icon to be like you, to mock you. Like, fuck yourself, weirdo.
Yeah, this is pathetic. Like, oh, you're a weeb. You're a stupid idiot that likes anime as well. Oh, I'm gonna make an anime profile picture. That'll show you. It's like, buddy, shut the fuck up. You are such a beta male cuck. Like, you trying to fucking clown on weebs. It literally just looks like a fucking, like, toddler trying to hit, like even a nerd. Even him trying to beat up, like, the stereotypical nerd would fucking look more imposing than this guy.
You know what it is, Pagan? It's like
What?
the weakest weeb versus the strongest whatever class of this guy is. And
Exactly,
the
yeah.
weakest one is like the muscle-bound dude who's the weakest of his team.
Yeah. Yeah, it's literally the fucking meme. Like, this guy, he just can't do it. Like, I'm sorry, guy, but you're not the kind of person who could sit here and try to make fun of weebs. Like,
Or
no.
anyone, really.
Yeah, or anyone. Like, you're below them. So you can't even fucking shit talk a weeb. Like, if it was some fucking ripped guy who constantly works out, has a good life and stuff like that, and he wants to mock weebs, it's like, all right, fair. You know, you're actually going out doing stuff. You know, you're living a different life. This guy, he's probably more fucking pathetic than anyone in a fucking anime community.
You know what? Just like him being fair to ER, I'll be fair to him. This guy can make fun of Acerthorn. There you go. I gave you a little W there, buddy. Mix it well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this comes across as nothing but cuntish so far.
Level. All the way down at the bottom of the ocean with the rest of the fucking kaiju. Let's do it, bro. Let's go. You and me.
Let me preface this review by saying that I haven't seen the other films in the franchise.
Woo! Fake fan! Got 'em, boys! No.
It's not a fake fan.
It does sound like he was going to say no something else there, so I'm going to wind it just back just a bit to see what he says.
Alright, kaiju. Let's do it, bro. Let's go. You and me.
Let me preface this review by saying that I haven't seen the other films in the franchise.
Woo! Fake fan! Got 'em, boys! No, really. Exum Erectum goes on to say that he thinks the entire setting and premise of the Mad Max franchise is R-worded, and slips in some quick apologetics from Mel Gibson's anti-Semitism. Barely 5 minutes in, and we're already off to a bad start.
Was it apologetics for Mel Gibson?
It wasn't at all.
He just mentioned it offhandedly. It's like, yeah, this is why that movie wasn't... Or, sorry, this is why Mel Gibson isn't in this movie.
Yeah.
Which is true.
Well, okay, hold on. I did watch this. He does actually kind of be like, it's stupid that they threw him out of this movie simply because he made these comments.
Is that apologetics, though? Because...
I don't know if it's apologetics, but I do agree with him in that, where I think it's like, okay, so this guy got thrown off of this movie, even though he's a good actor. He could have done well in this film, but because he made anti-Semitic remarks, he's no longer going to be able to work here. And it's like, okay, yeah, I can agree that that's not the best.
Well, considering
thing.
Pedro Pascal is pro-pedophile, I mean, is he not going to work anymore?
Yeah, exactly. It's fine for one, but not the other. And it's like, well, either it's all okay or none of it is. Pick one. So, yeah, he does kind of, I wouldn't say apologetics, just, you know, they kicked this guy off the thing because he said this, and that's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, I can agree with that. This guy is just, he's painting it a lot worse than it actually is.
Also, as for ER calling the setting retarded,
the R word.
Yeah, that was pretty pathetic. But judging based on what we see on this movie, there is little to no vegetation in this world. Like, we see some on top of the fortress where Immortan Joe is, but for the most part, there's nothing else in the world. So,
and it makes sense on the Citadel because they're drilling for water. They have access to water.
yeah, but the main question is, how does everyone else in the world survive?
Well, in Mad Max, they kind of don't. That's kind of the point, is that humanity is doomed.
Yeah.
Like,
Well-
there is no way that they're going to be able to survive long term.
It depends on if you just go by the movies. Yes, the games make it a little more clear because they make it understand how some of these people are adapting to the new world, and then the books have where Australia is a desolate wasteland. They actually have the opposite problem in mainland Asia, mainland China, and everything, where everything like grew to an absurd degree. It started overtaking everything and becomes this awful, hellish jungle instead. It chokes out all infrastructure, so there's no ability to actually get anywhere. They physically can't fight back this like creeping vegetation.
I just need to read it out because it's in chat. Retards rise up.
Yeah, there you go.
My name is Max.
Well, not a minute in and already we're off to a bad start. Need I remind anybody, film is a visual medium. You're supposed to show us visually what is going on, not tell us.
Oof. I can tolerate that he's a Nazi, but does he have to be a Nazi about show don't tell as well?
Oh my god. Okay,
We really
look,
would die
can
if we
tell-
took a shot every time he says Nazi. Like, seriously, shut the fuck up, you actual fucking retard.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can tell you're mentally retarded. You don't need to prove it every 5 seconds.
I was about to say the same thing. So, I suppose this is one of the criticisms I'm mixed on for ER, because he is right about it being a visual medium and you can show things, but
Yeah, but he shouldn't have dinged it for narration.
Yeah, it's
I think that was just him making a joke. Like, narration itself, the cinema thing.
Yeah, because I don't hear the ding. I don't remember hearing the ding everywhere else. So
Yeah, that was the only time he did it, and I think that was purely for the joke, but the rest of the criticism he's providing is legitimate. Like, you don't need Max to tell us the things that we can see ourselves. Which is the main point ER is making, which I do largely agree with.
yeah, same.
yeah.
It's just, the thing I wanted to comment on most was telling is fine in certain, like, it's not a rule. It's not a hard rule that you have to show and never tell. But that's unrelated to ER's video. That's more of a general thing on the show don't tell thing.
Yeah. And I know we probably talked about it before we got to the video. Or when we did it the first time before we had to take a break and do the test thing.
Yeah.
Because we did mention that this is his first movie review,
Yes.
and it's not great. But it was his first movie review. Obviously, it's not going to be the best.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here we're probably going to end up disagreeing with because some of it's not very good. Some of it's fine. There's definitely some points in here I agree with, but at the same time, there is some stuff in here that's kind of like, this video did not age very well compared to a lot of his newer stuff.
Yep. But
which is
as
unfortunate.
We're gonna point out here with this whole junk dipshit is that he's straw manning so hard he has to take the first try at movie review, not the stuff he did throughout those 4-year gap, because this retard made this video in 2019, but he doesn't take a video from 2019 that ER made. No. He's got to take one of the original ones because he needs to try to flaunt and wait, no, if I actually show them the 2019 ones, my audience will see that his editing is actually way better than my editing.
Not just that, but oh god, I had that point on the tip. This is something that ER isn't particularly passionate about. He hasn't seen the other movies. This is the only one. The chorus stuff, which he has 8 videos of, he's passionate about. Star Wars, it seems like he at least cared about it a bit. Watchmen he found fucking hilariously stupid. And One Punch Man versus Deadpool, again, he's passionate about One Punch Man because it's a great show, and he's comparing it to Deadpool, which does sort of a similar thing but far worse.
Maloney, we watched it before this. It did not age well.
Yeah, we watched it because Seth previewed it a little bit more than I did and noticed that he was going to be talking about this film.
No,
So
I
we
didn't preview this
decided.
at all. Cree's the one that told me.
Oh, was it
Yeah.
Cree? I thought it was Seth.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought it was you. Never mind. Yeah, Cree went ahead and saw this and saw what movie he was going to be doing, what movie review he was going to be talking about from ER. So we watched it before this to try and refresh ourselves a little bit and whatnot. And yeah, it did not age very well.
Yep.
Yeah, so that I wanted to get that out of the way. Also, I've only seen, the only movie I haven't seen in the Mad Max series is the one that they're currently talking about. I did not see Fury Road, and I have not seen Thunderdome. I have seen the original and Road Warriors. That's it.
I've seen the one, I don't know which one it is. I've seen the one where, just walk away and everything will be fine. That one. And I've seen Thunderdome, but I don't remember much about it. Except Master Blaster, of course, which, yeah.
Show Avatar The Last Airbender, which you are using to illustrate your point and also claim to be a fan of, constantly uses narration as a storytelling tool.
So
as we established,
God, this guy's so fucking
more,
retarded.
It's more likely that ER is actually doing it to make fun of Cinema Sins. I don't think Cinema Wins got started in 2015. I can't remember how long it's been for them.
Too long
But,
either way.
Yeah. So it's most likely, because of the ding, that it is a jab at Cinema Sins. And then he goes into explain why narration may not be the best in all cases.
Not just that, but he doesn't know what criticisms ER may or may not have about Avatar The Last Airbender itself. Maybe he does find this to be a problem with the show he really, really loves.
Yeah.
Because loving something doesn't mean you fucking ignore all its flaws. Like this fucking brain-dead retard is, I guess, implying.
Elongated roast that show Avatar The Last Airbender, which you are using to illustrate your point and also claim to be a fan of, constantly uses narration as a storytelling tool. Like literally once an episode. The series even opens like this.
My grandmother used to tell me stories about the old days. A time of peace. When the Avatar kept balance between the Water Tribes, Earth Kingdom, Fire Nation, and Air Nomads.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
That's fine. That's explaining. You cannot be this stupid. Holy shit.
So let's go ahead. He hasn't shown it yet, but let's go ahead and explain what's wrong with this. ER goes on to explain that the reason why it's not so good in Fury Road is because it's literally telling us stuff we can already see.
Yeah,
We don't need a narration to tell us what's going on. We can already tell. In Avatar The Last Airbender, they don't show that previous war and everything. Like, they don't show us all that stuff happening. That has to be explained because the show doesn't go that far back.
Just to give context for anyone who hasn't seen the movie, Mad Max Fury Road opens with Max saying, "I am Max." And you see a guy standing beside a car in the desert. And this is a clip ER shows in his video. And ER points out, yes, it is obvious this is Max that we're following. He's the main character of the movie that we're going to be following. They make it very clear that it's Max without him needing to say, "I am Max." As for the whole telling part, I'm going to reference this example every fucking time this comes up because it's valid. Star Wars starts off with an opening crawl to describe events that happen prior to the start of the story, so we have a basis for our story to start. That seems to be fucking exactly what the Avatar opening is doing there. Oh, the Avatar keeps peace between the different elemental tribes, blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect. Because we don't have to have a whole fucking sideshow of everything that leads up to the story that the writers want to tell. Like, not every fucking story has to start at the beginning of history to get to the point where the writers want to tell stuff. Sometimes there's information that happens prior to the start of the story you want to tell that you need to convey for the story to fucking work, you brain-dead fucking retard. God, I hate people like this.
Yeah, this is annoying. The fact that he's trying to make the two comparable, it's like they are not even remotely similar. Fuck off.
I'm already at the point of whatever this guy's fucking name is. Quit your job as a YouTuber, you fucking hack. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this is really bad.
Fine. You are a Nazi after all. You have a right to be...
Fucking kill yourself. Holy shit.
Oh my god, dude. This is all the video's gonna be. It's gonna be him making fucking disingenuous arguments, taking fucking ER's fucking video out of context, saying dumb shit, and then following it up with, but you're a Nazi, but you're a racist. That's all this is gonna fucking be, because this guy has no other real points to make.
This seems like someone who heard ER get shouted out by PewDiePie when that happened, and he saw something he could latch himself onto and just become a part of, I guess, to pile on against ER. So he made this fucking shitty-ass video.
Yeah, he's a fucking parasitic leech. He saw a fucking victim that he could easily punch around and was like, oh, I'm gonna latch onto that.
Yeah. Cree used the spirit of Pagan. You're damn fucking right I did. In Minecraft. And Senator Abby Strong says 41st Nazi. Is that an actual count of how many times he said it? Because I don't think it's that much yet.
When the Avatar kept balance between the Water Tribes, Earth Kingdom, Fire Nation, and Air Nomads.
It's fine. You are a Nazi after all. You have a right to be inconsistent. Makes about as much sense as any of your other beliefs.
I sure hope that...
You don't know what
You
his
don't even know his
are!
beliefs! You don't even know what his beliefs are, motherfucker.
Disingenuous cunt. Holy shit.
And if you do know what they are and you think they're so egregious, maybe you should enlighten us to what they are.
Maybe you should mention it. Maybe you should have some fucking proof of this claim. Again, we have all... You need to prove that he's a Nazi. We have evidence that you're a retard. Your video proves it for us. Quite handily.
That we get to this tortured character, see what really makes him tick in the sequence of events that led up to his capture.
Psych! That's the wrong cinematic motion picture.
Sorry, but beyond this point, Max ceases to be a character and becomes little more than a prop to tell the story of the actual main character of this film, Furiosa.
Now I must remind everyone again that Embolism Ranch has not seen any other Mad Max movies, so when he starts lactating milk tears over the fact that Max is supposedly not a character, he's basing that opinion off of a version of the character he has literally never seen even once.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. You can tell that Max isn't the main character like Max isn't the driving force in this as much.
Yeah.
Again, as was established when we talked with Indigo, that Max is more the arbiter between two opposing conflicts. It's the opposing conflicts that are the driver of the narrative.
Not just that.
ER doesn't know that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get into. It's understandable for someone who hasn't watched Mad Max before to be confused by the fact that the title character doesn't do much in his own movie. That is 100% a fucking reasonable and rational thing to question, be confused about, and maybe knock the film for. Again, he doesn't know the context of the other movie, so it's an understandable conclusion.
Yeah. And because, like I said before, okay, so I could be wrong about this because I haven't seen Thunderdome, so I don't really know the plot of that. But I think the only movie where Max is the main character that we focus on is the first film.
I haven't seen it either, so I can't comment.
Because in that one, it's literally him tracking down the people who killed
his family.
Was it his wife? Well, it was his family, yeah. And he just he murders them. And that's the whole plot of the story.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Is Max Payne partially inspired by Mad Max?
I doubt it.
I doubt it too. It's just the funny coincidence of Mad Max tracks down the killer of his family, and Max Payne, his family gets fucking obliterated, and he, goes to hunt them down.
Yeah, because again, that's incredibly superficial. We've stripped out every other bit of content to it.
I know it's
No, I'm saying that to the chat though.
Oh.
In any other Mad Max movies. So when he starts lactating milk tears over the fact that Max is supposedly not a character, he's basing that opinion off of a version of the character he has literally never seen even once. Oh, and he goes on such a lovely little baby tantrum about Furiosa.
Now, I have to applaud Feels Road for leading the progressive stack with the very first trans woman protagonist. Wait, the wiki doesn't mention anything about that. No, but if she were an actual woman, this would make her the utterly cartoonish depiction of a she-man, the old man with breast cliche. That can't be right. Maybe these are just her preferred pronouns? Either way, I guess I'll use she for the rest of this review.
How is that an angry baby rant? It's just him making, a drawn-out joke.
And an observation of a cliche.
Yeah, that too.
It's like, what, because he said trans? Aw, did you get offended? Did the poor little beta male get sad when somebody mentioned trans people? Oh no. Oh no. So sad. Boo-hoo.
Man, the old man with breast cliche. That can't be right. Maybe these are just her preferred pronouns? Either way, I guess I'll use she for the rest of this review.
Fucking wow. PC much? Aw, he's pretending so hard to think like the strawman progressives that live in his head. To think that that's the closest he'll get to ever having empathy for a fellow human being.
She's doing...
What the f...
What? Oh my god, you're fucking retarded, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah.
For someone who likes to accuse others of having, angry baby rants, this guy sure does fucking cry a lot. Jesus Christ.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's what happens when you're a beta.
Yeah, this is just pathetic. Oh my god.
This is clearly someone who's come to a conclusion, and rather than trying to see if that's correct in any way, he just keeps repeating it over and over and over again. Again, what we said at the start is, the more he says it, he thinks it'll be true. He thinks it'll be true if he says it more.
Also, strawman progressives. Buddy, he doesn't have to strawman. They exist.
Yeah.
We know for a fact that they exist. They're a problem.
They're a literal cancer.
So shut the fuck up.
Okay, fine. A figurative cancer. They act the way cancer does by destroying everything around it.
Yeah.
He's looking for confirmation bias, basically. Yeah, it does seem what it's like.
Yeah.
Well, here's the other weird thing. He cut out the entire section where he was talking about how interesting Max was and how cool that the filmmakers had actually had a really good sequence when he escaped and everything, just for even for a little bit, and how he was quick on his feet. He saw he was surrounded, so he immediately climbed the walls and jumped. But no, this guy cut out all of that.
Doing this with the Citadel's leader, Immortan Joe. Is that really his name? Joey here is something like a god in these here parts, and accordingly, he tries to keep up that appearance. Except he is one fat, diseased, ugly motherfucker. And American? Basically, Joey controls the water. Water is incredibly precious in this world, so when these poor saps get to see it, they act like crack addicts, trying to lap up as much of it as possible. But because Joey doesn't leave the spigot on...
Epidermis Rod is spending an awful lot of time condemning the movie for villainizing a fat and ugly man.
What the fuck?
Joey's military force.
I thought your editing was really good there.
Yeah, I thought you said your editing was great. Why is your fucking avatar cut in half?
I assume
You
he's
fucking retard.
I assume he's doing it ironically because he's been an idiot about fucking everything else so far.
I don't think he. I think it was a genuine mistake.
It could have been. Also, he's one that fucking criticized someone else's sense of humor by cutting to the kid singing about leaving the water on. Like, really? It's a funnier fucking joke than you've made this entire video, you fucking weird bearded asshole.
Yeah,
And-
it's so
and-
fucking stupid.
And that's also all the commentary you have about ER criticizing the villain, because before the stream even started, Pagan and such had really good criticisms about why what ER was saying about Immortan Joe was silly.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you should point out the fact that this is kind of the point of his character. It's that he's actually disgusting slob, a mutant, but he puts on this air of superiority so that he can keep the faith of his followers, his war boys, and by extension, having his own military branch, now keeps control of the populace down below.
The point I feel ER probably missed out on too is how fucking wasteful turning on those giant tubes of water is too. Like, how much of that is just going into the dirt and being wasted?
Yeah.
Yep. Which is something ER brings up later. Can't wait to see how this guy dismisses it.
Oh, he does bring that up later?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, remember when the cow women, literally,
right.
the cow women turn on the thing and leave it on.
Well, yeah, they turn it on and leave it on, but I'm talking about this setup in general is stupid and wasteful.
Yeah, it is.
Force
That's
of
a
course,
lot of
who are
water,
absolutely
just-
nothing at all like Muslims, we swear it. Look at how he keeps a room full of cow women to make milk for him. Is that not just the most evil thing you ever did see?
Interesting. No, I just find that interesting. It's, I wonder why he's so invested in that. I mean, we'll never know what this coward looks like, so body shaming him, I guess, is pointless. I'd rather brain shame him, because there's plenty to work with there.
See, Joey...
Wait, were you looking at a mirror when you said that, you moron?
Also, you didn't bring up a fucking point.
For someone...
Yeah.
The entire point of his video that ER is a terrible film reviewer, and you're not even, like, providing criticism of his film. You're just taking these retarded little shots at him because you don't like him.
Yeah, it's just fucking childish and stupid. Like, why'd you even make this video if you're not going to actually prove him wrong in any way? Which I can tell you right now, you can do. He makes some mistakes in this video. It's his first movie review. It's not that hard. And you can't even seem to do that. That's pretty pathetic.
Why does this guy want to do so many ad hominems? Because that's all he has. This guy's a fucking talentless hack who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So only thing he's got is, haha, ER is a Nazi. Haha, we'll never see him, so I can't body shame him. But I can at least make fun of how stupid he is. While at the same time not saying anything he's getting fucking wrong. We have already provided more criticism against ER's video by responding to this fucking retard than he has in his own video responding to ER.
It's fucking sad.
This is genuinely one of the most stupid videos I've ever fucking seen.
Fat. World of limited resources, being fat is an even greater condemnation of self-indulgence than it is in Burgerland or Cuck Island.
Also, visual signifiers being used in a visual medium to hint at a character's role in the story is the definition of showing, not telling.
He was talking about...
That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about that it's a cheap tactic.
Yeah. Which, again, I disagree. I feel that it's actually a valid point here. He's latched on to the idea here. It's all for show. The guy isn't actually taking care of himself. He's not staying fit and healthy. He's indulging himself. He's fallen into his god complex, into this cult of personality created for himself. And again, he had to actually mold in abs into his fucking armor to pretend that he is healthy.
Creetosis, this guy claims to be a professional writer.
Oh my god.
I do not associate myself with him at all.
As someone who has written things down in the past, I don't want to associate with this fucking retard.
Yeah, exactly.
Is this why everything that's coming out recently is so shit?
Yeah, probably.
Did he touch it and then he infected it?
So, what is it? Filmmakers can neither show nor tell? Wow. The inconsistency.
You didn't even show his point!
That's not the...
That's not the point he made. You didn't even play the part.
So the point ER is making in his video is that it's easy to manipulate an audience against someone by making them fat and disgusting looking because, of course, the villain would be fat and disgusting looking. This is a tactic that has been used. He's just wrong. Well, he's inaccurate in this case because there's more to... Like, the film justifies why Immortan Joe is fat and disgusting, rather than it just being a trait for the sake of, look at this fat weirdo, you should hate him. This isn't difficult shit.
Yeah, it's like why do you have to take him out of context and shit? It's like, if you're so good at this as you claim, it should be easy for you to pick apart the things he gets wrong. We just did. We just did. But this fucking idiot can't do it without taking it out of context and trying to make it seem like a completely different argument than it was. He's literally strawmanning.
He's strawmanning when he doesn't even have to. That's the pathetic part.
Yeah, it's really fucking pathetic.
Yeah. Target the argument he's actually making, not the one that you think he's making, or the one you've made up that he's making.
The one you want him to make, so you can call him a Nazi for the fucking 200th time. You cunt.
Oh no, he's not a cunt, he's a retard.
He's a retarded cunt.
Well, there you go. Oh, so he's an ultramarine.
But there is nation. I know this. I am nuanced. For example, I thought the fact that Thor gained weight due to depression in Avengers Endgame was a good character choice, marred by a series of obsessively judgmental insults.
No, it wasn't.
Film.
What?
My thing is,
overweight people
oh my
have a
god,
rough stigma attached.
Stop. There we go.
Of obsessively
No, stop.
choice, marred.
My browser stopped responding for a second. No, Thor becoming fat in Endgame was fucking retarded. They made a joke of him and destroyed his fucking character arc.
Yeah, they literally turned him into a fucking clown. Oh. Holy shit.
You remember that amazing scene where Fat Thor is sitting on a chair and he's got sunglasses on and he isn't moving, and Rhodey is like, hey, is he breathing? Is he still alive? And then what is Thor? Does he burp to respond?
Yeah, something like that.
They turned Thor into a pathetic fucking joke in that movie.
Yeah.
When he was anything, like, he shouldn't have been that before. He wasn't that before. Fat Thor plays Fortnite. Ugh.
He should have been reinvigorated in his convictions to avenge his people.
Well, we should have gotten a Dark Thor at that point. He's in a really dark place, and he's this powerful godlike being. He should be, like, going down the dark path at that point. He shouldn't be, so I'm playing Fortnite and yelling at children about how I'm going to destroy them in real life because they shot me in Fortnite.
Yeah, he becomes truly, truly pathetic.
Choice, a series of obsessively judgmental insults throughout the film. It's absolutely true that overweight people have a rough stigma attached to them.
They deserve it. Shame more fat people. You should shame fat people. Tell them to get off their ass and get healthier.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because trust me, it will only be better for them. You do not capitulate to their laziness. Just get out there and get them doing it. Get them walking. Again, you don't have to tell them, oh, you don't need to bench 600 pounds right fucking now. Get out there, lift a couple 10-pound weights. Start something. Start the routine. Get that feeling of your body releasing dopamine after you start working out. Like, holy shit. Once you start getting into a rhythm and your body starts adapting to working out, you'd be shocked how motivating it is. How much more you get into it and your body craves it more and it just feels better and better. You feel healthier. You stand taller. Mostly because you don't have a bunch of weight pulling you down, fat ass. But you stand taller. You actually feel pride in yourself. Like, holy shit. Go out
after
there.
A good workout, I feel
something.
so much better after a good workout. Oh,
Yeah.
you feel like you could take on anything. Also, I
Right.
love this comment by Tentacle Dude. The way Seth says shame more fat people while his profile pic is pointing a gun at me genuinely made me chuckle. Shame them!
Shame the fat asses.
Such saying, have pride in yourself or be proud of yourself. You're not gonna break through to this guy because he's never felt proud of himself about fucking anything.
Probably not, honest.
He probably cries himself to sleep. He probably got insulted by a weeb and cried.
Yeah, probably. Every day is
Wikipedia
like they
is
were
often
obese.
negative.
Fuck.
What?
Every day is leg day when you're obese. Holy shit.
Avengers Endgame was a good character choice, marred by a series of obsessively judgmental insults throughout the film. It's absolutely true that overweight people have a rough stigma attached to them, and their depiction in media is often negative as a result.
Good.
Yeah, good.
Good.
It should be negative.
It should be. Show fucking Triggly tough to everybody and be like, you want to be like this fat loser, this fat pathetic blob who will never get anybody in their life, who's going to die alone and miserable, likely have a heart attack in the next 6 months?
Satch, that's not fair. She's not gonna die alone. She's gonna die with her 30 cats around her.
Well, at least they'll have something to
they'll be well
eat.
fed, yeah.
Yeah, they'll have something to eat. They'll survive long enough to be found by somebody at least.
No, that last segment of his video contained many negative depictions of fat people, all of which he chose purposely to put in there. Makes you
Good. Absolutely.
Also, yes,
Godspeed, ER.
Yeah, also he did it intentionally to prove his point of why he thinks it's cheap and why he thinks it's being done to sway the audience to feel a certain way without having to put that much work in it, and was showing examples.
Yep.
You fucking idiot. It's almost like that was the point.
Yeah.
wonder about his ulterior motives, doesn't it?
What, the fat people shouldn't be fat? Yeah. That's not fucking hard.
Not even
not
a point ER is making, though.
Yeah, that is not the point he's making.
Yeah, that's
at
not the
all.
point. And even if it was, it wouldn't be that big of a deal.
In fact, it'd be a good thing. Yeah, tell fat people to stop being fat asses.
Hey,
Yeah.
this guy gave a good example of poisoning the well by doing it. Now he's giving an example of straw manning by doing it. If only
Yes.
someone else could fucking get those concepts right.
Yeah. Oh god. I am so glad we've only got what 10 minutes left.
Listen, I think we've got like 7 minutes left.
Yeah, and good god, that video's. I'm betting that video's gonna be 3 hours.
It could be that long. I don't care if it is, though.
Economics goes on to stand Immortan Joe for 2 solid minutes, which is always a good sign. Seriously, is this CinemaSins? Does he not understand the very simple and demonstrable fact that Immortan Joe is hoarding resources from his people and using very impractical distributions in order to keep them enthralled? Even if we
Okay, that wasn't his point. You're still not getting to his point. ER's point is that it's cheap and lazy. Okay? Why can't you talk about his point that he's actually making? All right? He did talk about him being fat and him being disgusting and everything, but that was in service to his point that the filmmaker is doing it so that the audience immediately know who the villain is. Ugh.
Oh my god, this is so annoying. It's like, you know, he clearly watched the video. He's got the fucking clips and stuff, so he knows that the entire point of this argument is that he's trying to show, like, yes, this is the villain. This is the guy you're supposed to feel bad or you're not supposed to like, and obviously you feel that way because of the way he looks.
Yep.
As if that's all there is, when
Again,
I haven't seen the film, but from what Setch says, I would argue is not the entire thing. There's probably more to it than that.
And this guy is actually hovering around other aspects that showcase why Immortan Joe is a villain, right? Again, he lords over them. He's literally looking down on these people. He offers them water in the most wasteful way possible. He calls out to them, "Do not be seduced by the water, for it will drive you mad by its absence." So, yeah, he's obviously being incredibly controlling, but you could have gotten that from the way the War Boys worship him.
I just think you're giving him too much credit when you say he's seen ER's video and knows the point. This guy isn't fucking smart enough to get the point ER is making, clearly.
Well, he didn't get the first ones.
I mean, that's actually being more generous, I'd say, because that implies that he's just stupid and not malicious.
That's true. I could see him.
Yeah, you're right. He is absolutely malicious.
What if he's both?
Well, I mean,
possibly.
He is clearly retarded, yes, but he is also malicious.
Yeah.
That's why he keeps bringing up the Nazi thing over and over again.
Yeah, I can guarantee we're going to hear it another dozen times before the end of this video.
Yeah, probably.
Except Exposition Rage's fanficky as fuck idea that Immortan Joe has built a quote-unquote functional society, he's still raping his wives like nobody's business.
No, we don't see him rape anyone. We can't assume that. Again, this is where ER actually makes a good point that those wives probably threw themselves at Immortan Joe for a better life. When you see their life in the Citadel, they get books, pianos, their own bedding, they're cared for every night and day, compared to what everybody else goes through.
Yeah.
It's not hard to assume that a lot of them likely jumped at the opportunity.
If you look at everyone outside on the ground level, they're all dirty and old and decrepit and obviously not fucking doing well. And then inside the Citadel, well, you don't see them inside the Citadel, but once you see the women after they've escaped, they're all attractive, young, not disfigured. Like, it's fucking obvious.
Yeah.
And then again, Immortan Joe. Go ahead, Pagan.
I was just gonna say, yeah, it's far more likely that they're not being raped. They just threw themselves at them to become whores, so that they would get pampered.
Yeah. Which, spoiler alert, a lot of women do in really shitty situations to survive. It's not unreasonable, especially in the apocalypse.
Yeah.
But another aspect, again, when we see when Immortan Joe goes and checks the vault, we see how nice their quarters are. It's genuinely a really good place. So obviously Immortan Joe's been taking care of them. And we see later on that he is so worried about his wives that when the one falls off the war rig, he actively slams the wheel to the side to avoid hitting her, potentially killing himself and his sons in the process.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, because like I said, I haven't seen this film, but I did see this review, and when he actually pointed that out, I was like, wow. It's like, I'm surprised he genuinely cared that much to do that, because that could have easily killed him and everyone else in that car
Yeah.
just to avoid this one girl.
Yeah, now he had a great point in that she's hanging on the outside for 12 fucking seconds, not moving.
Yeah, that was still dumb.
Yeah, if you're the kind of person who has the kind of power and control Immortan Joe does, and you're chasing after your, I don't know what you want to call them, the wives, the whatever,
baby mama.
If, like, you still have 4 others, so it doesn't matter if you run over one, if you're that kind of, like, uncaring, horrible piece of shit. The only reason he would have swerved is if he cared.
Yeah. And he genuinely did. He genuinely cared. You see him raging in tears that she's dead, holding her lifeless body.
Yeah, he shows that in his review as well, of him picking her up and turning around and screaming.
Yep.
He's even screaming before she gets hit by the rock, like, look, look, look! Like, trying to make her not get hit, because he's, like, worried about her.
He doesn't care that she won't jump to him, that she's not coming to him. He wants her to be safe, so he's trying to get her attention. Look out!
Joe, the woman respecter.
Respect him, Joe.
Immortan Joe respects women? Simp!
Respect him, Joe.
Let's see what fucking point this retard is gonna make.
Well, there was another point in here, but we kind of got lost in the weeds, so I want to go back slightly.
Alright.
Immortan Joe has built a quote-unquote functional society?
Oh, yeah. No, the society is functional. It's obviously working. There are people here surviving. There are people here thriving. So the society clearly works. Is it a good society? No, it's not. It's a cult. It's a cult of personality based entirely around Immortan Joe and keeping people incredibly subservient and desperate for any resource that their grand overlord will give them. It's not a healthy society, but it is a functioning society. It clearly, they're even going out on fucking trade runs with other warlords.
Yeah.
He's still raping nobody's business. Expected rain check has an answer for that too, though.
Damn, if I had a uterus, I'd be living it up in that bedazzled crib with my legs wide open 24/7, rather than mucking about in the dirt, wondering if I'll ever taste water again.
Hey,
See, that is a good point. That's a good point. In fact, it gets to ER's other point of why the fuck are they trying to escape? Is it just for female empowerment and, women shouldn't be objects, stuff like that? And then I argue it's part that, but mostly Furiosa will be constantly whispering poison into their ears about the green place.
Yeah, the idea that you could actually have something just as good as what you have now without having to have sex with mutants, yeah, I'd imagine they'd want to take that.
Yeah.
Easily. You what, mate? If having a post-apocalyptic sugar daddy is your kink, I won't shame you for it.
That's
okay. It's not his kink, you retard.
You are a special kind of stupid. Holy shit.
He's explaining that in difficult times, people will swallow their pride for any sense of survival security. All right? We see people do it in the real world all the time. And is it healthy? No, but the person's alive.
I want to check quickly to see if this is a troll, because this is beyond fucking retarded. Holy shit.
Yeah, just make sure it's not an April 1st video.
No, it's definitely not April 1st. June 18th, 2019.
God, this point is even more aggravating since, I've been watching Game of Thrones with Cree, and the whores kind of explain, like, themselves in that, it's just like, coming off the heels of that into this guy like bitching and moaning that ER would even point this out is just like extremely annoying to me.
Nope, this guy does not appear to be trolling. Jojo Joestar, who appears in our chat sometimes, 57 minutes ago, calls ER a Nazi but defends Star vs. the Force of Evil finale. Yikes, dude. 41 minutes ago, response, ER is a Nazi, and would you like to tell me what's wrong with the Star vs. finale? I don't know about that show, just what you guys heard, what you guys told me, but yeah, he's still
really bad.
3 years later, and he's still calling ER a Nazi, so this guy is, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
The comment that's hearted by him, so nice to see you've done an anti-ER video. I can't believe there was a time where I actually fell into the he's just joking camp. Just know what that vids like yours will never go unappreciated. Okay.
Yeah, this is what I meant by there's a lot of stupid people out there.
Yep.
Yeah. Including the guy we're covering, clearly.
I agree, Tentacle Dude, that there's a lot more baggage to this than just, oh, it's just going to be a comfortable life. But it's a better life than what everybody else is getting. Like, not even by a little bit, by a huge margin.
Thank you for taking down this asshole in a frank and candid manner. This was cathartic to watch. Another hearted comment by him. So yeah, it's legitimate.
Yeah, well, sorry, Junk, but you're a bit of a retard.
Well, actually,
unfortunately, you've attracted the stupid.
His channel name is Dire Gentleman, which, no, you're a dire fucking retard.
Yeah.
Oh, here's one. This one is actually pretty good. ER is a funny guy who likes dark humor. Comedy has no limits, but people do. ER is the guy who has no limits, and that is what makes him funny, because he gets to watch people bitch about his videos and cringe jokes. ER is neither funny nor a good reviewer. He and his videos are cringe. So, funny is fucking subjective, and a lot of people find his videos funny. Fucking clearly. He and his videos are cringe? That's just your opinion.
And trust me, my opinion would be your video is absolute fucking cringe. That balloon and wine thing at the start, holy shit, you couldn't look more like a soy boy if you tried.
Holy shit, this guy gets fucking salty, okay? This is funny. Dire Gentleman, he's funny to me though, and also a good reviewer when you look at some of his videos. Some is cringe, but others have pretty good valid points. Cough, Star Wars, cough. Avatar, cough. Death Note, cough. I'm sorry you have such a bad cough, none of his videos are good. Hey, I'm just saying his videos are funny, not to everyone, but to some, which explains why he has more subscribers than you, and he doesn't use an anime character screenshot from an anime every time he talks. I literally only do that in this video. You clearly don't know my content. That's because I think it's boring. Not my stuff, but doesn't mean others don't like it. Keep it up. Go fuck yourself. I was trying.
Wow.
Fuck, dire loser.
What a fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Are you gonna ask to see that dude's manager? Are you gonna turn full Karen? You won't cry, dire gentleman. We're see a manager.
I hope this one has a good response too. Holy shit. Come on, load in. Sounds like you're just salty this guy is way funnier than you'll ever be. He's not funny at all. ER or this dude? Both. Both.
No, for a second, we don't advocate for anyone to go over and pester these people. Mostly, I do it because why, what's the point? And I don't want to give them viewership.
Oh, also, Dire, why are you being so mean, man? He gave you a compliment. He gave you a compliment, man.
Yeah, do you not notice the innate hypocrisy in your statements? Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty mean of you to just say that to somebody who just gave you a compliment.
I guess by your logic, you're a Nazi now.
I was just about to say
you the armband on and everything.
I was just about to say, but you're not a Nazi, are you, Dire? Surely not. Surely you're not also a Nazi.
Artistic Hideo Kojima, I really like your editing, but I disagree with all your points.
Oh, God, it's amazing.
That's gonna be so funny if he responds fucking like salty to that, because that's just gonna fucking prove how much of a disingenuous cunt he was.
There is no response, unfortunately.
Damn, that would have been great, because it's like, oh, it's almost like you know what you said wasn't actually a compliment, since you're getting mad at this guy for saying the exact same thing. Oh man, that would have been great.
But that some of the characters in this movie make the choice not to be permanently enslaved by a deranged warlord, that's their decision, buddy.
Yeah, it's their decision, but as ER is pointing out, it's not a decision that makes sense. You don't know what's out there in the wasteland. You've seen what happens to other people. You came from these other people. You live a comfortable life. An incredibly luxurious 1%er life compared to everybody else.
Yeah, just saying it's their choice, they don't like it, isn't addressing his question or his critique.
Yeah. Now, I directly question his critique by saying, I think it's pretty fucking obvious that Furiosa is whispering poison into their ears. She's trying to convince them to leave to go to the green place because she doesn't agree.
Goes past the usual characters are making decisions I don't agree with thing that most hack reviewers poll, and goes straight out into the territory of people should behave this way in these situations in real life.
No, it's not that they should, it's that they do. That's ER's point. People do choose slavery, in a sense, sexual slavery, to better their lives compared to what they left from or what's around them. That's why so many people jumped in bed with ISIS warlords and everything. They didn't want to get killed. They didn't want their family to be hurt. They wanted food on their table while ISIS was ripping apart the country. Oh, such. There's also the aspect that maybe they would prefer having dangerous freedom than safe slavery. You could make that argument, but this is a world that doesn't have water as a resource anymore. Water is incredibly scarce. Water is so scarce, they're actually trading it for fuel for their vehicles and ammunition for their guns.
Yeah. In fact, Fallout 3 should maybe look a little bit more like Fury Road.
Yeah, absolutely. That would actually be really interesting.
Well, like I said, the idea of there being water barons, or like you said, a water guild, where these few people have control of this precious resource and control the entire wasteland as a result. Like, everyone needs water to survive. I almost forgot their name. Not the Gunners, the Talon Company. They're hostile to everyone. They would need water to survive. They would either need to kill people for it, or they would need to actually trade with the Water Guild or with the Water Barons.
And you know what? You could actually make it where Megaton is the wealthiest town, and that's why Tenpenny Tower was to blow it up too?
Yeah.
Because imagine if Tenpenny Tower also had a water purifier. Yeah. And Megaton, like, when you first get to Megaton, the first thing you see outside is a giant truck or some kind of, like, massive container on a sled, and you realize it's full of water. And they're going to go take it off to Rivet City, because Rivet City has the manufacture facilities for bullets or something. That would... Oh, man. Oh, shit. Well, now we're rewriting the good Fallout 3 again.
The fact that there's absolutely zero manufacturing of anything in Fallout 3... aside from literally the hydroponics lab in Rivet City, is a big fucking problem.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. It's like, God, that actually could have fucking made the Roy Phillips thing actually make some sense. Like, Instead of like, oh, they won't give us a place to live, even though we have a perfectly good place to live. They could have been like, they're not giving us water because we're ghouls. Fuck them. We're going to go in there, we're going to kill them all, and we're going to take the water purifier for ourselves.
Well, that's the problem,
Yeah.
is ghouls should be able to drink irradiated water because radiation heals them. So any
Yes.
water source would... I guess the argument at that point would be purified water still tastes better. And, like, radioactive water is like sewage to most people.
But doesn't radiation also make it more likely for them to go feral?
I'm not sure. It
I
might
think
be
if it's a loose amount of radiation.
Mhm.
I haven't looked too deeply into what makes them feral or not. The impression I get is that it's kind of random. It can happen, it might not happen, but it happens a lot. More so than it doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just kind of going off of that quest in Fallout New Vegas where the recently turned ghoul NCR trooper is like, I don't want to go out there because I don't know if higher radiation levels will make me go feral.
True, but that's just him not knowing.
Yeah, I know, but that's also what I'm going off of because I just don't really know
Yeah.
the whole thing behind that.
I guess part of the problem, too, is we've never had a quest that I can remember where it deals with someone that is losing their grip and slowly becoming feral.
Yeah, which is a shame.
Maybe we can have a quest with that kind of nuance in Fallout 5. Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
Anyways, back to this fucking absolute retard's video.
Subject matter. What an asshole Extra Ridiculous is. What an asshole.
You have no right to call anyone an asshole.
Yeah, you're an
Yeah.
asshole. You're fucking calling people Nazis and racists and shit with no evidence. Fuck off.
Yep.
He even claims in one of his comments, I'm going to go back to his thing here, that he, everyone here references proof, including me in the video, so, but go off, biased king. Except you didn't reference any proof, not a single time. All you did in the video is either strawman his points in the video, or get mad because he was fat-shaming. So not only you failed to deliver proof that he's a Nazi, including the people in the comment section, but you also failed to make a good analysis of ER videos. Of ER's video. So yeah, I would be shocked at this point if we saw any proof, but apparently this fucking absolute retard thinks just claiming it over and over and over again is proof. Pro tip. It's not. In fact, we can even use, what's this retard's name again? Fucking...
Dire Gentleman.
Dire Gentleman. Okay, let's use some of Dire Gentleman's own logic against him. Dire Gentleman is a Nazi. The conversation is settled. There we go.
Yep.
Fuck you. Piece of shit.
Yeah, I even heard that he's a child diddler.
Oh,
Diddles them every night, all the time. That's all he does.
Oh boy.
And I'm going to repeat that 100 million times.
Careful on that, because that's defamation per se.
Well, so is calling someone a fucking Nazi.
It should be, but it doesn't qualify as the same inherent, because legal is fucking fuck.
Yeah. Either way, you get the point. It's fucking just as retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. More bitching, more cinema sins, more stupid, unfunny meme interludes.
Hold on. He
No,
didn't
no, 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 whoa, yeah, you cut past all of that? All of that.
And he didn't do any more Cinnamon Sins joke that I remember.
No, yeah, he only had the one at the very beginning. That was it. And again, you cut out all of that. Because he pointed out, like, all the weirdness. Why are these women taking a bath?
ER is a terrible reviewer if I remove all the good points he makes in his video.
Yeah.
Man, whistles go. I didn't just want to watch the Nostalgia Critic. If there's one thing I can't stand with hack reviewers, it's the over-reliance on summary. I mean,
But
He's not just giving a summary.
He's pointing out criticisms you are currently skipping past right now, you fucking disingenuous retard.
You fucking lying piece of shit.
Oh my god. Like, I swear to God, he's probably looking in a mirror this entire time and just letting all his self-loathing and projection out.
I fucking love chat right now. Oh my god. I heard Dire Gentleman bought a lot of peanut butter and a few dogs a while ago.
Oh no!
Oh god!
Hack reviewer. Yeah. This guy has no right to call anyone a hack reviewer.
Summarizing. Skips quarter of the video. Yeah, he's skipping a lot of the video.
Well, like I said, he's skipping all the good points ER makes to try and prove that ER is terrible at fucking reviewing film. Like, if you...
Yep.
You probably...
And then he's just making up stuff that he didn't actually do now. He's saying he's just summarizing. He's like... But he's not. He's going through problems in each of these scenes that you're just fast-forwarding through.
He brings up, like, another at least 2 or 3 different criticisms during that entire thing he just skipped.
Yeah.
He actually brings up a lot of points when Max is stopped and they're wasting the water and... Typically when you have a gun pointed at someone, it stops the fucking smart aleck talk and stuff like that.
Yeah, they don't usually just fucking keep acting like an idiot when you've got a loaded gun pointed at their head.
Yeah.
What is summarizing a movie unless it's something the audience hasn't seen?
How do you know what the audience has or hasn't seen? Maybe the things you're claiming he's summarizing are important to parts later on.
I mean, what the fuck? Why are you... So you're just assuming that every single person watched Fury Road before they watched his video? Well, we've got fucking evidence against that right now. Pagan, take it away!
Yeah, no, have not seen the film. This review and many of the other Fury Road reviews are the only things I've seen of this film.
Well, congratulations, Irish gentlemen. I award you 0 points. You are a disappointment to everyone around you, including your family, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Everyone in this room is now stupider having listened to that.
Yep.
Caption said it best when describing it as a means to keep the audience up to speed on what he's talking about, that too. Even if people have seen the movie or played the game, it's important to make sure that the audience is tracking with what you're talking about. Because if you go from talking about the problem at the start of the movie to suddenly a problem in the middle of the movie with no connecting tissue, like, oh hey, they're at the fortress compound and now they're in this weird swamp area with these creatures walking on sticks. It's like, okay, yeah, that's a little bit weird. But then ER fills in the gap so we know that, you know, there is a reason why they're traveling and why the plot is going to this place.
Movie as if
I will say, yes, Senator Abby Strong, the Mad Max game is actually pretty fucking good.
Point of summarizing a movie unless it's something the audience hasn't seen. Entrance Roadblock talks about this movie as if no one in his audience knows what the fuck it is.
Again, you fucking absolute retard. Maybe some people in his audience have seen it. Maybe some haven't. That's the way it goes. And even if they have, summarizing it so people could keep track of what's going on just makes basic amount of fucking common sense.
Yeah.
Probably actually watched it, they realize his hot takes are just hot garbage.
Now this is easily my favorite scene in Fields Road, because it's all of these women ganging up on Max while he's dragging along a comatose body and a car door, and he still manages to fuck them over.
Wait a second, are you telling me that Mad Max, the Mad Max, is a badass?
No. Oh, God.
So, for STAG 100, when we do the tier list of the videos we've covered from STAG 50 all the way to STAG 99, this video is going in Acertard tier.
Yes.
Yeah, this is really bad. Holy fuck.
Oh, last time we had an abysmal. Okay, I was like, have you had one yet that isn't Ace Retard tier? Holy shit.
Yeah, we're off to a rough start for season 2 or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this dude is a fucking piece of shit. Holy fuck. Oh, you're telling me he's a badass? Oh, that's not even the point he was making. In fact, ER even addressed that himself in the part that you fucking skipped. That where he's light on his feet and he's resourceful and he could get all this shit done and he's really cool. But then it completely replaces it with this girl instead, which is what he had an issue with. But you skipped that, you fucking idiot.
Tentacle Dude wants me to make this its own tier below Acerthorn. We'll have to consider it because this is easily among the worst we've covered. Easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, when his biggest fucking point is against ER is literally just, he's a Nazi, he's racist.
Yep.
With no evidence, yeah, this is really bad.
Okay, let's go.
Most of these women without combat experience, and the one with it lost a confrontation to him? Because he is more skilled? What? Also, Nux isn't a comatose body and is an active participant in the fight.
Later on, yes. Not at first, no.
So he acts like having skill is just like an instant win card. It's not, especially when you're outnumbered.
Yeah.
If all these women just piled on top of him, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Yeah, he loses.
Yeah, they don't need to be skilled. If they literally just grab him, it's done. It's over with. He can't do anything. He got lucky that the other women were passive. So he only had to deal with Furiosa and then the war boy who started freaking out. Oh god. No, we can't have he's a Nazi on the bingo because it's only like this weirdo that's done this.
Yeah. We might encounter it more as we cover videos, but for now it's not prominent enough.
Yeah.
Creetosis, by Stag 100, you will wish videos were as bad as Acer tier. I could just imagine, like, the Stag video coverage fucking iceberg that will eventually exist. I heard Dire Gentleman was in Dallas back in '63 on the 22nd.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
And if you look closely in this film, we have the shooter is up in the book repository, but the president's head goes back and to the left. Now, how is this possible if the shooter's behind him? It goes back and to the left. We see the First Lady scramble on the hood and grab a piece of brain from the president that is currently sliding across the back of the car. How is this possible if the shooter is behind him? Back and to the left. And for anyone that doesn't know what I'm referencing the Zapruder film, where they went into detail on this and pointed out that it doesn't make sense that the shooter came from behind because the bullet clearly entered his face. That it just doesn't work.
Well, if you look to the grassy knoll, you'll see a fine young gentleman by the name of Dire Gentleman.
Yeah. No. If you look at the guy that's further down the street, that's where Dire Gentleman was.
If you look on this hill, you'll see a guy with a shitty beard.
Yeah.
When you talk about the book depository, though, I know it's like part of what actually happened, but I can't help but think of the South Park episode where Mr. Garrison is trying to assassinate, I forget what the actress is, it doesn't really matter. Officer Barbrady, is there any high view or place I could get of the parade? Oh, the book depository might be a good idea. Officer Barbrady, Mr. Garrison is trying to assassinate this actress. Do you know where he could be? The book depository might be a good place. The book depository. Depository. Damn, he could be anywhere.
Did you miss? You're just lying about that. Seriously, dude, it's a 2-on-1 fight against just Furiosa. Of course he comes out on top, because he's fucking Mad Max. You dumb asshole. Also, it's very clear
you don't have any fucking position to be calling anyone a dumb asshole. You are possibly the dumbest asshole we've ever fucking covered.
Yeah, it doesn't become a 2-on-1 until the War Boy wakes up, realizes the situation that's going on, and helps arm his blood bag because he realizes the blood bag is fighting Furiosa. But again, it takes the War Boy a bit to get up to speed. Until then, he's a literal lodestone.
It's actually shocking to have to say this, but even Acer Throne made better points than this guy. Not just the times when he was wrong, but like Acer Throne actually made valid points from time to time. Extremely rarely. Like a fucking oasis in a desert rarely, but he still made one.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Scene is his favorite one in the film.
He done did it. Made a clean escape, left behind exactly what his pursuers wanted, and has a ton of water to last him however long. A damn good job of surviving, Max. You know, it would be hilarious if the movie just dumped these pointless empty characters, and Max got to be the star of his own movie again.
Yeah, so when Extremely Racist was saying that scene was his favorite in...
Again, he's not racist. You haven't proved that.
Yeah, you gotta prove that shit. You can't just keep saying it over and over and somehow it's gonna become magically fucking true.
Yeah.
In the film, he wasn't complimenting the imagery, fight choreography, or character portrayals. He just liked the outcome of the scene, without any consideration for the craft itself.
Yes, that is fine.
Yeah, you don't need consideration for the craft at all.
This video is becoming surprisingly similar to last week's, where it's like, oh, you have to appreciate the craft to fucking criticize a movie properly.
Yeah, I'm starting to get some Neo-Jesus vibes from this dude.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy is still far worse than even Neo-Jesus was, but still, goddamn.
Every time he brings up baseless accusations, I'll bring up more evidence of his misdeeds. And the last one, first one before that, he had typical dude. Movie Bob and Dire Gentleman killed Epstein. Dire Gentleman was the deciding vote for making season 2 of the Halo show.
Dire Gentleman could be seen jumping from the plane right before it hit the World Trade Center.
Dire Gentleman wrote those bot comments. Oh, God.
Feels, as he derogatorily calls them. If nothing else, this is the most telling point to appraise Engorged Rodent's reviewing chops from. He's literally not engaging with the text here, instead focusing on identity politics.
But he hasn't.
He hasn't engaged in identity politics at all. In fact, he, not knowing how Mad Max movies are normally categorized, thinks this is a genuinely good character moment. Max overcame the obstacle, has now left behind what his enemies pursue to take the war rig for himself so he can survive, and the war rig happens to have a lot of resources that would be helpful to Max.
He's got a valuable resource and a vehicle to take him, well, at least as far as the tank is filled up to, but it could be assumed to be a considerable distance, maybe to somewhere safer. Maybe with that truck he could buy passage into living in a town.
Yep.
Or live on his own and not have to worry about people. Dire Gentleman was spotted on the set of Rust talking to actor Alec Baldwin and handing him a prop gun.
Oh no! Seriously though, those interviews, those interrogations of the people from Rust is fucking incredible. Oh my god! I know I've already mentioned it before, chat, but you should honestly watch the police interviews with everybody and realize how masterful the police are doing these interviews. They are like playing these people like a fucking fiddle. But two, It really does sound like there was a conspiracy with the Union wanting an accident to happen on set. Like, holy shit. Not a single person on set knew who the Teamster was that locked up the weapons at the end of the day. They just knew it was some Mexican guy, black hair. I think he had facial hair. But he locked up everything. Do you know his name? No. And you're the assistant director? Yes. And you're the prop master? Yes. And you're the master armorer? Yes. Nobody knew his name! Oh my god. It's fascinating to go into. It really does sound like there was a true criminal conspiracy going on. So yes, Alec Baldwin should go down for reckless disregard of life, assault with a deadly weapon. You should go down for a lot of this. But it really does seem like there was a conspiracy by the Union to make an accident happen. Oh no, Tentacle Dude's right, his name was Dire Gentleman! We solved the chat, we figured it out.
Just overjoyed that the man won and would rather the man not face adversity.
That's
It's
holy
not
shit,
what
you
he
can't
said
be
at all.
this stupid. Holy shit.
The man just overcame adversity. And he now has the supplies and resources to continue on. And he thinks that this might be where the movie's going. Because he doesn't know the Mad Max movies at all. Holy fucking shit, man.
This is spectacularly stupid. He laid it out pretty clearly. The women were the target of a Martin Joe and his raiding party. They wanted them back. Without them, Max is free to go wherever the fuck he wants without issue. They're not going to go after him.
Yeah. Which is all Max cares about. He cares about survival. That's stated in the start of the movie. He just cares about survival. Now, granted, he can't bring himself to just survive. It'll get into it more later. But yeah. It's a fault of Max that he wants to just be a survivor and only take care of himself, but he can't help himself but to get involved in these situations. He can't help it. It's like a sickness.
At least we're moving through this video pretty quickly. It is fucking hot here and I need to get the air conditioning on as soon as we're done.
Yes, and I'm hungry as hell. My stomach is growling something fierce.
I heard Dire Gentleman was the appointed leader of the dog shooting squad at Waco.
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 Oh god.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I've heard that there's
He's
grainy.
the one that lit the flame. He's the one that lit the flare and threw it in.
There's black and white photos of him showing that he was present in Germany during the 1940s.
Some rumors even state that he was in control of Auschwitz.
Yeah, and where he learned to become a master baker.
Oh no, we made edgy jokes about 1930s, 1940s Germany. I guess we're all Nazis now.
Oh shit.
He probably would make that argument, the fucking retard.
Probably.
Instead focusing on identity politics. He is just overjoyed that the man won and would rather the man not face adversity. What is this forced diversity garbage? I mean, it's not like he's made a single point so far, but this is phenomenal.
But he has!
He made multiple points. It is phenomenal that your audience is so stupid they didn't realize that you have lied directly to their face and cut out most of his video so far. And I bet you this piece of shit is going to continue being this much of a lying, disingenuous retard.
Phenomenal. Again, he has not watched the original Mad Max movies, but wants Max to be some kind of unstoppable Mary Sue.
That's
It
not what
doesn't
he's
matter.
saying!
Doesn't matter if he watched the original movies or not. Okay? You still need to get all you need in the movie you are currently watching. Okay, if you come into Star Wars at Empire Strikes Back, you still need to be able to follow the plot of Empire Strikes Back. You may not have as much deep appreciation or knowledge of these characters, but you still need to be able to understand who is who.
Yes. So, ER not having seen the original movies just explains why he doesn't know that Max isn't like the central character. He's the arbiter character between groups.
Yeah.
That explains that. As mentioned earlier, as far as ER knows, this is a movie titled Mad Max, in which he's barely taken part in anything throughout the entire movie. It's understandable that someone who hasn't seen the previous movies might take issue with that. It'd be like if we got, I don't know, a Han Solo movie, and Han Solo is in it for like 15 minutes, and the movie is just about everyone else around him. The Han Solo movie is fucking shit, by the way.
Yeah, I agree.
And this guy doesn't like Rey from the Star Wars movies. So again,
which he shouldn't. Nobody should.
Yeah, most people don't.
I feel like
they really shouldn't.
I feel like he's bringing this up as like, see, look how terrible he is. He doesn't like this character either.
No. You know what? I actually think I get what he's doing here. He's talking about he wants Max to be a Mary Sue character, but he doesn't like Rey from the sequels, who's a Mary Sue character.
But nothing ER has said has even implied that he wants him to be a Mary Sue. Just the character is named, the movie is named Mad Max, so it's weird that the movie isn't focusing on Mad Max.
Yeah.
All he said was that he wanted him to abandon these chicks and go off and do his own thing. That's all he says. He doesn't say, I want him to be a super badass who could do anything.
Yeah, and clearly he's not, because he got captured to begin with. Right? If he was a true Mary Sue, him being captured would have been like the greatest thing to happen for him. But it turns out it's not. His life kind of sucks after he gets captured.
If
he gets a lucky break.
If he's a true Mary Sue, the switch on the truck that prevents him from driving it without Furiosa, he would have been able to bypass that.
Yes. All right.
There's no consistency. Man do thing good, woman do thing bad. It's
okay, but that's not inconsistent. If there are people that genuinely think that way, they're not being inconsistent. They're just misogynist. And the opposite is also true. It's misandrist.
But
that's not inconsistent at all.
But that's still not even what he's doing.
No, I know, but we got to break it down to the basic level. Like,
no, I know. I'm responding to him, not to you.
Yeah, fair.
That's still not what ER is doing. He isn't saying man good, woman bad. He makes jokes that are obviously edgy, and some people will laugh about it. Some people will get mad about it and make a shitty video where he doesn't understand the criticism being made in response.
And lies. And cuts out most of the points.
Yeah.
It's traditional, nostalgic. Literally the way he describes this entire movie is just as these moving parts. This is fascist. They don't understand art. It's just
What?
This is fascist. They don't understand art. You do not know what fascism is.
Yeah. You're a fucking idiot. Holy shit.
Holy shit. And again, a movie is its moving parts. What the fuck are you talking about?
This guy is criticizing movies the wrong way, so he's a fascist.
Yeah.
If I keep saying it, it'll be true. Totally. Just hey, Dire Gentleman is a fascist. Dire Gentleman is a Nazi. Dire Gentleman is a fascist. Dire Gentleman is a Nazi. Did I tell you how much of a Nazi Dire Gentleman is? Because Dire Gentleman is a Nazi. He's the biggest Nazi that's ever Nazi'd.
Well, here's the funny part about this.
He saw the 6 million that the Nazis killed collectively and he said those are pathetic numbers and they should get on his
You
level.
got to pump those numbers up. You got to pump them up.
Yeah, and this is settled. Like, this is settled.
Yeah,
this is
yeah,
known.
but
Everyone
you-
knows this.
But you
Yeah,
want to
it's
know what's
obvious.
actually funny about this? Dire Gentleman is actually engaging in fascistic authoritarian rhetoric here. He is actively doing what fascists do to manipulate and take control. He is actively doing this. This is the kind of thing they repeat constantly because they need to work it into your head. You need to be bludgeoned with it over and over again. Don't actually tell them the truth. You need to tell them your version of the truth. You need to twist things and distort things, conceal evidence, hide, obfuscate, lie. Again, these are the tools of trade of what fascists do. This is how the Nazis took control. Well, and helping that the communists are evil and bloodthirsty, violent people, and people got scared and were like, we'll side with anyone that'll oppose them. So, that didn't work out so well, did it? But again, he is actively engaging. It's why the Antifa stuff is so funny to me. Because they are that way.
Nichelle Nichols has passed away.
Who?
Uhura. From Star Trek?
Oh my God. What happened? Just...
known for her role as Nyota Uhura, the Star Trek actress has sadly passed away at the age of 89, as confirmed by her son, Kyle Johnson.
Oh, damn.
That is really unfortunate to hear.
Guys.
Wow.
Wow, I can't believe I didn't know her name properly.
You didn't know her name was Nichelle Nichols?
I did not. I just knew Uhura. That's it.
Yeah.
Because I didn't get as invested in the original series as much. Because I came in more with Next Generation.
Yeah,
Shockingly
that's fair.
survived the first season, thank God.
You have at least seen Wrath of Khan, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was about to fucking tie you down to watch it after the stream.
And the Search for Spock and
Yeah.
everything. Yep.
I do really want to watch Wrath of Khan again, though. That is such a fantastic movie. That is sad to hear that she's passed.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Nichelle Nichols.
Well, also, denote, it's not just tell a big enough lie and people will just accept it as truth. It's not just that. You tell a big enough lie and you sprinkle in aspects of truth into it. You build your narrative with these little legs of truth here and there, and then people will buy the entire big thing you want them to. It is one of the most disgusting tactics of these authoritarian regimes.
Anyways, we should get back to the video.
Yes.
It's just what fascists do.
The rest of this movie is just chase
I
scene
agree,
after
you're a
chase
fascist.
scene after chase scene, interspersed with snippets of the girls complaining.
He's a crazy smeg who eats Schlenger.
I'm sorry, what?
He's a crazy smeg who eats Schlenger.
Come again?
Crazy smeg who eats Schlenger.
I'm sorry, but does that word mean something to you?
Back to the Cinema Sins level takes, I see. I'll translate for you. The DAG is saying that Max is a crazy asshole who eats shit. Like you.
Don't them.
Okay,
That's a perfectly fair thing for him to question, though. That's not cinema.
Where in the movie does it tell you that? Where in the movie does it tell you that Schlenger means shit? Is this something you're just supposed to know? I'm saying, in Fury Road, where does it say this? So him questioning, what the fuck does that mean? That's perfectly valid. Do we count fascism as Nazi calling? No, because fascism is technically different. Because you had fascism, which is what Italy was, and then you have National Socialism, which is what Germany was, and it was again socialism in service to the state in service to the people, sort of thing. Whereas fascism is a strong state and military uh, makes an iron people. Granted, the Italians were pretty shit in World War II, though. Honestly,
It was just a poorly delivered line. Why is that a CinemaSins take? It's not. It's a perfectly valid criticism.
yeah. And again, if this is something that it's just Australian slang, it's like okay, but if ER is not Australian, I'm not Australian. I don't know what Schlangen means.
Okay, whatever happened to the days when one could point a gun at somebody and they'd shut the fuck up? What's with all this snarky backtalk?
Hold on a second, Elliot Roger. Are you really naive enough to think that this is the first time this former sex slave has been held at gunpoint?
It could very well be. We have no evidence that she's ever been held at gunpoint before.
Also,
ever.
calling him Elliot Roger? Fuck. God, this guy's pissing me off with what a cunt he is.
Yeah.
In fact, ER even plays a clip from a movie after this where someone does have a gun pointed at someone's head and they're back talking, and then the guy with the gun pulls the fucking trigger.
American Gangster, fantastic movie, by the way.
It's just like, yeah, most people, if they have a gun pointed at them and could, probably die if that trigger gets pulled, they're probably not going to talk shit too much.
Mm-hmm.
Also, sometimes in movies, dialogue is written to be punchier and more blunt than when people talk in real life.
Which I find fucking annoying. I much prefer when people sound more natural and real. It's why we talked about this earlier with the Godfather example, and when it comes to violence. I much prefer when it's portrayed as more raw and real. It feels more grounded. It feels more like this could actually happen.
I could give an example, too. For the early seasons of Doctor Who, when William Hartnell was the first Doctor, the film back then was, expensive, so they didn't want to do retakes if they didn't have to. So sometimes there's a line that's slightly flubbed, where a character starts saying something, and then corrects himself, and continues on, and there's a little bit of an awkward charm to it, where it's like, yeah, that does seem like someone who is, talking to someone where, they mess up what they're saying to the person they're talking to sometimes. It just comes across as really natural.
Because this guy has seen, 10 movies in his lifetime? Jesus Christ.
I'm sure ER has seen plenty of movies besides 10, you fucking weirdo. Do you have any valid points to make at all, or are you just gonna constantly shit on this guy because you think he's a Nazi?
Yeah. Again, a thing you have not proven.
It comes across as extremely bad faith.
Particularly horrible scene where the movie tries to pretend it's nighttime, but it's so obviously daytime with a filter thrown over it that it's just painful to watch.
Now this is just being myopic. I mean, how far into your own head and nobody else's do you have to be? This low-emp, limp-dick asshole. Enter Redundancy doesn't like the way an intentional stylistic choice in the movie looks.
An intentional stylistic choice?
How?
Nah. That was shit. Oh my god. Holy fuck, my dude. Are you that fucking stupid? Oh, it looked intentionally bad on purpose.
Also, the fucking hilarity of this guy saying, what, you think you're in someone else's head to be able to see this? Like, holy shit.
Yeah. Okay, Stag, I need to leave for a minute. We're currently on 41 Nazis. Oh boy.
Are we actually?
That would be terrifying.
P.S. This guy, Dire Gentleman, has a 44-minute long video talking about Vor. I'm not kidding.
Mm.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Yeah, I would agree with Denode. This is definitely a check. It's supposed to be shit. An intentional stylistic choice to look like garbage. Nice. Okay.
I wonder if this guy's video was stylistically designed to be fucking shit from beginning to end.
Yeah, and again, the major problems with this blue filter is that they clearly have like they've been sweating and everything like that, so you can see the sun reflecting off of their forehead, sweat and everything like that. It's incredibly distracting. It's like, okay, where's that light coming from? The moon isn't going to shine that brightly to light up the sweat on your forehead like that.
I've just never seen light that looks like the entire world is lit in blue.
Yeah.
Be a flaw. You what, mate? That's not how it works. I guess I should be happy that he's even acknowledged aesthetics at all.
Scene where Max is shooting at bad guys but can't seem to land a hit, so Furiosa to the rescue. Maybe this is supposed to be empowering or something, but the metaphor of Furiosa leaning on Max's firm, masculine shoulders to steady her shot, I don't know.
Literally can't help himself with the identity politics. Escapist Robot can't see these characters as two badasses on roughly the same footing with different...
But they clearly aren't on the same footing. What? And Max just had a moment when he realized, hey, you know what? Maybe she's a better shot than I am. Here, take it. I'll be the fucking support. Again, it is kind of weird that Furiosa wouldn't. Why neither of them would use the truck, which would be more stable. Like, I don't fucking.
Such Pagan, you know a lot about guns. How fucked would it be for someone to use your shoulder as a stabilizer for their gun to fire a shot?
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, my ears are probably gonna be bleeding, and two, depending on what is at the end of that muzzle, I'm probably getting some of my eyebrows singed or something. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it's not a great idea to do that. You can use someone's shoulder as a brace, but you're supposed to do it further back so that the barrel isn't basically right next to their face. Same thing with the receiver.
Yeah,
and
if
you don't.
If you see military people do it, they're also turned the other way, so that there's more protection, so that the face isn't getting it.
Yeah, they also have hearing protection.
Yeah.
Thor Ghost Guy was stylistically garbage.
What's funny is that this actually gets used as a plot point and happened in real life apparently. I don't know for certain on this, but it was Black Hawk Down. The guys, there's two gunners that get left behind by the convoy because the convoy is getting shot at like crazy. And these two guys are like, I think they left us, man. And they wait there for a ludicrous amount of time before they realize, yeah, they're not coming back for us. We need to fucking go. As they're traversing, one of the machine gunners knocks the other machine gunner down and quickly puts his gun and his entire arm over his back to fire because two Somalis come around the corner to kill them. And when the dude finally stops shooting, the other dude can't hear anything. He's literally deaf. He has been made temporarily deaf, and it lasts for quite a while. It fucks him up real bad.
Strengths. He can't do it. He has to make this about gender. He just this low empathy dipshit.
One, you don't know if he has low empathy at all. You have not proven he has low empathy.
Yeah, I was about to say, what does that have to do with empathy?
And two, it is weird. This is not like a good scene. It's not an empowering scene or anything like that. It's kind of weird. It is incredibly weird. Like, that would be incredibly dangerous. I get Mad Max. Max isn't all there, but he'd be there enough to know not to have his face near the end of the barrel. Plus,
Also-
I don't know how they established that she was a better shot than him anywhere before this.
Well, you don't get it. It's because she took the gun and made the shot on her first try.
Yeah, but that was their last bullet too.
No, I know. I'm shit talking.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to think of this through. Like, I don't think there's a time ever before that Max sees her be really accurate. You just take out a couple of the bike riders. I don't know if that's enough to display the accuracy. I need to go back. I need to go back through. I would need to go back through Fury Road and check to see if there's anything that points to Max that she's going to be really accurate with a long gun.
Yeah.
Just cancellables. He can only see the representatives of demographics. This is...
But he clearly can't see individuals because he called out who they were, you idiot. If he couldn't see individuals, he'd just say the man and the woman. But he doesn't. God damn, you are fucking retarded.
Jesus Christ. It's
I'm
also
sorry.
the point of it was it partially it was a joke. The whole fucking like, oh, she has to lean on a strong man to do, to get things done. And what does that
Yeah.
say, film? It's like,
Yeah, is it
Okay.
supposed to be empowering? It's like, because it's not.
I wouldn't really call it a criticism, even if he means it as a criticism. It's like, I can't really take that seriously here, but
Well, ER also tends to do a little bit of a voice when he's making a joke, too. You know?
yeah.
literalism does to your brain. This is like, even if he wasn't,
Okay, so even if you took it as he is fascist, which again you haven't proven, he is well articulated, he tries with humor, he has good editing. What's your excuse? What fucked your brain to make you so retarded?
Well, I think it's pretty clear since ER isn't fascist. No, this guy is the example of what fascism does to your brain.
Yes. Except he doesn't know what it's called because, again, what fascism also likes to do is they like to do doublespeak. Change the definition of words and nicen things up a bit. So it's easier to swallow that bitter pill. My fucking god.
So,
ahead.
sorry. People in chat were talking about the finale for that Star versus cartoon, and you guys were talking about how it killed all like the creatures. Someone
Well,
posted,
I've never seen it.
well, I think Pagan was talking about it. People in chat were.
Oh, the Star versus Forces of Evil?
Yeah.
Yeah.
People had said he did a video defending that ending. I just checked the suggestions channel for the server. Hear this loser defense for finale of SVTOE. A passionate defense of Star versus the Forces of Evil finale.
Yikes.
Oof.
That's not very kosher, my guy.
Well, maybe he's talking about something other than the genocide. Right?
I don't know. This guy's giving me strong fascist vibes already.
Yep.
I'll check it out after the stream, but oh boy, I ain't got high hopes for this.
Alright, come on.
Yeah, we're almost done.
Or saying any like stupid Nazi shit or calling out Jews or whatever. This is still really indicative of the type of framework that we're looking at with media, where it's just completely anti-art.
How is that
No,
anti-art?
Oh my fucking god.
If anything, I'd say it's more of an art piece than anything that you're making. He's not afraid to make fun of everybody. That's the thing. That's the thing people don't seem to understand. He doesn't just make fun of Jews and women and shit like that. He makes fun of fucking everybody, everyone.
Yes.
He has made multiple jokes about Republicans and people on the right as well. Like, fuck off. He makes fun of everybody. That's the point. He likes to troll people. He likes to get under their, like, on their nerves.
He puts a joke into his One Punch Man video about the character he likes in the show he likes, Saitama, where it's very quick if you don't notice it, but the subtitles are changed for Saitama to be saying, "I've been too afraid to jerk off for the past 5 months because I'm afraid I'll rip my dick off."
Which is fantastic.
Yeah. Like, that's him making a joke about a character he likes in a show he likes. And a show he thinks is really fucking good. But
Yep.
I also want to point out something this retard said at the beginning of his video. Nazis are reviewing movies on YouTube. People will use the reviews to push a specific narrative, chief among them, ER. What fucking narrative is he pushing? You haven't said so yet.
Yeah.
You just keep you keep saying that he's making these comments when most of them are jokes, by the way. Of course, you don't understand what a fucking joke is. This is pathetic.
This is functionally the same as CinemaSins or The Nostalgia Critic, just also with Nazi shit. And honestly,
oh my god.
No, it's not. Not even remotely.
And honestly, Dire Gentleman, you know, if you went to school and actually got an education, maybe you would have more than a single-digit IQ.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So I don't see how this is CinemaSins shit, because CinemaSins is like, this thing is wrong. Ding! That thing is wrong. Ding! Here's something that doesn't matter at all, and this is a problem against the movie that I'm going to ding it for. Ding!
Bareback.
ER is actually providing criticism about the parts that he takes issue with. Sometimes those comments are short, like, man, people shouldn't be shouldn't be back-talking when they've got a gun pointed at them. Yeah, that's all you need to say about that thing and move on. That's not a CinemaSins ding.
Yeah, I can't stand this guy much longer. I fucking hate him. Holy shit.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't ever have to cover him again, because this is bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at that video that was posted in suggestions and yeah.
Well, we can't cover it on here because neither me or Setch have watched that show, and I don't know how long it is, and probably not going to watch a random cartoon just to respond to this guy's video.
Oh, no. I don't intend for us to cover it on STAG or anything. I just want to know what he says about that show because I'm genuinely curious. Because if he's straight up just defending, like, oh yeah, it's fine that she just genocided an entire race because fuck it. It's like, you are a fucking moron.
Yeah. I guess we're waiting for Setch to get back now.
Yep.
Dire Gentleman was the main agent sent to take tools away from farmers to melt them into iron, contributing to the mass starvation during Mao's Great Leap Forward. Dire Gentleman has been a busy person throughout history. Did you know that Dire Gentleman was also the person who assassinated Archduke Franz Ferdinand? Ah. Started a world war. The First World War. Don't waste your time watching Star. There are hundreds of other cartoons you could watch that are better and worth your time. Yeah, I had no plans of watching it. It doesn't look interesting to me.
They are shit. It is shit, I should say. It is very bad. Okay, let me see here. I'm gonna go over here. What dumb shit does this guy have?
Oh, are you checking the video now? Well, such as AFK?
No, I'm going through. I'm just looking at his channel.
Ah.
And looking at what he has just to see how dumb this fucking dude is.
Well, we've got a good measurement from this video alone, but I wouldn't be surprised if he has other really stupid videos.
Yeah, I'm just curious about something. Let me see. Wow, he's got a lot of videos. Holy fuck. Oh my god, does he defend?
What? What does he
Okay,
defend?
no, I don't think he's defending it then. Because it
What?
says Cartoon Network is dead.
Oh.
I thought he has an image of Teen Titans Go, and I thought, oh my god, is he going to defend Teen Titans Go? Holy shit. What?
Chat. Oh my god, turn on the news. Tired gentleman hit the goddamn Pentagon. Someone wakes that up. He hit the fucking Pentagon. Turn on the news. It doesn't matter what channel. Even Smudcast never wanted to watch another video on this guy after watching one video. I've never watched Smudcast, but I can assume they're probably right.
What the fuck? He has 3 different videos with a vor in the title. Why?
Why?
Out and Proud. Venom is the gay vor superhero, and that's good. What?
No.
2 professional writers react to vor series. What?
No.
Vor art online. 2 Punch Men.
Stop.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
By the way, his thumbnails are fucking shit. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, these are really bad. What the fuck?
Yeah, none of these look good.
I'm back. Holy.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Wow, that is ugh. Why 3?
Oh. My 3.
Oh my god. So I was curious and I was looking through his channel at some of the videos to see what he has. He has 3 different videos about vor, one of which is titled, it's literally just titled Out and Proud, Venom, the gay vor superhero, and that's good.
Wow. Okay.
What?
Well, degeneracy for sure.
Yeah, this is far more fucking cursed than I ever thought it could be. I know Pagan isn't making this shit up because I just saw one of these fucking. It's a 44-minute No. Yeah, I'm done.
Also, where's he getting the gay thing from? I don't think Venom has ever been depicted as gay, even in the fucking movie.
I think it's time to move on. I don't want to look through this degenerate's video library anymore.
Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We can do it.
Yes.
Honestly, personally, as a white guy, I'm way more offended by how much he fucks up being a reviewer.
What does being white have to do with being a reviewer?
Absolutely nothing. It's just another one of these weirdo leftoids. I'm offended. I'm offended. No one gives a shit, Cupcake. Go stick your head back in the toilet.
Clearly, this guy didn't get his head fucking dunked in the toilet enough in school. Jesus Christ.
I'm offended by the fact that this dude doesn't know how to appraise movies. And literally the...
Wait, doesn't praise movies?
It sounded like he said appraise.
Yeah, that's what I heard was appraise.
Mine did a hiccup there for a second, so I was like, what the fuck?
Fucks up being a reviewer. I'm way more offended by the fact that this dude doesn't know how to appraise movies. And literally the rest of the review is just that. He just continues to go on, playing up Max's strengths, downplaying the contributions of the women, saying the stuff's illogical. This video is 25 minutes long.
What if the things he's pointing out that the women are doing illogically actually are illogical?
Yeah, like,
The
how
movie-
logical is it for her to just sit outside the fucking truck for 12 fucking seconds?
Yeah. And I think ER also brings up the point about how the green place isn't green anymore because these people were incompetent and let it die. Because that's kind of the implication the film gives from what I remember. Or not even the implication, it's just, it used to be green and now it's not. And it's just like, why? Oh my god, I knew it.
They said something about the water turned bad or something.
Okay.
He could have said all this stuff. You literally cut out all the summary. You cut out all the dumb memes. You cut out all the
No, you don't need to be concise in a review. You need to have evidence and back up the claims you make. That's all that matters.
As someone who makes hours and hours and hours long videos, you don't need to be short. If the point of your video is to be a quick 5-10 minute review, then sure. If that's the style you want to go for, just make sure you prove the points you're talking about. Unless it literally is, hey, this is just my opinion on this. I didn't like this movie for these reasons. That's fine. You can go and make a fucking 6-hour long review of whatever movie you want, if you can actually make it that long. Yeah.
Yep.
No, and all the jokes and memes, that's fine too, if that's your style. Some people find that more engaging, to have a lot of jokes sprinkled in, rather than just, this is shit for that reason, that's shit for this reason, blah 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 blah. This is why all these things are bad. And also, again, we've already talked about, but the summary, it makes sense summarizing to keep the audience so the audience knows what you're talking about exactly.
The stuff's illogical. This video is 25 minutes long. He could have said all this stuff in 10. You literally cut out all the summary, you cut out all the dumb memes, you cut out all the fascist stuff, and what are you left
What
with?
fascist stuff, you actual fucking retard? Holy shit. You can't even point to an example of something he said that is actually fascist.
Yep.
With a guy who's like, I want a power scale max at a higher level than Furiosa. Literally no substance. There's nothing here. There's fucking nothing.
Which, not only did you not prove, you actually proved the opposite in your video, you dumb fuck. Because you're an idiot. Holy crap.
If anything, this guy's video has far less substance than ER's video does.
A lot more disingenuous lies and everything throughout.
Yeah, just this guy fucking calling ER a fascist Nazi for 20 minutes.
Yeah, basically.
And fucking misconstruing every argument he makes.
Started writing the script to talk about...
This is a script? This is a script. Holy mother of God, you need to get an editor. Because if this is a script, you fucking suck at script. Oh, dude. You know what the point of a script is? To tighten up your fucking material. To make sure that you can go back and read the transcripts of what was said in the other video so you know exactly what you're getting at. So you need to keep accurate fucking notes.
So when I made the response to Many a True Nerd's Fallout 4 video, and the remake of my video responding to his Fallout 3 video, I had complete transcripts of both of his videos, which had to be typed out, or one of them I got like a program to do voice to text, and it fucked a lot of shit up, so I constantly had to go through and correct it. in order to do those videos and make them as good as they are, I needed that transcript there because that was one of the problems with the original. Is I'd listen to a clip, and by the time the clip was done, some meanings here and there have changed or whatever, and in my head, I'm talking the exact phrasing I couldn't keep track of in my head. So having it on paper, on screen, allowed me to see the exact things Miniature Nerd was saying so I could properly respond to them. The video we're doing now, responding to a certain fucking retard who thinks I'm wrong, and gets every single fallacy he uses wrong. We're transcribing his entire video as we get... Well, Setch is transcribing the entire video as we go along, and that's so we can have exactly what he's saying right there in front of us, so all of us can just look at it and respond.
Yep.
Respond as accurately as possible. One second, I have to refresh the page because it did that thing where it kind of cancels out the video and returns to the thumbnail.
Yeah.
What a shit fucking video. What a fucking insufferable cunt.
You literally...
Yep. Alright, you ready?
Yes.
I'm backing up some bit. Okay. There we go.
I started off writing the script to talk about this video and respond to it, being like, yeah, I'm gonna get him. But at this point, I'm just fucking upset that I have nothing to respond to.
Hold on, there's a lot there to respond to if you could, and if there's nothing there to respond to, then don't make the fucking video, you retard. Yeah. Holy
you aren't talented enough. If you don't have the talent or the intelligence to actually go through ER's video and pick apart parts where he's wrong and understand what his actual arguments are, then why did you make this video? Again, thank you for making this video, because we have all the evidence in the world now that you're a retard.
Yeah, to anyone who actually knows what's in ER's video and isn't just watching yours in a vacuum, you look like a disingenuous fucking asshole, or like someone who just doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. And I'd actually be willing to place my bets on both at this point, because
yes,
you are not a sterling example of, well, anything
integrity.
Really.
This is like, it's, oh, God. Empathy is correlated with intelligence. This man...
So you don't actually have empathy then. If you actually make that claim, which I highly doubt, you don't have any intelligence and you have no empathy. We found the leftoid NPC, everybody. Point and laugh.
Bold of you to play the IRL zero-int run.
Yep.
And solely inside of his own skull, this fucker has never been outside. Ugh. Alright. Well, now that I have cringed myself into a coma, I think we're done here. I think I'm gonna go...
You are a being of pure fucking cringe. You have no right to call anyone else cringe. Holy shit.
Absolutely.
You not liking the jokes he makes doesn't make him cringe.
Oh, absolutely, guys. This guy is not as smart as he thinks he is. He is incredibly stupid.
This guy's the fucking poster child for not as smart as they think they are.
Yes. This could be used at a TED Talk to showcase somebody not as smart as they think they are. Holy fuck, wouldn't that be amazing?
Well, at least Acer Thorn actually has a challenge now for the title of stupidest person we've ever fucking covered. Holy shit.
Go back to Plague Island and see what my other self has to say about this. I'm sorry for wasting your time. I am sorry for wasting everyone's time with this.
No, you're not.
Low.
No, you're not. You're so ego driven, and you're such a fascist little shitlord. You are not sorry at all. I now believe in movie Bob quotes. Oh God. I mean, this is how these authoritarian fascists recruit people. They're so stupid that they bludgeon you into it.
empathy Nazi idiot Elliot Rodger wannabe.
Well, there we are. Nobody's richer for that experience. Honestly, if this wasn't, junk the month that I was, making a single video each day, I wouldn't have even bothered with this because it's honestly not worth the time, talking about these people. But
see, this is how mentally challenged this guy is. He thinks this is good content. Him constantly with his fucking balloon.
Yeah, it's just irritating.
It's like, again, this is the level of stupid you have to be, right? To be one of his audience members, honestly. If you think that this is good content, I weep for you. Such ASMR.
But I think note here is that this guy is a dime a dozen. Sure, he might be more overt in his Nazi rhetoric or whatever, but the
overt? Where is
so
it?
overt that you have literally zero proof, and basically everyone who watches him doesn't think he's a Nazi. Yeah, that's very overt.
Yeah.
Hold on, I need to find it again.
Oh, I saw that like to dislike ratio. Nice.
Oh yeah. Yeah, more dislikes than likes. Only 9,323 views, which is still far more than this piece of shit video deserves.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it was around here somewhere where...
But I mean, that is the sad truth, right?
Everyone here references proof, including me in the video, but go off, Biased King. This is to ER not being a Nazi. What proof have you provided in your video? Fucking none. Zero. You just claim it over and over and over again. You fucking...
Yep.
This is what
But again, this is the truth. Dire Gentleman here is dime a dozen. These low intelligence retards that have high self-worth or high inflated ego, they have no self-worth actually, that try to tear others down and to attack other people that have a different opinion than them. They have to completely disregard their arguments, create straw men, lie outright, and manipulate footage and evidence. Hence why I call him what he is. He's a leftoid NPC. He's not a human. He doesn't actually have empathy. He doesn't think or feel anything. Yeah, low intelligence, more like no intelligence. Fair enough. I know. I would at least be like, well, that takes some balls. If he literally come out and said, the sources, I made it the fuck up. Like, okay, well,
I'm scrolling through the comments here while you're talking. You claimed a person was a Nazi without providing proof to back it. And instead of attacking the person's arguments, you went straight on to attack him personally. A pathetic thing to do when formulating a critical analysis of a person's beliefs. I spent 90% of the video attacking his arguments, so it's clear you're just salty. 90%? Really?
You didn't even spend 2% of this video attacking his arguments, you fucking idiot. Such assimilated with Bob. No! I don't want to be part of Diabeto.
Again, ER is funny, edgy, and isn't a Nazi. He makes jokes, but he's not like that. He's not funny. So this guy's like... It's funny, honestly, having people come at me so often about the subjectivity versus objectivity thing. And then we find people like this who are just like, he is not funny. It's like, but people find him funny. Like, it doesn't matter how much you say he is not funny. If this person and that person and all these other people are claiming that he is funny, that means they find him funny. You stomping your feet like a child throwing a tantrum, yelling he is not funny, does not make him not funny to these people.
Oh man, people need to just reply to him with, "But he is though. But he is though. But he is though."
Yeah.
Oh shit. Dislike. Use your words. Are you mad that I dunked on a dead channel over 2 years ago? His channel.
A dead channel?
It's not dead. You fucking idiot.
Well, ER doesn't make videos that often in the first place. It doesn't mean it's dead.
Yeah. Oh, what a truly sad, pathetic piece of shit this guy is.
Yeah. Well, we're almost done the video. Let's see what else he has to say, because I'm sure he's got another 30 Nazis he's gonna fucking throw out.
Yep.
Fundamental way he looks at movies and the way he reviews them, it is just this epidemic. It started with CinemaSins, and you can see it in many other channels.
Hold on.
It started with CinemaSins? Are you that fucking stupid?
A lot of these weirdos like to cite CinemaSins as the start of the dark age of movie criticism, where people are criticizing movies in a way I don't like. But first of all, no, CinemaSins is fucking garbage. If they inspired anyone to do anything, it's probably inspired people to not be as shit as them.
Yes. Thank God, too.
But more than that, his whole point was ER's reviews are propaganda. There's Nazis on YouTube who do movie reviews as a form of propaganda. Now he's talking about fucking CinemaSins. Like, what are they? This
are they Nazis?
Are they part of it? Because I don't know what is or isn't a Nazi to this guy. Because if a guy making jokes this guy doesn't like is a Nazi, then fucking everyone is a Nazi.
Yep.
Just become this weird obsession with logic and complete detachment from the text. And
this weird obsession with...
Wait, one, CinemaSins is not logical, but two, yes, you should use your fucking brain.
This guy is a clown person. He's an actual clown person. Oh, there's this weird obsession with logic. Yeah, because people want stuff to make sense.
And from character. And it's the thing that could kill art if art were so weak. But in order to...
If
to you art, people, art is incredibly weak.
Yeah. If art can be killed by criticism about things not making sense within the context of that world, then that's a pretty fucking weak art.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like The Last Jedi. Or Bebop flicks. Fucking hell.
Really break something down and counteract it and create a counterculture to it, you need to understand it. And these...
What?
But
the fuck are you talking about?
Wouldn't ER be the counterculture to... ER and people like him be the counterculture to these weirdos who are the dominating force right now?
Yeah, just consume. Just consume, forehead. Just consume. Get excited for product.
Oh my god. Also, this fucking balloon shit is so fucking distracting. He's just sitting there tapping it the whole fucking time, making tons of noise.
Well, it's because he has the tism, don't you know? So he needs to be constantly touching other things.
Yeah.
Limp dick losers will never ever be up to the task.
That's you, motherfucker. You're a limp dick motherfucker. You couldn't get it up for a fucking woman if you tried.
You know, I can have fun with this, but it's not funny for a lot of people. The fact that it came to this, and you know, we all sort of watch this.
Yeah, a lot of us look at you and we're like, man, look at this pathetic goblin trying to pretend to be human. Look at this sad, pitiful creature. Look at this beta soy boy. This is truly awful that such a reject moron is trying to go after something in such a dishonest and just downright disingenuous way. And man, the sheer lies and pathetic grasping he has to try to commit to just tear down something that's so much better than he is. And I mean, we'll always be better than him. Hell, this video was made in 2019, and look at how dog shit the quality is, and how awful his editing is, and all the mistakes, and his really shit scripting that proves that he needs an editor and likely needs to go back to kindergarten, because when he dropped out that early, fucking hell, clearly his life has just been on a great roller coaster of success. I mean, it does beg the question and make you wonder what would happen if you actually, I don't know, got a life. What would happen if you went into school and got a proper education instead of sniffing your own farts all day and, like, I don't know, working this fucking wine around and stuff and playing with your little balloon? Is that your fetish as well? Because, Jesus Christ, your war videos are horrifying.
I was just looking at this, like, still frame and his shitty beard, and I realized this guy goes out in public looking like that.
Yes, this reject beta male goes out in public with this shit. But it's funny how awful your video looks in 2019, and ER's video from 2015 is just so much better than yours in every way.
Which is funny considering he bragged about being able to edit circles around ER.
Yeah, and empathy circles around ER, because this guy is such a fucking loser.
Yeah, so empathetic that even when people try to be genuinely nice to him in the comments and bring actual points, he just gets salty and insults them. Very empathetic.
How dare you have a different opinion? You're just salty.
God, there, gentlemen, you are such a pathetic loser. You will be an example to future generations. We will show. I'm definitely going to show my kids you and be like, look at this pathetic retard. Look at this reject. Look at this awful subhuman filth. Holy shit, this guy is so stupid. Oh, don't ever become this dumb, kids, whatever you do. Achieve something with your life. Don't fall into the rut that is this fucking loser's void.
Damn.
Happened as slowly reviews went from these, weird summaries that said very little about the movies to these opinion pieces where, it's just literally all about whether something's diverse or not diverse. Generally...
But there's a lot of criticisms ER made in his video that weren't about diversity. In fact, most weren't about diversity.
Yeah, and you cut out 90% of his video.
Yeah, that too. We can't make him look like a terrible critic if he includes all the good points.
Yeah, if he shows that ER did all the work and is actually a really good critic, it defeats his point. Like, I mean, at least this guy's smarter than fucking Vincent Martin, who literally shows the evidence that destroys his point right there. Oh my god, because Vincent Martin... Oh, dude, Jesus Christ, this guy is such a basement goblin reject, and Vincent Martin is lesser than this.
God, that frame. Please, STAG, turn it off. No, you must suffer. Why the fuck is the balloon higher res than he is?
It's because of his god-awful green screen. His green screen is fucking him right now.
No, I know it's his green screen, but the balloon is real and right next to him, so why does it look better quality than, like, his face does? And that's not a joke about him being ugly. I mean, it actually looks like the balloon is a higher resolution than he is. Tell me I'm not the only one seeing this.
No, I see it too.
I don't, because I literally think it's the green screen fucking him that badly. Because look how jagged and awful it looks in the hair and everything. And even the balloon has a couple spots on it where it's just fucked.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm not even looking at the hair. I'm looking at, like, his face and his hand that's in front of his chest.
Yeah, his hand especially looks so bad. The claw!
You know what it probably... I wonder, because his hand was just in motion. I wonder what his bitrate is on all of his stuff.
Oh, yeah, that might be it.
Because the balloon isn't moving that much, right?
Right
but
now.
He's more animated. here.
The balloon isn't moving that much right now because he's not fucking fondling it.
Yeah.
Fucking molesting the balloon.
Let's see if we can back this up.
No.
Yeah, and look, see, there's his hand. When his hand was more stationary for a while, it looks much better.
Still not as good as the balloon.
No. Alright. Well, let's just get this fucking done and dusted.
Yeah.
News went from these, weird summaries that said very little about the movies to these opinion pieces where, it's just literally all about whether something's diverse or not diverse. Generally on YouTube, it's all just reactions to things being diverse or things changing. The outrage from anti-SJWs is SJW. It is. These are the people who are trying to shape society or shape the zeitgeist or shape culture in their will. And they have no culture of their own to speak of.
What?
You are actually fucking retarded. Oh my god. They have no culture. They don't have culture. They're just trying to ruin the world.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Fucking hell.
Yeah,
they have more culture than you do. What do you have?
He actually did the meme. Anti-SJWs are just like SJWs. He did the meme.
Yeah.
Like, oh god.
God, what a fucking idiot.
On to these things, these IPs like Star Wars and Mad Max and Ghostbusters and all this 80s shit.
Hold up. You do not want to defend Ghostbusters 2016. Or Star Wars, but definitely not Ghostbusters 2016. What the fuck are you doing?
White guys have no culture. White people have no culture, guys. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It is insane how many of these fucking leftoid idiots think that.
Everything else, they have nothing of their own. They have given nothing. These neo-Nazis, these alt-righters, these whoever they are, and everyone else who stands with them. We can have the fight with them in the real world over what exactly their beliefs are, but in the art world, they need to step out of the kitchen because they could never handle the heat.
No, you can't handle the heat, motherfucker.
Did you see how much you cried like a little bitch, like a little Karen in your comment section? You're just go off biased. I totally put all the evidence in. You are such a loser. You are so much of a beta cock soy boy. It is fucking embarrassing. God.
This is a fucking joke, man. Oh my god. It's literally just an SJW crying that people aren't agreeing with him.
It is a pathetic non-entity just crying like, let me see your manager. What a fucking loser.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and make the comparison again, but even Acerthorn is less pathetic than this. At least, like, this is just one of the most pathetic things I've ever seen, and I've seen Acerthorn's accidental stream.
Yeah.
Acerthorn's accidental stream where he's gobbling like a turkey and gorging on hot dogs and talking about wanting to kill people is actually less pathetic than this is.
Yep.
Also, he's talking about how these people, these reviewers, can't create anything. Critical Drinker is an author. I know he hasn't brought him up in this video, but he's motioning to that side, to those people who do these kinds of criticism. Critical Drinker has written like a dozen books. Successful books.
Yeah, it's also a lot harder for people on the right to make and create stuff because they get shut down.
Yeah, by people like this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like they want to create stuff, they want to put stuff out there, but then when they try, they get fucking canceled for it.
Yeah, when they try the fascist authoritarian Nazis, like this jackass here, who come out and like, no, cancel them, stop them, take down their websites, don't let them exist, we must murder them.
Yeah,
Again,
just
this
look
is
at how
what dire. This is what these people do. This is exactly what Dire Gentleman is like. You can guarantee it with its pathetic showing of this video. You can read this motherfucker like a book.
Yeah. And just look at how many people in like GoFundMe and stuff get shut down and stuff simply because they don't have the right political beliefs. Hell, look at how they're fucking look at how Twitter is talking about oh fuck, what's it called? That comic book being made.
Oh, Ripa's comic?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Ripaverse.
Of white supremacy.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah, just look at all those people fucking crying and fucking screaming that he's being able to make something.
Yeah, so after Ripa put up his website for his comic, he said, I think that was Monday, and I think it was like Tuesday night he was on a stream with Geeks and Gamers, Tuesday night's main event. He said the past 24 hours he had been called the N-word more times than at any other point in his life combined. Than the rest of his life combined. It's like, holy shit, these people cannot take someone with the wrong beliefs being successful.
Yeah. And they attack again. They get out their hoodlums, they get their domestic terrorists, and they attack these people because no, they're not allowed to be successful. They have the wrong thing. They're on the wrong side of history. They're the bad guys.
Did you see, by the way, that PayPal is fucking him around, and someone had put in a complaint that they hadn't received their product, even though it's a pre-order?
Wow, what a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Everyone who's interested, go support the Ripaverse. Go support his comic.
Absolutely.
I'm going to be grabbing a copy when I can afford it, probably in like 2 or 3 weeks.
I got so I thought it would. I really thought this would just be like a fun, goofy meme. Fun, goofy
No, you
joke.
didn't.
Hey,
But, you know, it's
you
impossible.
lying little cunt.
It's literally impossible.
You lying little cunt. That got heavier than I thought it would. I thought it'd be funny. You scripted this out, you fucking moron. You degenerate.
You literally started the video calling him a fucking Nazi. Of course you didn't intend for it to be fucking light. Like, you knew it was gonna be heavy the whole fucking time, even before writing the script out.
Perfect evidence of the beta leftoid in the wild. This is why you never apologize to these people, and you try to have as little interaction with these people as humanly fucking possible. They are a disease. And they will bring down everything else around them. Out of spite, out of petty little spite for their nothing little world collapsing.
These days, you know? When you start to talk about the ugliness of the world, it just, you know, it overtakes you. Makes you remember.
Is he actually trying to say that he has fucking PTSD or some bullshit? Motherfucker, I actually have that. Go fuck yourself.
I just love the fucking visual of when you try to talk about the ugliness of the world that just overtakes you. At the time, the balloon is blotting out his ugliness.
Yep. Like, oh, I got you covered, fam. Hold on, I'm gonna make sure nobody can see how hideous you are.
Oh.
Balloon was the real hero all along in this video.
The balloon was the MVP.
Yeah, the annoying balloon saved us in the 11th hour.
For why? You should remember. Whoa, hey, that's cool. ER's a Nazi. Spread the word.
No, he's not, you cunt.
He's a fucking Nazi, and nobody likes the Nazis.
Dire Gentleman is a Nazi. Spread the word, everyone. Dire Gentleman is a Nazi.
Spread the word, everybody. Dire Gentleman is a Nazi and a fascist. Spread the word.
He gave us proof in his video.
Yep.
We gave just as much proof of him being a Nazi here as he has about ER.
Actually, more. Like I said, he's engaging in the exact tactics that fascists use.
True.
Yep.
This is how they actually act. So we've given more evidence, just like we've given more money than Ralph has ever given to his child. Go fuck yourself, Rage Big.
That was still the best fucking own ever when Gator sent Faith $1 and said, "I've given your child more support than you ever have." Holy shit.
Yeah, that was a
Damn.
huge fucking burn.
Irish gentleman gave Ethan Ralph AIDS.
AIDS!
Nazi sympathizers. Hey, my head's a drink. How about that?
No, but your head is clearly empty, you dumb fuck.
Thank God it's
God
over.
it's over.
Yeah, that was terrible. Holy shit. That was easily one of the worst videos we've ever covered.
Yeah. I forget who recommended it earlier, but I'm leaning towards agreeing with a tier below Acer Throne for this video.
Yeah, I'm starting to go there as well. God damn.
Maybe we'll call the one below Acer Tard, we'll call it like Turkey Gobbler's Basement or something.
Well, now it's time for Super Chats.
Yes, let's get to the Super Chats.
And then I can end the stream and turn on the air conditioner, because it is very hot in here.
I have been spending a too long amount of time looking at that rope on my bed and going, you know what, it's looking better and better.
Today, old friend.
Today, old friend.
No, I don't care about the shopping tab. Fuck off! Alright, here we go. Alrighty. $5 from Terror24. Thank you. Setch, are we making it a meme that you change your avatar constantly? That was Pagan who was doing that.
I don't change my avatar constantly.
Yeah, that's me. I will be using this one a lot more. I will still change them, though, just because I find that fun. But I will be using this one a lot more because it's my actual Sona.
Hey, you never know when you need a good rope. Always keep it handy.
$5 from... Go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's kind of like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Always have your towel with you.
$5 from the Wayfarer. Thank you. Have you guys seen Razorfist's new video? The people at BattleTech just got rid of one of their most senior members because of cancel culture.
Oof.
Yeah, that's kind of
oof.
fucked.
Yeah.
I have to open up a new tab for this channel again because of his long-ass name. Not a problem, by the way. $5 from Captain Professor Dr. Horatio Fellatio Flungus McDingus III. Salve, furry fap. Still not a furry. Today's emperor is Valentinian, the guy who got so mass AD, he died of a stroke mid-rant. I guess that's mad as fuck. The lad was too angry to not die.
Wow.
$5 again from the Wayfarer. Thank you. Yes, I'm playing the TBC Battletech game and I just got myself the jackpot. My favorite battle mech, the Warhammer. Time to blow some mechs into scrap.
Nice.
$5 from Johnny 14. Thank you. Setch, Pagan, I need your help. I need to know if a 5.56 millimeter round is considered a small caliber. Also, how powerful is it?
It is a pretty small caliber, and it's not that strong, honestly. There are good charts that you can look up. I would just look up bullet sizes. But again, the 5.56 is not meant to be like a full power rifle cartridge round. So anything that's like 30-06 or anything like that, you can get. Any of your hunting rifles will be much stronger than a 5.56. The key benefit of 5.56 is that it has the same style of ballistics as a rifle cartridge without the weight of a rifle cartridge. So you can carry a lot more of it. The intermediate cartridges is what they're called, and they were a huge step up. They were a game changer. Because beforehand, you had 30-06 and 8mm Mauser as like good examples of it. And then suddenly you way downsize to the 5.56 and I forget what caliber the Sturmgewehr used, but it used an intermediate cartridge. It was a huge godsend for it. It's what made the Sturmgewehr 44 so good, and the MKB 42, which was the prototype.
I just need to point out the duality of chat. Two messages, one above the other. 5.56 blows up deer when you shoot them. 5.56 is inferior to standard rounds used for hunting.
Yeah. Other rounds are better for hunting.
Yeah.
But 5.56 is still a very good cartridge. It's a very good round. It has really good ballistic qualities, and it will work if you think you're skilled enough. Because the thing, a bigger bullet is likely to down the game you're hunting much faster, right? But 5.56, if you're a good shot, and 5.56 is very ballistically stable, so hey, just improve your accuracy. So yeah, it's a pretty small cartridge in comparison to the thing to think. In the scheme of things, can it blow a lung out of your body? No. The cartridges that can blow a lung out of your body are
the 9mm,
larger.
obviously.
Yeah, no, not at all. Oh, God. Yeah, don't use 5.56 on a bear, by the way. It's not that it will actually bounce off, but bears are pretty fucking thick. There's a reason that if you're in bear country, you kind of want a 44 or a nitro, or you want something real chunky to deal with that bear. You do not want to use 5.56 on a bear. I would be hesitant to even use 30-06. I would want something real chunky to put that thing down as fast as possible.
Yeah, some places really don't like it. Like, I don't know if they outright outlaw it, but I do know there are some places where they advise people not to even use 5.56 on big game.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, they kind of see it as like, you're not really doing enough damage. So if you have to shoot it more than once, you're kind of just torturing it at that point. So you're better off using something bigger. They can work against larger animals and stuff. Like, hell, the duality. I just watched a couple videos like 3 or 4 days ago where a guy on a what's it called? The snow things. Fuck, why can't I think of it?
Set uses 500 nitro in bear country. Better make sure their bloodline is destroyed.
But some dude in Alaska comes across a moose. It starts attacking him. He pulls out a 9mm, shoots it a couple times. It drops instantly. Then you got another guy, the fucking same, almost similar situation, pulls out a fucking 9mm, mag dumps it, puts at least like 15 rounds into it. It still keeps coming, kills him.
Yep.
I want to grab a comment here quickly. Creetosis, would you recommend the Rippaverse? So, I haven't read the comic, so I can't say, whether it's good or bad. But I can say that, based on what Rippa's been talking about himself, that this comic was made to be just a comic people can enjoy. There's no politics injected into it. It's not going to shit all over, well, obviously it's its own characters, so it doesn't have established characters to shit over, but you know what I mean. It's not going for any of that obnoxious bullshit that a lot of comics and movies and games have been doing lately.
Yeah.
So if that sounds interesting to you, like, that's one of the things I'm pretty sure Rippa said in his video announcing it, is that they just want to tell a good story. And if that sounds interesting to you, then look into it. Then maybe you'll take a look at it and think it's not your thing. Maybe you'll check it out and like it. Maybe you'll check it out and dislike it. I certainly hope it's good. It's one of the few things that I can say that I'm actually kind of looking forward to, because there isn't that asterisk there. Oh, well, it's Bethesda. Oh, well, it's Disney. Oh, well, it's this or that or these or those. Where it's like, yeah, they produced a lot of shit recently, so Fallout 5, Elder Scrolls 6, probably going to be garbage. Whatever Disney makes next, probably going to be garbage.
Yeah.
This is someone who seems to genuinely care for the craft and put a lot of his own money into it. And, I think that'll result in a better product than a lot of what we've been seeing. I plan on getting the comic myself. Maybe I'll even do a video reviewing it without spoiling stuff once I have my copy. Just to be, another voice talking about how good it is, or
Yeah.
how good it is in the terms of like the quality level. Because I can't say that it's for sure going to be great. I just think it'll probably turn out better than a lot of stuff we've seen. 50 Saudi Arabian. I forget what the R was supposed to be. From Krauser, thank you. Oh, you're reacting to the commie doing Godwin's Law for 21 minutes. I hope the headache is not too bad. Here's some money for the aspirin, because I needed it after seeing that. Yeah, that was a really shit video.
Saudi Riyal.
Riyal. Alright. $2 from Septir Caleb, thank you. It's okay to make art so long as it's art I like. Yeah, that's kind of what the video turned out to be.
Yep.
$5 from Scepter Caleb again. Thank you. Pagan, clearly that ending was for the Chinese markets and what's going on with the Uyghurs. The ending to start genociding the magic creatures.
Oh, yeah, I saw that earlier. Yeah, the fucking the Uyghurs. Yeah, it's for the Uyghurs. God damn. Jesus.
$5 from Adam Riley. Thank you. What's the book where a child suffers for all for the sake of the utopia? I wouldn't know off the top of my head. Sorry. $5 from Captain Professor Dr. Horatio Fellatio Flungus McDingus III. Thank you. Do you say lieutenant or lieutenant? I prefer lieutenant. It's the one thing other than aluminum that the Briggers got right. Did he spell?
No. That's accurate because it depends on where you're from, how you say it. So it's lieutenant or lieutenant.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, and it's like, where's the F? It's like, oh, that's just how you say it. It's like, why?
Who in the motherfuck says lieutenant?
British.
Of course. Only the English would bastardize whatever language they speak.
Lieutenant or lieutenant? It's silent. Lieutenant.
6 Malaysian ringgits from Pendicom.
Oh, I agree. Sorry about this. I agree. Admiral Tony Dunning is like, Setch, where is R in Colonel?
I really,
Yeah,
I really despise that one. Because anytime I see it written, my mind automatically goes, Colonel. Wait, no, Colonel. God, I hate that so much. Anyways, yeah, 6 Malaysian ringgits from Pendikar Mando. Thank you. Setch, know any good 40k book, preferably Imperium?
40k book. Oh, the Cyphus Cain stuff is really, really good. He's the hero of the Imperium, don't you know? But I highly recommend watching it. It's a dude who he suffers from imposter syndrome, and for anyone that doesn't know what that is, he genuinely can't admit whenever he does anything good. He always has to like second guess himself and say like, "Oh, I was just being cowardly" and stuff like that. And being a coward in 40k is a death sentence, by the way. But he happens to be a commissar, who they're the ones that are supposed to carry out these death sentences. And no, it turns out he is genuinely that intelligent and that brave, but because of his imposter syndrome, he just can't. He fucking can't admit that he's brave. He's always like, no, I was just trying to run away. I didn't even see the orc over there. I was just shooting to get him to go away, and then I hit the ledge, and the ledge collapsed on the other orcs. It was a total accident. Yeah, he doesn't admit this out loud. He admits this only in his writings and everything. He just can't help himself. He can't help himself. But he is genuinely a hero to the Imperium. He really is.
$5 from Ted Comet. Thank you. Polish could have beat the Pinwheel Friendship Club if the French didn't surrender without a fight. Ooh.
Wait, what? Where? When? France never surrendered without a fight. France fighting is the only reason Britain stayed in the war. We're talking about World War II. That's always the thing about, like, man, the French get such a bad rap in World War II. People really do need to look into what the French actually did. And how the Belgians fucked them over. But Belgium fucked them over. Their own politicians fucked them over. And the British kind of fucked them over. Oh god, it gets really fucked. But again, the French sacrificed themselves to get as many British and some of their own French off the beaches as they possibly could.
$5 Australian dollars from Dileocon. Thank you. Hello, furry EFAP. Not furry and not EFAP. We do a very similar thing to EFAP, but yeah. Have you heard Twitter's trying to cancel PewDiePie again and wishing he dies because he's a racist once again? Yeah, Twitter never lets go of grudges. They still fucking despise JonTron for not having a good debate years ago and saying retard once.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like a fucking annual thing now with him.
Yeah.
But I do hope he has at least learned from this a little bit, where from now on he won't just like assume that because this fucking angry horde who always goes after him calls someone else a racist, therefore he should not support them. To maybe not just throw that person under the fucking bus and just say that they're a fucking racist.
Yeah.
Because I'm still pissed off about that. I'm never gonna truly forgive him for that, where he was just like, with no evidence or nothing, didn't look into it or anything, just blatantly was like, oh yeah, the people who constantly attack me are saying this guy's a Nazi. Well, he must be a Nazi. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to call out a Nazi. Fuck him. And it's just like, wow, fuck you, you piece of shit.
Yeah.
$2 from either MAS or MAS. I'm not sure whether that's supposed to be an abbreviation or not. Thank you. Watching this, Bob quotes are crossing my mind. Yeah, that was the video we were watching after we finished the quiz. And finally, $2 from Alpha Craig. Thank you. Venom is technically already Mpreg.
Wow.
You guys mentioned some cursed shit from time to time, but thank you for the super chat. It's much appreciated. And with that, we're done for the day. Have a good one, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming out.
Yeah, it's always good to see you guys. Hopefully I'll see some of you over and my streams and everything, and we'll see you on the Discord. And you can join us for the next Saturday showtime. We're going to be watching Godfather Part 2 next week. So, this coming Saturday. So I'm definitely excited about that.
You know what it's time for?
Oh, what's it time for?
Air conditioning.
Have
a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming out.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.